brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't paid for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Their lineage. Does that make sense?
I hear that, and thank you for the clarification. But how do you feel then, Tariq, about what you call as the immigrants, the black immigrants? How do you discern a black immigrant in respect of someone like Marcus Garvey, for example?
Cap.
Now, what about Marcus Garvey?
Well, I would have thought that given whether it's Malcolm X or Dr. Martin Luther King, they respected the work he did in America.
Foundational Black Americans got Garvey's ass up out of here. Now, you have an image of his wife, one of his wives. That's Amy, right? The first Amy? Or the second Amy?
That's the second.
Now, you know that second Amy was the first Amy's, one of her best friends. That was her maid of honor at her wedding.
Bruh.
That was her roommate. So he was having an affair with the woman in the picture that you have with the first wife. So that shows the character of Garvey. Garvey was really a funny style dude. And they got him up out of here because he was up here meeting with the Klan. They called him a foreign Negro. They knew he was a tether. He was talking about how this is the white man's land and we didn't build it. He was talking about we didn't build nothing over here. So yeah, we said he got to get the hell up out of here. So yeah, Garvey was a big, fat, musty tether.
And where did you get that history from, Tariq?
Oh, this is very well documented.
Bruh.
There was a whole movement of Garvey must go. Right?
No, the information, or I'd say the disinformation that you've just said in respect
What was what did I say that was incorrect, ma'am? Tell me one thing I just said incorrect.
You said that he was having an extramarital affair while still married to his first wife. Amy
Right,
Ashton
with that woman in that picture. Yes, he was. That's why she divorced him.
No. He was with his first wife, having known her for 5 years before they were married. Okay? He dissolved the marriage or sought a divorce within 2-3 months of them being married. The reason he sought the divorce from his first wife was because he was aware of her having extramarital affairs and possibly being pregnant by somebody else, but was prepared to stay with her. But the reason he decided to go ahead with the divorce proceedings was because while he was away on business, a colleague of his got suspicious of Amy Ashwood's behavior. She was flirting with other men. He eavesdropped on her telephone conversation because he became suspicious of her, asked her to please kindly stop, have respect for the organization, her husband, and so on. She accused Marcus Garvey of having a secret service that was spying on her, when in actual fact what happened, unfortunately, the tipping point was they were going through security. Alcohol was found in Amy's luggage, which at that time, you know, there was prohibition.
Okay, ma'am. Gosh, this woman, well, ma'am, this woman be with the village stories, boy, she be splaining, because she'll just splain all damn day. Okay, so basically, let me give you the cliff notes. Garvey wasn't shit because he was messing with her and her homegirl. She wasn't shit because she was messing with Garvey and his homies. So none of them wasn't shit. Okay, I agree. Now, what else? All right, let's just wrap it on up and summarize it. None of them weren't shit. So yeah, I agree. Come on, dear.
I appreciate that everyone has their perspective on history, Brother Tariq. And
yeah, I just like to just get to the point. So yeah.
Well, the point is Professor Tony Martin, who I know you're aware of the work that he did.
And I like Tony Martin's work. He was a very good scholar. I like his work.
Right. And he wrote the book about Amy Ashwood Garvey. So this isn't me making it up because I feel like it. It has been documented. You know, Professor Tony Martin is a thorough.
And like I said, I didn't say anything correct. Yeah. And the second Amy was Amy.
You didn't say anything correct, I know, which is why I'm disagreeing with you.
I didn't say anything correct, though. I didn't say anything incorrect. He got with the other Amy, which was the maid of honor in the first Amy's wedding. That was her roommate. So he got with her homegirl.
I've just said to you that the relationship with Amy Jakes Garvey did not start immediately. Amy Jakes Garvey was working at the
That's explaining. Okay, was that her homegirl or not? Was that her roommate or not?
They were friends.
That was her roommate.
That was her here in London. I'm not having an affair with her husband, but me and her husband are good friends.
Yeah, that was her roommate.
So what?
Oh, okay. All right. That shows character. Okay, that's the character of these
what do you
people.
Mean it shows character.
That's the character of these damn scandalous.
Ashwood brought herself down. Everything you're saying about the second wife
okay,
is what Ashwood
so
was
yeah,
doing.
that's their character. None of them weren't shit. That's our point. All right. Also, Garvey.
A lot of people about this very important history. I'll leave you in your confusion.
No. I ain't said nothing incorrect. Anybody in here fact check me in real time. Y'all fact check.
They can fact check you. The book is Amy Ashwood Garvey.
Now, does that book
Tony Martin.
Does that book also tell about the white woman Garvey was engaged with before he married Amy?
Does it also tell you
No, I asked you a question. Does it talk about that damn white woman big fat ass Garvey was engaged to?
Listen.
Does it? Huh?
Does it? Listen, if we're going to go down there, are we going to talk about
Martin Luther King? Since you know every damn thing, talk about that white woman his fat ass was engaged to. Huh? Come on. Don't deflect.
The fact is, Martin Luther King has had the same terrible slurs attached to his name. Right?
Dr. King was never engaged to a white woman. Dr. King was never engaged to no damn white woman. What you talking about?
Listen.
Stop the cap.
Listen, nothing.
Marcus Garvey was never engaged to no white woman. Never engaged.
Why did he write a letter saying it then?
An extramarital affair.
Why did he write a letter to his godfather saying that in 1914?
Oh, please. Look, I mean, if you're going to fabricate things and you're not going to
okay,
have
no. Okay, no. Slow down. Family, can y'all look that up, please? Okay, get up here, family. Fuck that. You're not going to call me a damn liar. Family, can y'all fact check what I just said? Okay, no, you're not going to call me no damn liar. I want y'all, somebody corroborate what I'm saying. You're not going to call me no damn liar.
I'm not calling you a liar. You're misinforming your people.
What am I misinforming?
There is not always reliable, Terry.
Ma'am, he wrote a letter.
The enemy will write anything.
Who, the enemy? No, his personal letters he wrote talking about he was engaged to a white woman. a Spanish-Irish woman that he met up there in Europe. So what you talking about?
So was this before he married his first wife?
Yeah, Panamera, my sister Panamera, March 2nd, 1914. I'm right. I knew it was in 1914. Y'all look it up. Everybody in the chat room looked it up. It's true. In 1914, the letter, yes. So yeah, why are you saying I'm lying? I'm not lying, ma'am. This is verified.
Okay, so hold on a minute. You're saying that because he was engaged, according to your sources, to a white woman, then marries a black woman. What is the point that you're trying to press here, Terry?
Thank you, beloved. Okay, thank you, dear. All right. The point is, he was a big fat hypocrite. Yeah, it was scandalous. They were just plebiscite babbling, a big fat ass hypocrite. He's married one chick and then got with her roommate, and then she's messing with niggas. Yeah, they all wasn't shit. All right, that's my point. Yeah, they all wasn't shit. And then scamming. Yeah, y'all look at, yeah. I don't just be saying shit. Yeah, tell all of it. Y'all not gonna call up here and try to rinse off that dude's history. Yeah, we know the truth. Yeah, we know the truth. Man. No, you're not gonna call me a liar. This is very well verified. And you're not gonna sit up here and make it seem like everybody was just praising Garvey. No, the FBA family got him the hell up out of here. They were like, this foreign Negro, they called him a foreign Negro. They were like, he's trying to join the Klan to get us up out of here. Hell no, he gotta go. They start putting his speeches in the black press where he was talking greasy about the black community. Got called out. They were calling him out then for being a damn tether. Come on now. Man, and she's trying to explain about him messing with his wife's roommate. Yeah, that's scandalous as hell. That's dirty macking. Yeah, that's not even players. Players don't do shit like that. That's dirty mac shit. Players don't do that. You know? Come on now, you don't do, that's dirty macking. Man. Man, she was gonna try to sit up here and act like we don't know. Yeah, we know the history, beloved. We know. Yeah, we know what's happening. Man. Yeah, one of the reasons people wanted Garvey up out of here is because Garvey was low-key finessing. He was getting money from people and got them old raggedy-ass dilapidated ships. He never set foot in Africa, and then he started calling himself the provisional king of Africa and all this old bullshit, the provisional president of Africa. We ain't say all that, nigga. We ain't trying to, no. So yeah, he was like doing Umar before Umar, basically. Yeah, he got a bunch of dilapidated ships. The boilers were blowing up. And then he was sending out images of a different ship getting money for it that he didn't really own. Bruh. So he was like telling people, hey, man, I got these luxury ships. Yeah, send me money. Look at these ships. There's luxury ships. And the people sending money thinking that he owns these luxury ships, which he didn't own. You know? So yeah, he got called out for being on some scam shit. So we got to tell the truth about these folks, man. Damn. Yeah, that's what the mail fraud was about. My goodness. Man, Howard and Cardi B. What happened with Howard and Cardi B? The sweetest touch. What happened with
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great, because I tried to get into your conversation the other week and there was difficulties with the technology. Yes, I was happy to listen, sir, but you're so wrong about Marcus Garvey.
Oh, well, tell me what's right. What's right?
Well, firstly, you said that Marcus Garvey was what in Jamaica? kicked out.
He failed in Jamaica.
All right, let's put this into perspective. Jamaica was a colony under British rule at the time of Marcus Garvey's birth. Marcus Garvey was born roughly 50 years after the end of the enslavement of African people in Jamaica. He was born into a society that was still ruled with colour, albeit that the abolition of the slave trade had been made law by the British government. However, the mindset of a people who for hundreds of years had been dehumanized and led to believe that the darker you are, the less you are human. In other words, the colour hierarchy was still a major problem. Colorism was
okay. What we're going to have to do, ma'am, we can't do village stories. We got to get right to the point because
it's not a village story, it's history. So the point is, Marcus Garvey travelled. He was fortunate to have been born into a home where his father had a collection of books. So he had a natural interest in reading, writing, history. His godfather owned a printery. So after he left school, he went to work at his godfather's printery, which is why he got his early skills.
Ma'am.
This is
Give us the cliff notes. Give us the cliff notes.
Right, so you're saying he failed in Jamaica. He was persecuted in Jamaica when he returned after traveling. He actually left Jamaica. He went to Costa Rica. He saw wherever.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not going to sit here and just let her just do village babbling. This is babbling and splaining, all right? I don't want to hear it. You're trying to make excuses for failure. Okay, you're proving that he failed. Now you're just making excuses as to why. So I'm not wrong. All you're doing is just making excuses as to why he failed. Who gives a damn? He didn't get shit popping in Jamaica or the Caribbean. He failed. He didn't get his movement popping over there. Well, you have to understand it was colonialism, man. There was some jerk chicken on the floor, and he fell and back. And okay, I don't want to hear all that village story shit. No, I don't want to hear it. Garvey failed over there. Bruh. He could not get anything popping. I don't want to hear about no damn colonialism. Easy. And it was the British running shit. Yeah, the white supremacists, we were dealing with them, and we still got on code over here. Yeah, we still got on code, and we help people in the diaspora. Jamaicans weren't trying to do that. Easy. Come on now. Let's talk about it. Yeah, we were dealing with white supremacists too, and we still knew how to get on code with each other and make things happen. Yeah, Garvey came over, got elevated by us. We elevated Garvey. We made Garvey a thing because we had shit popping over here. We had Tuskegee popping. That's how he got over here. The people from Tuskegee was campaigning to get him over here. Easy. Come on, now, let's tell real history. And then he come over here and we elevate him. We prop him up. Hey, okay, that's our brother from a foreign land. We're trying to be on some global black thing. He come over. Okay, hey, our brother is talking like we talking. All right, let's get it popping. Then we saw he started meeting up with the damn Klan on the low. We're like, oh, this big nigga might be funny style now. No. So yeah, we were like, no, he can kick rocks. You understand? No. We don't do village stories, Azila, or whatever your name is, Azania. No. We don't do village stories. We ain't doing all that splaining. We ain't doing all that splaining. He was meeting up with too many white supremacists over here for us. So we were cool on that. Yeah, he never got anything popping. Only thing he got popping, he came over here, we elevated him. He only got things popping with us. Marcus Garvey never touched foot in Africa. Never sat one of his little ashy big toes in Africa. You know? Got people's money and bought janky ass ships. Oh my God! Yeah. Come on, man. Yeah, they've been running these little Pan-African schemes and scams all the way back then. Let's just tell the truth and stop playing games with this shit. Let's tell the truth about this. Yeah. We telling the truth now. We ain't doing all that old splaining. Yeah, he never went to Africa. Yeah, he was Umar School before Umar School. That shit was Umar School. That's why Umar has the same spirit. You know, damn all that. You understand? Damn all that. And you calling up making excuses as to why he failed, nobody cares. The point is he failed. Yeah. You know, they start trying to explain when they start talking in circles. Everything has to be a long, drawn-out village story. No. We ain't sitting through that. And they try to wear you down with them village stories. No, just get to the damn point. Now, what you don't understand is that, there was the Queen of England. They were very hostile, and it was a hostile environment. And man, I don't want to hear all that. I don't want to hear all that.
You have nothing. You're just talking. You have nothing.
Okay, what are these contributions? I got to hear this. What's the contributions?
I mean, like, we talk Hubert Harrison, Marcus Garvey. I mean, I can go down the list. I mean,
What was
the greatest leaders, well, not the greatest, I mean, but a lot of prominent leaders were Garveyites. Nation of Islam. That was Elijah Muhammad was a Garveyite. You know what I mean?
But Garvey didn't get anything popping. Garvey only got things popping because of the Foundation of Black Americans. It wasn't the other way around. Garvey didn't get popping in Jamaica. Garvey got nothing popping in Jamaica. Garvey got things popping because of us. We helped Garvey. Garvey was allowed over here. They didn't want to let Jamaicans over here in 1915. They had a policy where they weren't letting Caribbeans and Africans over here. It was black folks on the grassroots in Tuskegee fighting to get those policies removed. That's how Garvey was able to come here. The Foundation of Black American Community elevated him because we were on that global black pride kick. We were on. He came and that was our foreign brother. We elevated him. It was not the other way around. Understand?
You ever heard of a group called Blacks for AI?
No, who is that?
Well, it's the only black group in terms
Marcus
of like
Garvey
the AI
has influenced
field. It was founded by an Eritrean woman and an Ethiopian woman. And they also took the government to court because they were using artificial intelligence.
You're just giving us random anecdotal tidbits about Nothing Burger. You haven't talked about any real contribution because there are none.
I just said the Nation of Islam was a Garveyite.
The Nation of Islam was a foundational Black American, an Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, foundational Black American, who built up the Nation of Islam, one of the longest, most respected organizations in the country. Ain't got a guy with Garvey. If that were the case, why are Marcus Garvey's organization still around with respect as huh?
Yeah, I disagree with you, Tariq, because I think you're saying everything I'm saying is underwhelming. You're dismissing it. How can you dismiss Garvey?
Yeah, I am. Garvey was not what y'all think he was. Garvey was somebody who we elevated. We elevated Garvey. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. We done said this multiple times. Garvey didn't get a damn thing popping in Jamaica. The Jamaicans did not even like Garvey. Garvey tried to get his movement started in Jamaica. He failed multiple times. He only got it popping when he came around foundational Black Americans because we were embracing everybody. If you were Black and you were talking about Black empowerment, come on, you are our brother. It is not the other way around. He didn't influence us. We influenced his movement. And we elevated him. We were already on that. We were already about elevating Black people globally. Yeah, Garvey never even went to damn Africa. Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Let's be real. And then when he went back to Jamaica, because of the whole mail fraud thing, because some of the Caribbean tethers he had around him were undermining him. That's what John Henry Clark said. Some of his men that were undermining him, feeding information to law enforcement, were Caribbeans. His fellow Caribbeans undermined him. And then when he went back to Jamaica, he ran for political office against a white man. The white man won. That's why he left Jamaica. He said he's ridiculous over here. He died in Britain. It's disgusting in Jamaica. Let's get that Garvey thing straight. That didn't do us no damn favor. He didn't do anything for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad stood on FBA business. Elijah Muhammad had the real blueprint. He did things the right way. That's why the organization is still strong to this day. The template is still strong.
You know who.
Nation building, men standing on business, respecting the women standing on business, respecting the men, Black empowerment, investing in land, investing in businesses. Elijah Muhammad was standing on FBA business. You understand? And he influenced so many other people. But yeah, don't tell me about some Garvey influenced some damn body and Garvey failed. Garvey failed. Yeah? We got to get this history straight. People come in here talking about their contributions. Man, please, y'all been getting in off of what we've created. And I'm not trying to denigrate nobody, but no. We got to speak truth to power. And this dude start talking about some random lawsuits. That's not some major contribution to us collectively because some people filed a lawsuit. Are we going to get the lawsuit money? What happened with the lawsuit? Sound like the lawsuit failed. So yeah, no, I don't like when people do these little non sequiturs and act like that's something to pop your collar to. That wasn't nothing for us.
The Honey Badger and the Mongoose is a children's story for the family of how a honey badger and mongoose fight an evil alliance of venomous cobra snake and hyenas that overhauls the balance of the savannah. The big
Garvey, what Marcus Garvey represents, this sort of do for self, Black Star Line. What problem could you have possibly with Garvey? Well, I thought I'd make a quick video, short video, just to outline some of the issues that I had with Garvey and his sort of Pan-Africanist movement. Now, there are some things that we should understand very quickly, is that Garvey, during this period that he was talking about getting everybody back to Africa, which I have a problem with, during that same period, this was during his lifetime, there was something called the Red Summer. For those of you who know, the Red Summer was 1919. That was the Red Summer. That was an era of bloodshed in America. That was an era where a lot of Adolf's blood was spilled. And instead of focusing on that, Garvey was focusing on this sort of pompousness that I view as egotistical, that put him as a Jamaican American in the center of what ADOS were doing. And so the thought became, well, we can escape. And that thought, if you ask me honestly, I believe that there's a lot that Garvey stood for that was problematic then and is still problematic now in terms of how we do our politics. Because we now are still very invested in escape hatching. We are very invested in getting out of America. We're very invested in a romanticized view of Africa, as opposed to doing the work here to be in America. So while you have a bunch of Africans coming into this country trying to become Americans, you have people telling us it is your job to go back home, to go back to your homeland. It's almost as if there is some sort of exchange going on where people want to see us as ADOS become Africans and Africans become ADOS. That's what it looks like. And that's what it looked like to me even in the Garvey era. So when you're talking about, oh, we're going to have this ship and we're going to go back to Africa and you're not going to have to deal with white folk no more. Even in Africa, you have to deal with it. Not so much then, but now. So part of the problem is that I saw Garvey as running as opposed to building. And as many people know, I have a problem with running. If your problems are here in America, then your work is here in America, not listening to someone who came here later tell you what you should be doing, and that thing that you're doing means that you have to go back to Africa. Now, I would remind everybody also that there are a number of ethnicities in Africa. So this idea that we're going to be automatically somehow accepted here, I just don't see how it made any sense. It just seemed like one man's ego. That's one problem that I had with the Garvey mechanism, right? And he'd never been to Africa. So here's a man who had never been to Africa that all of a sudden was going to show us the way to move and navigate in Africa. And I don't think he ever went to Africa. He got sent off, and then he ended up in London. So somehow in his whole frame of work and his movement, he never ended up in Africa. And he never really dealt with all of the limitations that come with a movement. This was very fantastical. It was like he was writing a movie as opposed to actually doing something that I view as worthwhile. There's also, when you talk about the back to Africa movement too, it just reminds me of the same thing that racists tried to do with the American Colonization Society, which was formed in 1817 to send free African Americans to Africa as an alternative to emancipation. I view the Back to Garvey movement, or any movement that would have us go back to Africa as opposed to fight here, I view any movement like
Grand Rising family. Okay, I want to show you something. 1 second. I'm gonna finish that, but I want to show you something. Okay. All righty then. Grand Rising to the family. All right, where is it? Okay, here we go. Hold on 1 second. Come on. Oh, okay. I'm messing up. All right. So we cannot let haters get more love than the lineage and us supporters. You feel me? All right, 1 second. Where is the okay? Here the image. I know I screenshot it somewhere. Okay. So now you got now this. Okay, so there's a reason why I don't do it as much today, but there was a reason why I will put Tariq Nasheed name in all my videos, right? No matter if I was talking about him or not, because I noticed that a lot of trolls, a lot of haters of the lineage will put his name in all their videos or put FBA. So I started not only put Tariq name in my videos as the title, but I also did that with FBA, even though I might be talking about something maybe black. Because I noticed that when you type in FBA or Tariq Nasheed, you will get a plethora of ATE videos. Before you got to climb through 1,000 of those before you get to one of the videos that's telling you about FBA or before Tariq Nasheed actually talks himself. So you had to go through 1,000 videos of people telling our story under our names. Like that was very clever. That was very clever. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, okay, that is dope. Like how they were able to sabotage and infiltrate our spaces. Where if anybody ever heard the name FBA or heard the name Tariq Nasheed and the YouTube it would be 1,000 misrepresenting videos of FBA and Tariq Nasheed. So I said, okay, I'm going to counter that. I'm going to counteract that. So I said, let me start putting my videos, no matter what the title was, whatever I was going, no matter what the content of the video was. I said, let me put Tariq Nasheed in that title and FBA. And then like right now, if you type in the FBA Tariq Nasheed, you'll see a lot of my videos there with the HATE videos. And that was like a strategic move, right? So I want to show this. Okay. So let's look at this. So what we absolutely cannot do is this. This is embarrassing. You have more people tuned in. You have more trolls and tethers tuned in to the HATE videos of us and the lineage than we have the lineage tuned in about the, you could say LOVE or business videos that standing on business do for each other. This can't happen, family. Because at one point, these guys were going away. And I told you guys, stop going to their videos. You're making them more lit than the FBA spaces. This troll right here is doing more numbers than most of us in the FBA spaces. This and with less Hood Smart, FBA, like just name the average FBA outside of Afro Elite, Jason Black, Tariq, and Black Alfred. Like this guy is doing better than everybody else. That's under them four. That's embarrassing. Like what we're doing is becoming a joke because we're coming like the new Pan-Africans. The Pan-Africans channels don't grow because they don't support each other. Like they don't show up. So they were, BYNG off. Now the FBA space is like, yeah, we're 50 something million, but you don't see it. It don't reflect in the numbers. Like when we go live and we defend the lineage or educate the masses, like we're not getting the support, the constant support. So we're being replaced by the tether class. So at some point to get our message out, unfortunately, like we're not in our own spaces. We're in the spaces of the tethers. So to get our message out, we're gonna have to concede and start going to the tether spaces to get that message out, as opposed to our own FBA spaces. So I seen that right there, and I thought that was like pretty shameful. So try to be consistent, and this is why I was pointing out the channels that supposedly are FBA who don't really represent like that, like almost like agent channels, bot channels that's spreading us thin where the support ain't being reflected. Okay, so because at one point we were doing very good, now we're like falling off. So just want to make y'all mindful of that, give y'all a visual. Okay. All right, so let me finish up with Yvette Carnell cooking on Garvey. Right, so some of this will be a blend of yesterday and some of it you didn't hear from yesterday. All right. Because yesterday it got all over the place. And I like to have the videos more formatted, more organized. I'm an organizing guy, so I might do it live and then you'll see me do the live again later because I don't believe it was organized. I believe I could have done better. Yeah, I'm one of those weird perfectionists. My screen keeps freezing. And it doesn't help that my screen keep freezing. Okay. Let's get back to where we were.
To Africa as opposed to fight here, I view any movement like that as problematic to me, and it should be problematic to you that we would build the richest country in the world, and then after we build it and after we're done and America's rich, then we get to go into a third world country or a poor country or underdeveloped country. That to me seems like a kind of robbery. That to me seems like the same racism that we saw from the American Colonization Society, which was going to free us in Africa. So when I feel the same way when somebody says go back to Africa as a racist slur as when I hear somebody say it today, and when I think about Garvey saying it back then, especially since he had no plan except for his ship. This is a problem for me. May not be a problem for you. It is a problem for me. And this is just part one, ladies and gentlemen. So like I said, this will be quick. But another problem that I had in terms of Garvey and what he did and what he was doing was the best way to say it is how he sucked up to racists, right? I'm sorry if this is new to you, but there was a letter from Garvey to Ernest Cox. And I think Ernest Cox was a white supremacist, KKK, or whatever the case may be. And here's what he said. He said, I sent you a telegram this morning, which I trust you have received as stated therein. I have just completed reading the book, White America. It is wonderful. From the white man's point of view, it is a masterpiece in history, ethnology, and general race literature. It should be in the hand of every intelligent white person, not only in America, but Europe, South and Central America, as also the hand of every intelligent Negro. I do not and cannot agree with much of the historic data in reference to the black man. As a Negro, I have opinions of my own, but I fully appreciate the fact that you have written from the white man's viewpoint. And in that, I hereby agree and am in full sympathy. If I were your race, I would have written with the same force and probably with prejudice. You have been fair as anyone could expect under the circumstances. You have been much more liberal than the average writer or author. History, as you know, ancient, is largely doubtful and highly speculative. The points of vantage credited to the one race can be easily claimed by the other. Yet that is not a matter of dispute between us. The fact is that the modern Negro is a lazy, good-for-nothing slumberer. This is my conviction, arrived at by close and careful study and the experience. And if something is done for him, if something is not done for him, he will die as other unfit racists have died. So you see, Garvey viewed us as an unfit race. In his letter to Ernest Cox, I have an issue with that. So this is just some of the things in terms of cozying up with racists, in terms of back to Africa, in terms of escapism. This is just a quick selection of why I have a problem with Garvey. I don't view the movement as serious. I think it still bleeds into the problematic politics that we have today. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is part one of the problem that I have with Marcus.
No, is that delineation to create a united Negro?
Oh boy. Did he say Marcus Garvey? Do it.
You know me. Oh, I am the original Jamaican.
I'm just asking if that's delineation.
God. Do I need to go here with him? Do I need to go here with him? Do I need to go here about his fat scamming tether idol Marcus Garvey, that big fat scamming tether?
That's false information, bro.
He was a fat scamming tether, sir. He didn't get nothing popping over here until we got him popping, sir. We got him
That's
popping.
false information, and they pardoned him 2 years ago.
Garvey he didn't do anything.
No.
What did he do?
A lot.
Like what?
A lot.
What? get a court
You
case when
used
he
to
tried to.
you used to
He tried
support
when he.
Marcus Garvey, you know. You used to support Marcus Garvey, you know.
Yeah, and I realized he was a fat scamming tether.
Bruh.
Okay, so you
Yeah.
know you used to support him. So
Yeah,
why you want me to explain?
he's a fat ass scamming tether. And when I started reading some of what our people were saying, they were saying he was a fat scamming tether. They were like, oh, this foreign Negro is on the bullshit. He's up here kicking it with white tea supremacists trying to get us sent up out of here. He's over here finessing. He's up here putting up pictures of ships he don't own. He don't have nothing going on in Africa, talking about going back to Africa. Garvey never touched foot in Africa and didn't have anything going on over there. All right, we got to tell the truth about Garvey. I hate to bust your bubble. He never had anything going on in the Caribbean either. He couldn't get his Pan-African movement going on in the Caribbean.
Most of the black country flag influenced by him.
He did what?
Most black country flag influenced by him.
The black country flag?
Yeah, a lot of countries across the world flag influenced by Marcus Garvey.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. That red, black, and green. The green was for the Irish. He was trying to stomp for Irish people because you know he was engaged to a white tea woman in Europe when he was over there in Europe. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with Garvey. But yeah, Garvey was like whatever.
But just know you are the one that sell him out. You used to pray to him. You used to respect Marcus Garvey. Now you're saying something else. So.
No, I didn't really praise Garvey like that. I shot him out, but I wasn't a Garveyite. I wasn't a big Garvey. I'm more of an Elijah Muhammad fan because he was the truth.
But you never talk about him like how you used to talk about Marcus Garvey, though.
Yeah, when we start looking at the scams and the shit that was really going on, and we start listening to and looking at what our people were really saying about him, they knew he was on the bullshit then. That's why they had a Garvey must go movement. They saw that he was on the bullshit. Huh?
So you believe in the white man system that
well, y'all believe in the white man system because when Garvey when he had to flee back to Jamaica, y'all didn't support him. Y'all didn't have y'all elected a white man over him. That's why he left and went to Britain. He was disgusted with y'all.
That's in colonial times.
Oh. Hey, y'all have anything to stop with that because y'all running a con game. That's what John Henry Clark said about y'all using him as a national hero. John Henry Clark said, y'all Jamaicans need to stop because y'all didn't support him when he was out. Y'all didn't rock with him and his movement failed in Jamaica. So y'all need to stop conning.
Movement don't fail in Jamaica. All Rastas support Marcus Garvey until this day.
Wait, no, you support getting over here under us to this day. That's what you do. You over here with us, and that's okay. You're welcome.
No, I mean, you're welcome to Jamaica, man. You say you like the jerk chicken, man. What you eat the jerk chicken? Bammy? Eat some bammy with the jerk chicken?
Yeah.
Jerk chicken bammy?
But yeah, you bammied your ass on an inner tube and stayed over here. That's different, all right? When I go to a Jamaican restaurant, I leave. You come over here and stay. So it's different. All right?
No, man, I'm helping out my black brothers.
How you helping us, sir? How you helping us?
Making sure that the number is higher. So the
numbers are higher. Not when y'all form your own little immigrant coalitions. Y'all got all types of little Jamaican organizations where you look out for yourselves over here. If you don't stop, yeah, man. Yes, you do.
Which Jamaican you see do that?
Oh, y'all do that all the time. Y'all got y'all little Jamaican American organizations out there in New York. All these little Caribbean organizations down in Georgia. They got like the Georgia Haitian coalition down there. They got like some little organization for Haitian Georgians.
You see the Jamaican, the Haitians, they always link with the Black Americans somehow. To
get something from us.
To get why you think it's something like that? Why you think there's string attached to everything?
Yeah, it kind of is, sir. Huh?
Why you think that? So we don't have nothing?
Do you? You tell me what you got. What you got? You tell me.
I never said me. I'm just saying, like, why you just generalize Jamaicans saying we trying to get something when we link with Black Americans?
All right, 9. Thank you so much. All right, that's 9, ladies and gentlemen. All right, that's 9. That's 9.
Yeah.
That's 9. All right. Okay. Now you. All right. Okay. You just got boring. You're just asking dumbass circular questions over and over. You just sound deflated. You just throwing crap on the wall. What do you like jerk chicken? You like the Bammy Mon? You're just saying anything. You're just throwing crap on the wall. Yeah. Now I just got very bored for bringing up some damn Garvey. Yeah, no, you didn't contribute to hip hop. I'm sorry. Toasting and sound selector, get the hell out of here. No, we had DJs over here, sir. We didn't get that. We didn't get no sound system from. We broke all this down in microphone check. We debunked all of that sound system shit. We had sound systems over here. Them dudes in Brooklyn had systems going back to the damn 60s.
Okay, when Marcus Garvey went back to Jamaica, he got pelted with stones. He didn't get pelted with stones here. He may have been set up by the FBI and both Caribbean and some black sellout elites, but Marcus Garvey never got stoned by the black masses in the United States.
So what about A. Philip Randolph and Garvey Must Go, and they working with the FBI to get Garvey arrested? What about that?
I said, folks, the sellouts did that.
Now it's so.
Wait.
It's so.
How does that dismiss what I said? Garvey had to come to America
because
for his dream to work. He needed to do it here. He could not do it in Jamaica. He couldn't do it in Panama. He couldn't do it, and he couldn't even do it in England, sir.
You just said one of your prominent leaders who was pivotal in the civil rights
I never mentioned A. Philip Randolph. You brought him up. You brought A. Philip Randolph up. And you can add Du Bois too. And Du Bois is a Pan-Africanist who helped go after Garvey. But that's a whole nother discussion.
But you said like Black Americans been kumbaya and they've been so welcoming to
absolutely.
People. And I just want, hold on, you keep. Let me make my point. Let me make.
Shower Posse, no. If we did what the Shower Posse did in America, Jamaicans would be killing black folks all over this country.
Okay.
Because you called me pseudo.
Yeah, you are pseudo.
You lied and said I said African leadership is undermining us here.
So can you reiterate your point? Can you reiterate?
You lied. You said I said something I didn't say and then attacked me for it. I talked about people undermining themselves where they come from. The same way you had folks Manley and what's his name, the other Siaga, fighting each other in Jamaica. Okay, where people fought and put the groups against each other instead of coming together. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so why did you spoke for 5 minutes? Let me at least respond and say something.
But I didn't accuse you. So when you create oh my God, yes, this would happen to me if I was in the Caribbean meeting and I spoke out of place and accused someone. I would be as a Yankee, I would be shouted down and hooted down. So the very fact that we have a thing to discuss amongst ourselves.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that? Can you prove a Black American went to Jamaica and was shouted out? But you just made a point and said,
I do that here. Look, you can't deny it. The people are very, very, very tight and insular. They have a right to be. We know this. And the fact that you're there saying something, trying to make it out that I lied on folks, that's the standard thing. You just did a tether move. You're not a Pan-Africanist. If there was true reciprocity, you would understand exactly what I said, but you don't wish to. You want this unilateral Pan-Africanism where we have to back everybody else and no one backs us.
What, what you
that's what
mean
we're
nobody?
saying
What
no
you
to.
mean? What do you mean nobody
That's
backs
what we
us?
mean when we talk about these reparations committees and other
Okay,
people from other
The African Union is back
and when the people
is
come out and
dedicated
speak out against Black
2025.
History Month, when you have that Jamaican lieutenant governor who says that we need to forget about slavery and we don't need reparations, you do not have Black Americans holding office in any place in the world outside of the United States, speaking out against the betterment of another group of Black people. It just doesn't happen, sir.
So what? So what about
You're not going to be able to
What
push
about
that.
Frederick Douglass calling African savages and basically criticizing Martin Delany for want to go the Back to Africa movement and calling African savages and uncivilized?
Well, what
What
about
about that?
Jamaicans denying their African heritage? What about Jamaicans saying Jamaica and running around calling
how could
themselves Indian
Jamaicans
and denying their
oh my
connection
yo
to
Tariq,
Africa?
can we this
No, sir. So you're
you
going to
keep
pick
cutting me
one
off and we
person.
can't have a
One,
conversation.
no,
Are
we
you a
can't
doc?
because it's not up
I
for
know you're not a
debate,
real
sir.
doctor or scholar. You're a
It doesn't
pseudo.
matter. And you're
To
not a
even say
Pan-Africanist. You are
I
a
hear you.
typical tether.
You're up here
And you're here to
spewing
try to change
conspiracy
something. So
theory.
it doesn't make a difference. Sir, you can sit down as far as I'm concerned because you can't debate me. You'll cherry pick a person here or there and ignore the fact that tribalism and this
You
stuff
made an
goes on.
absolute you the one that made an absolute claim. Now
I did.
I'm
I
poking
stand.
okay. Okay,
Tribalism and
now I'm poking the
ethnocentrism
hole.
exist throughout the diaspora. And when people come to America, they bring their culture with them. It is not a unifying culture. It is a schismatic culture. It's schismatic in England. It's schismatic in Canada. One of the few places where people can come together transnationally is here. And when people are welcome, they often abuse those that welcome them. This is a fact. This is why delineation is necessary, whether you like it or not.
Revenue?
Yeah, so he spewed a lot of stuff that was just untrue. And the minute I pointed out how A. Philip Randolph was working with the FBI on a Garvey Must Go campaign, and that's how Marcus Garvey got arrested, he said so. Then I pointed out how Frederick Douglass was totally against Martin Delany, and that's one of the key reasons why they split, because Frederick Douglass was calling African savages, saying Africa is uncivilized. I'd rather be here in America and work it out with the white man. And so when you say
but listen, hold on, because here's the thing. Frederick Douglass was correct to not go for that scheme that the American Colonization Society wanted to put together to send folks to Africa.
So slavery was better than a sovereign nation, according to you.
No, sovereign. It wasn't sovereign. That shit was a finesse by the.
So who are the founders of Liberia? Is Black Americans?
No. It was the American Colonization Society. They put that shit together.
Yeah, off the backs of Paul Cuffey, because Paul Cuffey and Martin Delany was already in that region, Liberia region, looking for a homeland for Black Americans and the diaspora.
We're over here saying we're in our homeland. That's why most of us were not with that bullshit. There's a reason.
So now you don't adhere.
You're not gonna talk over me. That's why people like William Nesbitt went over there, saw what was going down, and said, "Oh hell no, this ain't us." And he came back here and got with Octavius Cato and other brothers and sisters and started to fight for the 14th Amendment. They said, "Oh, this is a finesse they got going on," and they weren't going for it. You ain't gonna talk over me. And Frederick Douglass knew the finesse too. He was like, "We ain't going to no damn Africa. This is our homeland right here. We done built this joint. We ain't gonna let them send us to no foreign land." So yeah, they were correct into calling out that damn finesse, because that ain't us, right, Revenue?
No, so according to you, Black people should have been enslaved in America rather than set up their own homeland, be under the yoke of the white man foot.
When they were colonized over there, they were
while being non-citizens and stateless, even if they was free.
They were.
You think that was a better decision than setting up their.
According to William Nesbitt, he wrote, when he went over there and wrote a book And he said, hell, the slave quarters is better than this. That's what he said. He said they're up there eating bush meat, eating raw food, just living real janky. They're like, hell, we might as well stay at the crib. We're doing better at the crib than this. So yeah, it was better than that because you got colonized and your mind was colonized and you had retrogressed over there. So it wasn't popping. We weren't going for that damn finesse. And that was a big old slave colony. Basically, when you colonize somebody, that's slavery, sir.
How is it a slave colony?
Because they colonized the people all over Africa. Africa was basically pretty much
Liberia has never been colonized.
The whole definition of Liberia it was underwritten by the white supremacists.
So
it was
you got to prove
finesse from day one. Even Charles Taylor, those people, they were connected to the CIA, all of those people. So it's been a damn finesse. Let me get Brother Daniel in here. Brother Daniel.
Yeah, how's it going, Flex?
Hey, what's up, Brother Dan? I got revenue here, Pan-African splaining, but go ahead, brother.
It's really funny. However harsh Frederick Douglass' words were, the man died in 1895 or something like that. And to this day, people would rather be over here than where they say they love the most. I mean, Revenue himself. I mean, are you in the United States right now, Revenue?
Oh, man. All right, let me see. Is this Tethernew? What's Tethernew doing in here?
What's up, Tariq?
What's up, Tethernew?
Yeah, somebody sent me a live. And they say, yo, Tariq is talking crazy about Marcus Garvey. I said, nah, Tariq can't be talking crazy about Marcus Garvey. They're like,
why wouldn't I be?
He's saying that Marcus Garvey's a failure. He's a fed and all this crazy.
I didn't say he was a fed. I said he was a fat tether. I didn't say he was a fed. See, your fellow tethers be lying. I said he was a fat, failed tether.
Okay, what made Marcus Garvey a failure?
What did he achieve?
Well, he had over 12 businesses. He had a hotel, trucking company, doll factory, a host of other things.
Stop the cap.
I'm like, Marcus Garvey did more for Black Americans than Tariq ever did.
Not really. No.
Okay, so give me the hotel that you own, Tariq. Give me the companies that you own. Give me anything. Are you employing Black Americans?
Yes.
Marcus Garvey employed 80% of his employers was Black Americans.
No, they were Caribbean, and those Caribbeans.
Well, I can pull up the source right now.
Yeah, I can pull up the source too. Most of those people were Caribbean that he employed. He employed
no, it was
fellow
80%.
Caribbeans. And also the people who put him on were foundational Black Americans. He was emulating what we were doing in Tuskegee. He was emulating the Tuskegee model, sir. He didn't do anything that we weren't already doing.
Okay, Hubert Harrison was A. Philip Randolph mentor. J.A. Rogers was John Henry Clark
and
mentor.
I love J.A. Rogers, by the way. J.A. Rogers is the truth. He's Jamaican. He's the truth.
Okay, so we some of our people is your leaders mentors. They called Hubert Harrison the Black Socrates. They called him the leader of radical Black Harlem Renaissance.
How come Garvey failed in Jamaica then?
He failed in Jamaica and he did more for Black Americans than you ever did.
No, he didn't.
Okay, give me the factories you own.
What did he do for Black Americans? What did he do for us?
I'm asking you, give me the factories or the hotel you own.
Sir, I own a production company with the biggest Black History documentary series in the world, sir. That's taught in universities around the world. Sir, now, my films are taught in universities all around the world, sir. I have more influence than Garvey. Yes, I do.
No, you don't, Tariq.
Yes, I do. Garvey was a failed tether who died in squalor in Britain. He had to flee to Britain and died in squalor.
Okay, give me the leaders you influenced, Tariq.
Everybody who really?
Yeah, give me some leaders. I'm not talking about TikTokers and YouTubers.
Colin Kaepernick, Nipsey Hussle, many people.
Nipsey Hussle, he never talked about.
Well, who?
Nipsey Hussle never talked about you. Colin Kaepernick never.
Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your damn mind? Nipsey tweeted about me and talked about me all the time, sir. What are you talking about? Nipsey was always talking about how he was influenced by me. Are you insane? Go look up some of Nipsey's tweets, sir.
Okay, let's do one for one.
No,
Marcus,
no. Go
let's do one for one.
Go look up some of Nipsey's tweets, sir. Don't just
let's
say stuff. You're just throwing stuff out there.
Okay, let's compare you to Marcus Garvey. Let's compare your business to Marcus Garvey. Right. Let's compare who Marcus Garvey influenced versus you. He influenced Malcolm X. He influenced
Malcolm X was influenced by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He was influenced by Elijah Muhammad. All right?
Influenced Elijah Muhammad. He influenced John Henry Clark. He influenced all your...
But the thing is,
who did you influence?
Elijah Muhammad wasn't a Pan-African. Elijah Muhammad, no. How you gonna say he influenced Elijah Muhammad? Elijah Muhammad was anti-Pan-African, sir.
You don't have to be a Pan-African.
Oh, no. If you influence somebody and you're a Pan-African, then the people you influence should be Pan-African. Marcus Garvey was Pan-African. That was his whole thing. Elijah Muhammad.
Kaepernick ain't no FBA.
Colin Kaepernick is FBA.
When did he say he had FBA, Tariq?
He don't have to say it. It's not a group, sir. He's born into the lineage.
So why are you trying to superimpose your ideology on everything?
There is no ideology, sir.
Shut up! Yes, it is.
We're talking about a lineage. No, it ain't, sir.
Okay, give me the progenitor.
No.
You said it's a lineage.
No. There's no ideology.
Okay, so lineage.
What's the ideology? Who said there's an ideology?
Well, you the one that coined it. You
just because you coin a lineage or give a proper name to a lineage, that doesn't mean there's an ideology. What's the ideology that somebody said?
Okay, you said it's a lineage. Now give me the
ideology. No, you said there's an ideology. If I coined it and there's an ideology, when did I say there was an ideology?
You said it's a code. You said it's a code. It's an ideology. No.
You're talking in circles. You're not making sense, Reverend.
You said it's a code.
Ideology? What's the ideology that I said?
Be anti-Pan-African, be anti...
No. I ain't never said that.
Democratic Party.
That's called being a lying tether. I ain't never said that. So yeah, you prove you're a pathological liar, sir, right?
Why you call people
you are proving you are proving you're a pathological lying tether. That's why we delineate. You have proved why delineation is important and why you tethers fail, and people like me are more successful than Garvey and you. See how that works?
You can never walk in Garvey's shoes.
Because he got flip-flops with his fat ass. I would never walk in a musty tethers, failed flip-flops. Garvey was a failure. He failed. He was a failed fat tether. If he was so successful, why did he have to go to Britain and die in squalor if he was so successful?
Okay, let's compare what you did.
No. Why did he fail and die in squalor?
You gonna let me explain, or you gonna keep?
No, because don't keep changing the subject and lying like a tether.
I'm not changing anything. I want to still man the conversation.
Why did he fail and die in squalor?
I'll explain. Edgar Hoover.
Go ahead.
Edgar Hoover and A. Philip Randolph, the snitch that went to the feds, got the feds on Marcus Garvey. You like to talk about feds and people off.
Right. A lot of people had feds on them. Everybody had feds on them. But they were still successful. They could still be successful though. Yeah, the feds own every damn body. He was fucking up. He went to court and tried to represent himself, doing all that plebiscite babbling. He didn't have nothing going on him. He didn't touch Africa, never went to Africa talking all that Pan-African shit, never touched Africa.
I am the original
raggedy ass Timu ships that didn't work. He didn't have nothing going on over there. Didn't have nothing going on in Jamaica, sir. He failed, sir.
You gonna let me talk to you?
Yeah, but you're not gonna sit here lying.
You go, okay.
You're not gonna lie, sir. Your idol was a fat failure.
Well, you're a failure. You're not doing nothing for Black America.
I'm doing more than you and your failed tether. That's why y'all whine about me all the time. That's how successful I am. Y'all hate up. Y'all whine about me. You stay in rooms whining about me. That's my proof of my success. You whine about me all the time. I'm your God. You whine about me all the time. Them big bug eyes stay crying about me. Them big bug ass eyes you got in that damn peppercorn stay whining about me, sir. That's all. You gonna let me respond? You have sleep paralysis with me floating over you.
You crash it out.
No.
It out. Let me respond.
No. Your hairline crashing, sir. I'm your God, sir. That's why you whine about me all the time.
Can I respond?
You're jealous of my success, sir. But go ahead, Tether.
Okay, so after Marcus Garvey set up deals in Liberia, the American government put pressure on Liberia and said, you better, yes, Marcus, the UNIA landed in Liberia, and the European powers in America put pressure on Liberia not to do business with the UNIA, and that's how Firestone got into Liberia.
Okay,
You
stop.
should know this.
You're reading. You're reading something. Okay, sir, you're reading and explaining. You're reading and explaining. You're reading and explaining.
I'm in Pan-African knowledge.
Okay, you're
You
reading
should
and
know this.
explaining. You're a failure. And by the way, let me show you something. Let me show you my influence, because you saying like Nipsey. Let me show you some of Nipsey's tweets.
You got no influence, Tariq.
Hold on. Let me show you some of my good brother Nipsey's tweets. Hold on. This is hold on.
Who is Nipsey Hussle to Malcolm X?
Okay, hold on, no. You said Nipsey don't talk about. Did you said Nipsey don't talk about me? I wanted to show
a gang member to people.
Okay, get out of here. Now you changing the subject. Okay, all right, yeah, I'm about to bring some receipts. Okay, I was about to bring some receipts. I was about to show all the tweets Nipsey shouting me out. Now you switching up. I was about to show some receipts. Okay, this is Nipsey's Instagram. Hold on. Where Nipsey is watching me on video while he's doing a business deal. That's Nipsey. And he put up the caption, I predict explosive growth on all fronts. That's Nipsey's Instagram, where he's watching a video of me. That's me on video he's watching. I mean, I can pull up. I mean, Nipsey would tweet about me and tweet to me all the time. He's retweeting me. That's him. Nipsey would tweet me all the damn time. This is Nipsey shouting me out. Nipsey just watched an incredible film. Big respect to Tariq and his team for this one. Nipsey shouted me out all the goddamn time. Shut the fuck up, nigga. The hell you shut up. Shut up! The hell you talking about? Do you know the people I've influenced? Prince was influenced by my movies. Prince would tell people to watch my films. Dude, I got a gazillion tweets from Nipsey and text messages. Nipsey shouting me out all the time. Nipsey always said how I influenced him. The hell you mean? Please, I love TikTok Shop, by the way. Dude, the artist Prince. Janelle Monáe, I should pull up that tweet from Janelle Monáe. She said that Prince would make everybody watch Hidden Colors. And when they did a tour of his estate, when he passed, he had all the Hidden Colors movies on his desk. The hell are you talking about? What? Do you know the people I've influenced? Dude. Come on. Hell. Do you really know? The movie Sinners. That was one of the biggest movies in the last damn few years. Our good brother Ryan Coogler was influenced by the Foundational Black American Delineation Movement. That movie was centered around foundational Black American culture. His words, not mine. Michael B. Jordan. They follow me. Obama used to follow me. Y'all remember that, right? Obama used to follow me until I started going in on his tether ass. He used to follow me. Yeah, Obama followed. Yeah, did y'all remember that? Obama followed me on Twitter. I started going in on him. He unfollowed me. Yeah. No, that was his thing. Do you know all the people that I've influenced? Come on. Man. Come on now. Shit. ABC News. Dude, I've influenced whole continents where whole continents had to ban me. Yeah, I'm banned from Britain because of my influence. You don't ban people who ain't influential. A whole continent banned my ass. You don't ban people who don't have influence. Come on. Let's be real. Dude, I've influenced a lot of people. Yeah, these tethers know this. ASAP Rocky shouts me out all the time. That's my guy. ASAP. That's my dude. He's influenced by me. He said it. He did an interview, I think, with Questlove shouting me out. Come on now. I just don't brag about that type of shit. I don't really brag about it. Well, man. Come on now. Let's be real. I've influenced a lot of people by standing on business.
Real work for you. Nah.
A bunch of figures, some in the out.
Well. We have revenue. Revenue.
What's going on, Ron?
Man, so you called in Tariq lying about Garvey again, huh?
What exactly did I lie about?
All right. Well, for one, see what you do a lot that don't work over here, that works other places. You know that. You lie, you crash out, you either leave or get kicked off, and then you come back on with a new starting point, right? You don't resume what you talked about before. Remember you said, so before I get into that, because you said Garvey had these businesses over there in America.
Right, 12,
right.
over 12 businesses, employed over 1,000 Black Americans.
All right. So did you research those businesses, by the way?
Yeah, the dog company, the trucking company, the
so
hotel
now, how did he
owned.
Okay, so what money did he use to invest in those businesses? What money?
Fundraising, the same way Tariq have GoFundMe.
No. He sold stocks, right?
That's not a
GoFundMe.
That was for the ships.
Excuse me. The money, largely all the money he got was for the ships, right? The stock sales. Okay, let me frame it this way. Most of his money came from the stock sales. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Damn, bro. This is a bad day for you. Okay, so before we do that, you said Black was the ethnicity of Jamaica, right?
The same way you're claiming that your people could self-identify without without the government, like you like to say.
Mm-hmm.
Since we can't use government records in this conversation, right?
Of course we can.
Well, because there's no such thing as Black American as an ethnic group in America. That you can't find one census with that. You can't find that on no government documents that Black American is.
Stop the cap. Before we deal with Black,
unless you could prove it, I will bow out and say, you know what, you're right, bro.
Don't worry. So before we do that, we're talking about Jamaica, though. See how you shifted back to America?
Yeah. People self-identify as Black Jamaican in Jamaica.
Okay, and
stop the cap.
All right. So where'd you get that from?
I could pull it out. I could give you the source.
Okay, cool. All right. So I got something for you. Okay, share my screen.
Because it's just not only one people in Jamaica. There's multiple different ethnic groups. You got Syrians,
right? Chinese people, East Indian, right?
Yeah. So
when we talk, excuse me. No, there's no Black people. They're Jamaicans. But can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, I already know this, right? So, but this is in the chat. Don't know what I know, and whatever you know, they don't know what you know. So some people don't really know who's right or wrong. So I like to go to a tiebreaker. So I put our entire exchange in the AI, and not just this one, Gemini and another one. Short answer, no. Historically, Jamaica did not traditionally use Black as its primary ethnic identity in the same way modern American uses take, small Black Americans. Historically in Jamaica, which I kept saying to you, they use their nationality, Jamaican, then their ethnic ancestry, either African descendant, look at this, Afro-Jamaican. So as I told you, their ethnicity, they borrow, they use their Jamaican for their ethnicity and nationality, just like the Haitians, right? Just like French people, not just also everybody but Africa uses their nationality as their ethnicity. Africa got tribes, they do it a little differently. Okay, but hold on. Jamaica, so Black was, what I said, Black was primarily a racial color descriptor. You know what that's called? That's called a exonym. And guess who provide exonyms? Is that the people themselves or their a colonizer? Who provide the exonyms?
The
Well, it tells you right here.
colonizer.
Right. So that's not us. So a colonial classification, or later a political, later, that's way after 1960. It was not originally a unique ethnonym the way many Black Americans use Black today. We use Black differently. So when he says Black, well, hold on, wait, respond to the research, because you a guy that so you gonna pull up, and you gonna pull yours up too. Share your screen. So when he says Black is an ethnic group in Jamaica, that is mostly a modern reinterpretation. I told you you're being anachronistic, or a political social shorthand, not the traditional historical structure of Jamaican, not Black, Jamaican identity. Now, what Jamaican historically used? Watch how Black's not here. During British colonial rule, Jamaica used categories like Negro, colored, African, Creole, mulatto, maroon, East Indian, white Chinese, Syrian, Lebanese. Everything you said. Those were the historical population labels. Watch this. You don't see Black functioning as an ethnic nationality. The question I asked you the other day was, is Black performed like an ethnicity in Jamaica? You said yes. You don't see Black functioning as a distinct ethnic nationality category in the 1700s, 1800s, or early 1900s Jamaican framework. That's important. Why? Was Black used in Jamaica? Yes, but mostly as a racial color term. That means the whitey man gave it to you. You didn't give it to yourself. And when the whitey man gave it to you, the whitey man defined it. So it came with a definition, something you guys can come up with. It says the Black population, Black masses, Black workers. This was common across the British Empire, but that does not automatically mean Black a formal ethnicity. See, the problem with you is you read stuff and you cannot comprehend what you're reading, and you don't even know how to research properly. You will be called headline readers or bias readers. You look for something and you twist it, turn it, say, I got it. And then you come to a panel like mine, who's a real researcher, and get cooked. It says that's where your opponent is collapsing categories, my guy. The big confusion is race, ethnicity versus nationality. Your opponent is mixing all three. In Jamaica, nationality, Jamaican, ethnic subgroups, everything but Black here. Ethnic subgroups. I said you guys are not Black ethnically. You're ethnically Jamaican, like this right here, Afro-Jamaican. Racial descriptors. So this is what you called yourselves, all this stuff right here. This is what the whitey man called you. Black, white, brown, mixed. And watch this. Those are different concepts, but you're trying to act like they're together. Did Jamaica have a Black census record? So I even threw that in for you to save you. Yes, but yes. So your research, my guy, context matters. Colonial and post-colonial censuses often use Black, white, mixed, East Indian, etc. That's your colonizer, my guy. But that was usually race, color, or broad population classification, not a distinct ethnos in the modern sociological sense. Okay, that's similar to South Africa using Black, white, color, Indian. We know they're not that. They are Zulu, Zimbabwean. They are different things. Their ethnic group isn't Black. The ethnic group is Zimbabwean, Zulu, whatever else over there. And they ain't Black, white. That's what white people make up. Those are racialized administrative categories, my guy. That does not mean Black historically function as a singular ethnic people with one culture and lineage like we do. So your main point about Black Americans, where your point has historical weight in the United States, especially after the Harlem Renaissance, civil rights, Black power movement, and the rejection of Negro, many Black Americans transformed Black into a Black Americans did this. Transformed Black because this had a historical negative definition, connotation to it. We, Black Americans, transformed Black into a positive identity, political identity, cultural identity, and eventually an ethno-cultural identifier. That's called ethnicity. That's called being Black ethnically. Okay, so this shift became especially prominent in the late 1960s early 1970s. That is historically true. My guy, you don't know how to research. When you read something, you try to present it to Tariq or FBA Gatekeeper, and you omit the context on purpose. You're not ready. He's quiet trying to research some stuff. So all right, I'll keep
No,
going.
I'm waiting. Can I respond?
Okay.
I
So
didn't
was
interrupt you. I didn't say
Jamaica?
anything.
Got it. So
You
was
were speaking
Jamaica
for 10
using black?
minutes.
So was Jamaica? Yeah, I'm reading for 10 minutes. When you're reading, now I'm not speaking. I'm reading. Speaking is like going around and babbling. I'm reading. So was Jamaica using black as an ethnicity before Black Americans? Not really in the modern sense your opponent is implying. Talking about you. Jamaicans absolutely use the word black, but usually racially, socially, politically, or descriptively, not as an ethnic nation is black. Historically, they identify more through nationality, like I said, Jamaican, African ancestry, class, parish, region. Okay, let me see if there's anything else. Or African Jamaican. All right. Now, go ahead. So you agree with that, or that's wrong?
I slightly agree. Now let me respond now.
Okay, sure.
Okay. I'm glad you pulled up government records because now I could present my case now. The first ethnonym in American history is African. People identify themselves as African from the early 1700s to the mid 19th century, and then after the Back to Africa movement with Liberia with the ACS, people adopted Negro, and that was the standalone ethnic group, ethnic identifier in America until Stokely Carmichael. Prior to Stokely Carmichael, people rejected Black in America. Nobody, the majority of people in America who was African American rejected the term Black. From A. Philip Randolph, who you call your, your teacher or whatever, he rejected Black. Bayard Rustin, all the civil rights leaders, they rejected Black. It was Stokely Carmichael who shifted the term Black in America as a positive term. He is as a positive term. And historically speaking, there is no ethnic group called Black American in America.
Hey, share your screen.
Black American has always been
You want to share your
a
screen?
racial category. I can share my screen and show you.
Can you share your screen like I did? I was open. I
Okay.
gave you from Chat GPT. I can even go up to the question. Yeah, because we know you.
Give me a second.
Yeah. We want to see this.
Give
Look
me
like you
a
read it from
second.
jokes.com.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. Can you see my screen? Is Black American a racial category and African American an ethnic group? Yes, Black American is primarily considered a racial category, while African American refers to a specific ethnic group. Black American, this is a broad racial classification.
Wait, go back up. Go back up. So I want to point something out, family. Bruh. Look at how he's ambiguous and vague. Is Black American a racial category? We know that. That's why we're delineating. We're rejecting that. Then it says an African American, an ethnic group.
Yeah.
Okay.
AI could have just said I'm wrong.
No, but it is. That's right. Nobody.
How? It just said yes.
I said that's right. That's how our government went behind our back and did that. But anyway, continue.
Okay, so you
I'll cook you.
pulled up government records in
No,
Jamaica.
no,
I'm
I
pulling
pulled
up the
up. That
government
wasn't
records
government records,
in
my guy.
America.
That wasn't government records. That was the research.
You showed Afro-Jamaican, Asians, and other groups
That's
on government
that's not
records.
government records. That's how they recall. That's how they recall themselves then and now. But anyway, go ahead. Finish up.
Yeah. Black American is primarily considered a racial category, while African American refers to a specific ethnic group. Understanding the difference, Black American race, this is a broad racial classification that refers to people who identify with or have origin in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. You said there's no Black people in Africa. I disagree with you because it is a racial
It's saying racially, my
category.
guy. Race. I said there's no ethnic Black people in Africa. You
Okay.
can't get that. God, oh my God.
Okay, cool. Pardon me. It includes not only African Americans who you are, but also Black immigrants from the Caribbean, Africa, and Latin America. African American ethnicity. This is an ethnic group defined by distinct cultural identity, ancestry, and shared history. Specifically refers to Americans who heritage trace back to the descendant of enslaved Africans in the United States. Uh, all African Americans are Black, but not all Black Americans are African Americans. The Census Bureau often group these terms together for demographic purposes, but sociology, one describes a person's race and the other describes their specific cultural heritage. Now let's ask, why did African American like A. Philip Randolph reject Black and prefer Negro? Negro, and was it
So just to be clear, you said Stokely Carmichael is the reason why Black people no longer rejected Black.
let's ask, I'm asking AI to
Right. So based on what you already presented to us, are you saying Stokely Carmichael is the reason why Black Americans are saying they're Black? So before him, we were saying we're not Black, and it took him to say we're Black. Is that what you read earlier?
yeah, so let's see if AI agree
Okay.
with me. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see. Yes, your assessment on both historical points is correct. Older
What did
civil
you
rights
ask?
leader. Hold on, let me read.
No, I'm saying,
Oh,
what was the
you want
question
to see my
you asked?
question?
Yeah.
Why did African Americans like A. Philip Randolph
Oh,
reject Black and prefer Negro? And was it Stokely Carmichael, the one who turned Black to a positive ethnonym? Yes, your assessment of both historical points is correct. Older civil rights leaders like A. Philip Randolph strongly preferred the term Negro over Black. And it was indeed Stokely Carmichael, later Kwame Ture, who was instrumental in transforming
oh,
Black into a positive,
oh, wait.
empowerment,
Wait, that's not what you
empowering
said.
ethnonym.
Hold on. That's not what you said earlier. Earlier, you said it was Stokely Carmichael. That's why I asked the question so specific. You said it was Stokely Carmichael, not being instrumental. You say he was the sole reason why Black Americans embrace Black as a positive ethnonym. And then I said, hey, bro, is that what you said? You said yes, but the research says something differently. It said he was
What does instrumental
instrumental.
mean?
That means that he played a part.
The
That's not what he
major
said
part.
either.
Let's
Hey,
get the
bro,
major
why don't you
part.
just ask the question flat out?
Let's get
Is he the reason why is he the sole reason, Sola, SOLE, is he the sole reason why Black Americans call themselves Black? And before then they were saying they rejected Black.
let's
Okay,
look
so
up.
just ask you right, because you know you're lying.
Let's
This dude
look
came
up.
into our movement, but he's the
Let's look
sole
up the
reason.
term.
Black was already going around.
Hold on. Let's look up instrumental. Instrumental adjective refer to something that serves as a crucial means, agent, or tool to achieve a specific goal. It can
Right, there you
also
go.
mean a piece of music solely
Mm-hmm.
by instrument without vocal. So
Right, so it ain't the sole.
instrumental,
It
it
ain't
means
the so. Hey, bro, You made a hardcore claim. You made an absolute claim. We heard you.
Yeah,
You
so
said
he's
he was
crucial.
the sole, bro. You said he was the absolute sole reason why Black Americans started to say they were black in a positive sense. You said that. Now, what I want you to do is
Damn,
not
Ron,
out.
I didn't interrupt you for your 10 minutes,
Yeah,
bro.
no, bro, I didn't lie or anything. I didn't misrepresent a question.
You
I
did.
asked you,
I didn't push
bro.
back
You
on
just
anything.
did. You just
Can
said
I just land my point?
Yeah, but hold on. But you can't be deceptive though, my guy.
Oh
You
man.
said one thing, your research says something differently. You got to acknowledge that. So I pointed that out.
Okay.
Say what you said. So now, can you go back and make your argument and then make sure? So restate your argument and make
Okay.
sure the
Okay. Let me
research
rephrase.
aligns up with it.
Let me rephrase it so I could just
Yeah,
finish.
rephrase it, liar. Go
Stokely
ahead.
called my, and I'm agreeing with AI. Your assessment on both historical points is correct. Older civil rights leaders like A. Philip Randolph, your so-called master teacher, strongly preferred the term Negro over Black. It was indeed Stokely Carmichael, later Kwame Ture, who was instrumental in transforming Black into a positive empowerment ethnonym in the mid-1960s. The historical and social reason for this generation shifts center on identity, respectively, and political power. Why A. Philip Randolph and older generation preferred Negro? For leaders of the old guard civil rights leader establishment, including A. Philip Randolph, Roy Wilkins, and initially Martin Luther King, the preference for Negro was rooted in a hard fought battle for dignity and recognition. So this was a hard fought battle that they wanted. They wanted Negro. The fight for the capital end in the late 19th century and early 20th centuries, white society used Negro with a lowercase n alongside overt racial slurs. Activists like W.E. Du Bois led a decade-long campaign to mandate the capitalization of Negro. So people was fighting for Negro to be the ethnic group in America. They was
People, wait,
fighting.
hey, bro, you just wait. Hold on. You just said people. Now, what was Negro the race or ethnicity at that time?
Uh I think if I'm not 100% sure. I think it
Okay,
functioned
see,
as an
so
ethnic group.
hey, bro, yeah, but so did, and I you heard that family. It functioned as an ethnic group. And so did black.
Can I?
Black
Can I?
function. Hold on, wait. I'm trying to teach you how to do this, my guy. In your research, a real researcher, an honest researcher, wouldn't have gave out names. It would have said it would have let AI. Okay, you tried to guide AI. You said Stokely Carmichael. You said A. Philip Randolph. A
He could have.
real
The AI
honest,
could have
thorough.
just said I'm incorrect, bro.
Hey, bro, no. Listen, what I'm saying. You guided it. A real honest researcher will let AI provide the name. So now you would have typed in there, which I'm gonna do for you. What you should have did was, hey, during the civil rights movement, Black Americans rejected Black and chose Negro. Yes or no? Who were the people instrumental, or what were the instrumental reasons why Black people eventually chose Black over Negro? That you leave it broad and vague like that, and you
It's
let
getting there.
hey, bro, no, listen, I'm saying from that's how I research. When I research, I don't guide it. I just ask the questions, and then it reveals the names.
Oh, Ron, can I?
Okay, but
Can I
anyway,
just? Can I
yeah,
just land?
go ahead. Don't worry, I'm in the background chefing something up. You did good.
Yeah. Led to a decade-long campaign to mandate the capitalization of Negro in newspaper literature to signify that they was distinct, respectable people group with a rich history, not a subordinate caste. To Randolph, Negro represent a earned, dignified identity. So your spiritual, well, I'm not gonna call him your master teacher, seen Negro represented as a earned, dignified identity. He said we earned that. The new Negro movement. Randolph was a leader of the new Negro movement of the 1920s, which rejected submissive post-slavery old Negro image in favor of an educated, politically active, and self-defending individual. Negative association with Black for generations. For generations. The word Black carried deeply negative connotation. It was used by white supremacist as a weaponizing descriptor and was often associated within both white and black communities with darkness, evil, uneducated status, or pure skin tone hierarchy, colorism. Randolph generation viewed black as a step backwards into pejorative labeling, the goal of integration. Randolph political framework was heavily focused on integration, labor unions, and coalition building with white liberals. So your man A. Philip Randolph, he's seen Negro as something he earned, and he was trying to build with white liberals. He feared that you listening? Hold on, let me go back. Damn, I just he feared he feared shifting towards black, which became heavily tied to racial separatism, would alienate white allies and undo legal integration progress. So A. Philip Randolph cared about what white people think what if they labeled themselves black. He thought it was gonna alienate his white allies. How Stokely Carmichael transformed black into a positive ethnonym. In June 1966, during a march in Greenwood, Mississippi, Stokely Carmichael gave his famous speech rallying the crowd around the slogan Black Power. This movement became a watershed event that actively reshaped the language of American identity. You hear that? Reclaiming the term. Carmichael and the younger faction of the Student Nonviolent Coordination Committee, SNCC, argued that Negro was a slave era name imposed by white oppressors. They intentionally chose black as a self-determined, proud identity. Black is beautiful. Carmichael used his platform to counter generations of internet institutionalized racism. He famously told audience, "We have to stop being ashamed of being black, not Negro, not colored, black." By linking the word to strength, natural hair, African heritage, and physical beauty, he helped decouple black from his historical negativity, a shift from integration to self-determination. While Randolph generation fought to integrate into existing American institution, Carmichael Black Power movement advocated for black control, political, cultural, economic institution. The word black became a political banner for the autonomy. Mind you, and Stokely Carmichael is from the Caribbean. So it was a Caribbean named Stokely Carmichael that said, "Hey, the hell with Negro, the hell with A. Philip Randolph and what they wanted to." And that, now let's get down to the summary from AI. Summary of the generation shift. A. Philip Randolph generation preferred Negro, capitalized. Stokely Carmichael generation, black. View of the term, a hard-won symbol of respectability and legal progress. So he thought it was a respectable term. Negro, a radical tool for cultural pride and self definition. Primary goal, integration, civil rights and labor solidarity. Self-determination, systematic overhaul, and black autonomy. By the late 1970s, Carmichael linguistic shift had completely won out Negro. Negro fell out of the common use and black became dominant, prideful ethnonym across the United States. Let's read that again. By the early 1970s, Carmichael linguistic shift had completely won out. Not black, not A. Philip Randolph linguistic shift. Carmichael linguistic shift had completely won out. Negro fell out of common use and black became the dominant prideful ethnonym across the United States. If you would like to explore the history further, whatever. So yeah, we're smart.
Okay, so this guy's terrible. Family, of course, AI knows what you want to argue from. He entered two names, so AI just kept talking about A. Philip Randolph and Stokely Carmichael, and that's why he's reading it. It's saying A. Philip Randolph era. Yeah, you know how old he was compared to Dr. King? Like he was like an elder. Okay. Now he didn't say the Black Civil Rights Movement, like the people at that time, the Malcolm X, the Dr. King. He keep relying on older A. Philip Randolph, who was around during Garvey, right? And he's comparing him to Dr. King and the modern civil rights people. His time was over. Where he argued and stood for in his youth, that was over about time in the 60s. He was an elder now who was less instrumental in the whole movement. Okay, he was more of a mentor. So I mean that's just garbage. But hold on, race. Okay, how is race defined?
You asking me?
Yes, how is race defined?
It's a social. Essentially phenotypes and you could say ancestry and a common landmass.
Okay, got it. What is the difference between an ethnic group and an ethnicity?
Let's look it up.
Well, you got to look it up. We ain't got to look it up over here. You're using words you don't know what they mean, and that's what I'm trying to say, bro. You're incoherent.
An ethnic group is a specific population of people who share a common cultural, linguistic, or ancestral identity, while ethnicity is a state or quality of belonging to that group based on shared cultural heritage.
Oh, okay. So an ethnicity doesn't got to be written down. An ethnicity don't got to be stamped by your government. It exists regardless of somebody saying it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So ethnicity is just practices. It's shared practices within that ethnic group. So black in the 1960s were the ethnicity of black people that the ethnic group embraced. They embrace black as their ethnonym. You don't need somebody to stamp that or write it down for you on a census. That is a real thing. So ethnicities exist whether somebody agree or disagree. You don't know that. Now, the American government later on, sometime later, had wrote down African American about like 2000, some year 2000. So, brother, here's the question for you. So, before African American was black people ethnicity, what was our ethnicity? I'm talking about stamped by the government. What was our government ethnicity before African American?
Negro American.
Who gave us Negro American, my guy?
Well, that's what. They Philip Randolph in them. They fought for
No. Hey, bro, that's an excellent.
I just literally read it.
Hey, bro, listen, it's okay if you don't understand. I got you. And that's what I'm trying to say, Revenue. When you come to my space, you sound a little differently than from other folks' spaces. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, Ron, I didn't just read that A. Philip Randolph and the Civil Rights League because it included Martin Luther King. I don't know why you trying to gloss over that.
Okay, so you're trying to tell me Negro was the ethnicity?
That's what they fought for. The capital N.
But I'm asking you. Okay, based on what you read, do you believe before African American, Negro was our ethnicity?
Well, according to
bro, I'm just asking. I know you read some stuff off. I want to understand what you understand based upon what you read. So our ethnicity before African American was just Negro, right?
It was Negro American in the 1960s. They fought. Hold on. It was in the 1960s.
You're reading it, bro. Listen. There's something in grade school where they say, put it in your own words. They want to know if you can comprehend it. So they'll say,
I'm telling you.
No, bro, you're reading it back.
You asked me.
Revenue, hold on. Revenue, you're reading it back to me. You're not putting your own words because you're not showing you understand. No problem.
I'm not reading. I'm coming off the head. Pause.
Okay, no problem. Do you know, right, but you didn't. Okay. Do you know, now listen. I'm going to share something with you, bro. When we have exchanges, right? And I'm going to show our last exchange when you lied and said black was an ethnic Jamaicans were black ethnically in Jamaica. So what happens is not only did it show that you were wrong, it graded our exchange. So I'm gonna show you what grade you got and what grade I got from that whole entire exchange. And we're gonna look. And after this conversation, we're gonna do it again. I guarantee I'm gonna have a 9 or a 10. You're gonna have a 3 because and it's gonna explain why. It's explaining your shortcomings. It's saying you can't comprehend the data you're reading. Okay. So, but hold on. Before you go. So Negro. Are you? Do you know who Walter Plecker is?
The dude from Virginia. I don't know much about him.
Oh
I just know
yeah, brother. You should want to. You should want to know. Okay, so if Negro was our ethnicity, can you just throw anybody into somebody's ethnicity, or they got to be born into it in part of that historical group?
Well, people could be thrown into it because an ethnic group. Hold on, let me explain. An ethnic group is mainly based on cultural and shared ancestry.
Yeah,
so
but
people like hold on. So people
hold on.
like
Wait. Hey, no. Hold on. No, because white people do they not borrow a lot of Black Americans' shared experiences, our shared expressions, but they're never thrown in our ethnic group.
But they don't have shared ancestry.
Right. Okay. Right. So now, so it's a collective of things that you got to check the box to all of that. So you can't. So now, if you don't have the ancestry, and you're coming from Jamaica or France or Brazilian, but you adopt our hip hop, or rap, you adopt our soul food. That don't make you part of our ethnicity. That's my point. Now,
can I ask you a question then?
Wait. Before you do that, I'm about to land something hard on you. Okay. Negro, are you familiar with paper genocide?
A little bit.
God damn.
That some Native Americans who had a little bit of African ancestry.
No. Paper genocide is simply taking your identity from you on paper, just saying you're not that no more, and you're this. So indigenous people were reclassified as Negroes, and they now had to live as a Negro, or they didn't live like one, but they were accepted. So they live like themselves, but they were accepted in white system as a Negro, even though they weren't. So because you know why? Because Negro was the race. It wasn't an ethnicity. So that's why I asked you if African Americans is our ethnicity. And by the way, who made African American our ethnicity? Was it the government or Jesse Jackson?
Well, Jesse Jackson and a host of other scholars came together.
No, wait, you're talking about Jesse Jackson and Black civil rights movement. It was nobody white. You're talking about black people, right? So yeah. So okay, so cool. So it was not the gut. The question is, it was not the gut. So it was Jesse Jackson and whoever versus the government. So it was Jesse Jackson, not the government, right?
Yeah.
Because the government does not assign ethnicities, my guy. It assigns races, race labels, Negro, color, mulatto, white, and then it made Black and African American that as well. So they don't assign ethnicities. People assign their own ethnicity. This is what you don't know, but you keep running your mouth. So before African American, it was Black as our ethnicity. So you got white people, when they described us in media, newspaper, news, and where we described ourselves, we said we're Black ethnically. I mean, that's common. Black Wall Street, Black everything. Our banking system, we're Black banks. That's ethnically Black, my guy. That's not racially Black. Because like you said, race is a phenotype. How's a bank have a phenotype? But you can be ethnically Igbo, right? An Igbo bank, an Igbo politics. That's all ethnically Igbo. It's not racially Igbo. It's not racially Igbo. So all of our society was ethnically Black. It wasn't racially Black. Racial was something white people went behind our backs and listed us as a race, made our ethnicity a race. Okay, so that's also called paper genocide. It's when white people ignore what you call yourself, like indigenous or tribe, whatever tribe they were from, Cherokee, when they ignore that and make you a vague people. So Negro was nobody specific. You had Negroes across the world. So Negro is not a specific, so it could not be ethnicity, guys. It's not specific. Ethnicities are specific. Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about. So over here, this is how you look all the time. But let's get to Garvey. Unless you want to say something else, I'm ready to move on to Garvey.
First I wanted to say, Black American has always been used as a racial category. And I'm gonna use some perfect example. Sidney Poitier is considered the first Black American male to win an Oscar. Harry Belafonte is considered the first Black American to sell 1 million copies in America. Uh, Jeremiah G. Hamilton is considered the first Black American millionaire in American history. All three of them are Afro-Caribbeans, but African Americans themselves in books and scholarship, they all refer to these three people as Black American, and they use them to highlight the achievements of Black American and American history. Jeremiah G. Hamilton is widely considered one of the first Black American millionaire, alongside William Alexander, the founder of San Francisco. Uh, until this day, when they list the Black American Oscars winner, they always say four. They always consider Sidney Poitier as the first one, and the rest, and all the way up until what's his name? The dude that won it the other day. So Black American has always been used as a racial category that encompasses Afro-Caribbean, Africans, and African American. You in the modern sense, hold on, let me land my plane. You in the modern sense is trying to superimpose your ideology to say that Black American is an ethnic group. Nowhere in history can you find Black American as an ethnic group anywhere. It has always been a racial category. But go ahead.
So now he was absolute. Now we're going to embarrass this guy. Now there's a word called anachronistic. You don't know what that means because your education is very foo-foo. That means that you go. So you said Sidney Poitier, this guy is being called Black, bro. That's us today.
Black American.
Right. That's us today. They were not called Black during that time. That's us today looking back in history and putting modern terms. Same thing with Egypt. When anybody called Kemet Egypt, that's looking back in time and putting a modern term on people. That's being anachronistic. When you go back and say, hey, there were Black people in Egypt, you're still being anachronistic. And they didn't call themselves Black. That's us using that broad racial category. And we're going back in time calling people whatever we call people today. That's called being anachronistic. You don't know that. Your research is terrible. Now, he's going to make this too easy. I'm going to go to Gemini or AI real quick and ask where he said we were never Black ethnically. So God, bro, you might want to double check your positions before you just go out and say stuff. You look bad on FBA News and Updates. Other channels, they make you look good. But my channel, you look horrible. So before we do that, let me, I asked ChatGPT to rate our exchange last time we talked, whether Jamaicans were Black ethnically. I said they're not. You said they are. Grading the exchange, your position, unbiased Ron, 8.5 out of 10. Strong because you correctly separated nationality from ethnicity. You challenged whether census labels equal ethnicity, like I do today. You recognize that Black historically functioned differently and identified the influence of Black American political identity formation. Okay. Weakness, you could tighten up your terminology more clearly by distinguishing race, ethnicity, nationality, and political identity. I got an 8.5 out of 10. Family, every time I debate somebody, no matter what the topic is, it could be something crazy, sports, I never get below a 7 out of 10. Revenue position, 4.5 out of 10. This is a failing position. He's correct that Black appeared in censuses. Nobody argues that. And Black identity existed internationally, but weak because he conflates racial classification with ethnicity. He ignores colonial administrative labeling. I keep trying to teach the guy about exonyms. He overstates the historical use of Black as an ethnic identity in Jamaica. He also skipped over Afro-Jamaican, Creole, African descendant, and nationality distinctions. God, this is embarrassing. Okay, so it says the strongest counter you could use was seeing the word black in a census. This is for you, Revenue. Seeing the word black in a census doesn't automatically make it an ethnicity. Colonial governments use racial categories all over the British Empire. Jamaican
Hold on, bro.
nationality.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna come right back. I gotta take
Okay.
care of something real quick. I'm
Oh
gonna come
yeah.
right
Oh
back
yeah.
and give me 10,
The
15
wicked
minutes.
flee where no man pursue it.
No, I'm coming right back. Give me 10,
Okay.
15 minutes.
We'll wait on you. You gotta do your research. You're gonna try to research. So it says, seeing the word, okay. So it says colonial governments use racial categories all over the British Empire. Jamaican nationality was Jamaican. Their ethnic subgroups were Afro-Jamaican. Black was largely a racial or political descriptor, not a standalone historical ethnonym, the way Revenue is trying to frame it. That's AI cooked them. He got a 4.5 out of 10. I got a 10%. So AI agree with me. There are no black ethnic groups outside of foundational black Americans. Now go research that. Now you see, I don't frame it. I don't put names in there. I just let it just flow. Now, he said black, no, we didn't, we're not recognized as the black ethnicity nowhere in history. I mean, he makes this too easy. Oh my God. All right. So let me invite people up here from, yeah, Revenue, you're being cooked on TikTok as well, my guy.
Me?
So then we're going to get to Garvey. I know he don't want to go there, but
Oh, we could get to
Black
We could get
Americans,
to
we
Garvey.
never were
I just
recognized.
wanted.
Black was never recognized as an ethnicity in America. I mean, this is crazy tether babble.
It's Tether Babble. Hello.
1 second. Return. 1 second. Okay. God, this guy's too easy, man.
Ron, I think after
So this is
yesterday,
what
I think
happens
you
when
got to
Revenue
give up the
shows up on
black
FBA News
argument,
Updates.
Ron.
He never looks good. Look, I asked a simple question. Was black ever used as an ethnicity in America? Yes, black has been used in America, particularly since the late 1960s and 1970s, as a self-identified term that functions as both a racial and cultural ethnic identifier. Say that again?
It's not a single ethnic group. It's a racial.
Revenue.
Yeah, I think after yesterday, Ron, I think you got to just give up the black argument. After you got destroyed yesterday, bro, I think you.
Destroyed. Wait. I actually ran our discussion through ChatGPT.
Me too.
I got it. Okay, so then you're going to share your screen. I'm going to share mine. So family, you're going to see the question, how I had, the way I addressed ChatGPT. I say, yo, tell us, based on this conversation, who was factually correct, who was wrong. Okay, so the first time I put it in there, so this one I know you're lying, you misrepresented ChatGPT, because the first time I put it in there, they mixed up our arguments. They had a hard time telling you from me. So it gave me your argument and it gave some of my argument to you. So I had to go back through ChatGPT and say, oh, no, that's his argument. He's arguing that. And what it gave you, I said, no, that's mine. So I had to go back. So if you didn't do that, then your results are garbage. It's foo-foo. So I went back and said, no, that's his and this is mine. So now, based on that, after I share my screen and read the results, you're going to share yours and read your results. So black as an ethnicity, you were wrong, right? That's not in Jamaica, right?
You said what?
Hold on. So I said black as an ethnicity in Jamaica. You were wrong, right?
No. If your argument is people could self-identify without the government, then you're wrong. People self-identify as Black Jamaican all the time.
Hey, bro,
If
did you hear?
you're gonna
Hold on, hold
judge
on.
it, hold on. If you're
Hey,
gonna
bro, you're
judge it,
going. No, you're missing something. It's what you normally do. There's a word you're missing. I said Black
yes,
was given
Black.
to Jamaicans. Right, right. You got to hold on, my guy. You sound retarded. I said Black was given to you by your colonizers. That wasn't a chose name, and it was given to you as a race. I said ethnic. You keep skipping that word, my guy. I'm not saying racially. I'm saying that Jamaicans use Black ethnically.
Yes.
And you know, dude, the answer is no.
Okay.
You could put that in your chat GBT. The answer is no. You guys use Jamaica. You guys use Black after your colonizers, and it was a racial descriptor. Just like South Africa, Black, mulatto, things like that. Dude, you're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. So now, with that being said, so you were wrong. You lost our argument. Black globally, outside of Black America, was used as a racial descriptor in an exonymic sense. Exonymic means your colonizer gave you that name. You were not calling yourself that. Now, bro, Jamaica, right? Don't they call themselves African Jamaican, Afro Jamaicans?
Yes.
Okay, and where did the word Jamaica come from? Did it come from the people or colonizers?
It came from the colonizer.
Oh.
Where
So
did
Jamaica,
where did American come from?
Hold on, slow down. So Jamaica, well, American is our nationality. It's not our name. So it's not
Was that given by the colonizer?
No, but you hold on. Yes, but hold on. You're mixing things up. You can laugh, but nobody believes you. American is our America is the country. It's our nationality, just like France and whatever else is. Jamaica, right? Same thing. But guess what? That's your ethnicity and nationality. American is nobody's ethnicity in this entire country. Nobody ethnicity is American. American only operates as a nationality. That's why anybody from anywhere can be American as long as they establish citizenship. So, dude, you got to know who you're talking to.
So, is your ethnic identifier Black or Black American, Ron?
Okay, dude, you combine. Okay, when somebody say they're Nigerian American, they're combining their ethnicity plus their citizenship in America. Our ethnonym is just Black. We keep saying it. You don't need to add American, bro. In the 1960s, nobody were calling themselves Black American. We were regarded as, in white tea papers and Black papers, we were regarded as just Black people. Nobody put American there. Just Black people, the blacks. American is something that came recently through, well, when Jesse Jackson introduced African American, people use African American and Black American interchangeably after that. But for all those 30 years, people just said the Black people, the blacks. But you wouldn't know that because you're not Black. All right. So now I want to address something. See, here's the thing about you. And hold on.
Ron, in reality, you're not Black. You're a Negro in reality. Because that's what your leader.
Wait. Relax.
You call your master teacher.
Revenue, you're crashing out. Revenue, you're crashing out. Okay, you're crashing out. Okay, so Revenue, I can say that the Haitians aren't Haitian. They're Noir. Because their leader, Toussaint was calling them Noir. See, but Dessalines came behind him and gave a more revolutionary. So people are allowed to identify themselves with a different name, my guy. You sound buffoonish. Yeah, I'm not the other panels you've been on. I've been watching your work over there. Matter of fact, I was doing a review of you over there. I'm like, wow, they let them get away with that and this and that. But I won't even entertain, the conversations over there. We can review that later. I want to stay focused on what
I'm the FBA worst nightmare.
Well, that is not apparent over here. Like nobody got that memo over here. But hold on. I want to address something. So now, if you could just in a few words, I mean, don't make it, try to be expressive, but not too long. What were you saying with Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, and Black Power or Black? What was your argument again?
Oh, my argument is that Stokely Carmichael, if not instrumental, he was the leading force behind changing Black from a negative connotation to a positive connotation in America. People in America, majority like Negro. They preferred Negro over Black because they saw Black as a separatist, radical term that they did not identify with. Historically speaking, when people identify their own self outside of white Americans, it was African first, then it was Negro for I think 90 plus years until
Wait,
Stokely Carmichael.
hold on. Okay, he's lying. Hey, bro, what year did Black people call themselves African nationally? Now, what? Look, this guy don't know more about my history than me, bro. Give me the year when Black Americans called themselves African in large numbers in this country. Give me the year.
Okay, when you after 1782 was the first time.
No,
First,
you said that's one
hold
person
on,
in the letter.
let me
You
land.
gotta understand, hey, bro. You gotta understand the question.
Okay,
One
I'm
person.
answering your
Hey,
question.
no. Listen to what I'm saying, my guys. Your comprehension is off. I said large numbers, nationally, or at least large numbers. What
Okay.
time period? You mentioned one person with a letter. I know my
Okay.
history, my guy. So I
Okay, let me
listen to the question.
you gonna
Listen
let
to
me
the
answer the
question,
question
my
and
guy.
just
But listen to the
interrupt?
question. I don't want a long speech. Give me the year. Just start with the year. What year did a lot of Black Americans start to call themselves African as their ethnicity? That means day by day, hey, this, and so it got to reflect in their papers where they call themselves African, not institutions, not banks, not churches, where they call themselves Africans in large numbers. Go.
In the early 18th century.
Hey, bro, give me an example now. Who?
Richard Allen.
Okay, wait,
You had
stop.
the free. Hold on,
Stop.
the
No,
free African
one by
school
one,
in
one
New
by one
York
by one,
City.
one by one.
Okay.
So what happens is I debated somebody way more well researched than you, Rob Bourne, on this. Rob Bourne actually know this stuff. Okay, he mentioned the same thing you're talking about. Richard Allen did not call himself African. He called his church the African Methodist Episcopal. That's why I said you don't understand the question. I said large numbers. That means people went around calling themselves African as their ethnicity, like we do Black, like Haitians do Haitian, like Jamaicans do Jamaican. Nobody, no, bro, you're wrong. Richard Allen named a church after that. He did not call himself African. Hey, what's up, African guy? Hey, yo, us African people, that's not in his literature. You made that up. He called the church that, and his members in the church wanted to get rid of during his time. Shortly afterwards, his members wanted to take, not members, the other leaders with him wanted to take African off the name of the church. So that debunks people went around calling themselves African. His own leadership wanted to omit African off the name of the church. You just got debunked. So let me save you time so we stop babbling. There's no large presence in the 1800s where Black people were going around saying they're African. I'm going to save you some time, my guy. You're lying. I already cooked Rob Bourne on this. So I'm going to save you time. That's a rabbit hole. But let's get back to Stokely Carmichael. Because you said he was instrumental. Yes, he was one of many instrumental.
Who else was it? Who else?
Okay, got you. Don't worry, I got you. So what year would you say he started to say Black Power? Around 1966?
1966.
Right. Have you ever heard of, okay, watch this. Now, in the same movement as him, in the same, yeah, you got the right one, baby. But this ain't Pepsi. In the same movement as him, you ever heard of Willie Ricks?
No.
Okay, you're going to get this work. What about, I know you heard his name because I heard you on the panel. I know, so to come over here and lie is crazy. I know you heard of Richard Wright, right?
Yeah, I heard of Richard Wright.
Okay, you heard of the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah, Black Asiatics is not the same as.
No. No, no,
Well, Asiatic black man
no,
is
no,
not.
no. Hey, bro, you ever heard of the paper that they produced? What's the name of their paper?
I'm not sure.
Okay, Muhammad Speaks. In
Okay.
Muhammad Speaks paper, that's why, bro. You listen, man. You gotta humble yourself and just hold the L and then go back and start from the beginning, bro. Rebrand yourself. So in the Nation of Islam, in their paper, they said they regarded us as black people, the black nation, the black man, all as self-identifiers. Black people, black nation, black man. Now Asiatic black man, he said that too, but he also said black people, black nation, black man. Now I'm gonna be quiet. I said enough. I'm let you go in and defend yourself, and then I'm gonna come back in. Let me know when you're done. Take as much time you need, and I'll come back in.
Yeah. Like I said, Richard Wright and all those other brothers from SNCC didn't make the same impact as Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael was the one that was instrumental, uh, more charismatic, uh, more radical, that vibe with the younger generation. Uh, the people that you consider your master teachers, and I heard you make a claim that, oh, I keep naming A. Philip Randall. Why I don't talk about the civil rights leaders of his time? Well, Martin Luther King preferred Negro. Bayard Rustin preferred Negro. In fact, he had the Negro Revolution in the 1960s. So it wasn't just their mentor, A. Philip Randolph. The civil rights leaders themselves preferred Negro. So that was just I had to listen back on the playback, and that was just a bad argument. And even African American themselves, they use Black American as a racial term. Like I said, African American themselves, not white Americans, not Asians, not nobody else. They themselves highlight Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, Jeremiah G. Hamilton, William Alexander, and other Afro-Caribbeans, even the ones of the Harlem Renaissance in the civil rights era. They include them as Black Americans. So it has always been a racial category, not by white people, African Americans themselves. So when you say Black American is an ethnic identifier and the government uh uh has no autonomy over that, then well, I could say the same thing when you bringing up government documents of the Caribbeans or Africa and say, well, black is racial category. When you look at the government documents, well, we look at the government documents in America, it has never been a ethnic identifier. Black American has always, even up until 2026 with the new census, Black American is still and forever gonna be a racial category. So when you say Black American is ethnicity and that's our ethnic identifier, then why are people calling Sidney Poitier the first Black American to win a Oscar, the first Black American male to win an Oscar? Why is why is African Americans calling Harry Belafonte the first Black American to sell 1 million+ records? Why is Black Americans on their own websites in academic journals and universities calling Jeremiah G. Hamilton and William Alexander the first Black American millionaires in American history? So to say that, oh, Black American has never ever been an ethnic group, never ever been an ethnic identifier. It's always been all encompassing, all encompass of uh Afro-Caribbeans and continental Africans. In fact, Carter G. Woodson, who's a Pan-African, who started Negro History Week, was a Pan-African, And Edgar Toppins, who's a Caribbean, by the way, who implemented Black History Month as a national holiday, has always encompassed Caribbean's achievements, African achievement, and African American achievement. So to say that Black American is an ethnic identifier and an ethnicity in America, there's nothing to support that. AI just told me that you got swept 4-0 on every single point. It said it was a brutal beatdown by Revenue on Ron. That's what I'm saying. You have a better argument reclaiming Negro. At least you could rely on your master teachers and rely on the civil rights leaders who proudly claim Negro and rejected the term
All
Black.
right, hey, bro. Okay, all right. You just grandstanding. You ain't teaching no more. Okay, so we're gonna have you share your screen too. We're gonna look at your score, and we're gonna look at what you put in there. All right.
Okay.
Okay, but we're gonna look at mine for sure.
Okay.
And
You could use it. You could go first.
Of course. So I'm gonna pick it up from when we first talked about ethnicities in Jamaica. Do they use Black as an ethnicity? We're gonna pick it up from there. I'm gonna show you the score results from there to let you now. Nobody in their right mind will ever believe you, anybody, bro. Like your comprehension ain't there. All right, hold on. My man didn't even know what an ethnicity was until he met me. All right, okay. So now this is the one from yesterday, right? Because the one, let me just show the one by ethnicity. I'm just pull that real fast. The ethnicity one right here. Oh no, I hate when it does that. 1 second. Screen freezing. Damn screen, man. I gotta get rid of some of these tabs. Okay. All right, let me just show the results without doing too much from whether Jamaicans use Black as an ethnicity. All right. My screen was doing great before today. Okay. Okay, here we go. So the grading this is Black ethnicity. Grading the exchange. Your position 8.5 out of 10. Strongly because you correctly separated nationality from ethnicity. All right. Too much stuff coming up. Revenue. Okay. I correctly separated nationality from ethnicity. I challenge whether census labels equal ethnicity. I recognize that Black historically functioned differently and identified the influence of Black American political identity formation. His position, 4.5 out of 10. He's correct that Black appeared in the census, who disagrees with that, and Black identity existed internationally, who disagrees with that. So that's the only thing AI just recognized that. 4.5 out of 10. Okay. Now that was because there's no Black ethnicity in anywhere in the world besides Black America, right? This is where it started. And you can't just join somebody's ethnicity. You had your own. It's Jamaican. You got theirs. Everybody got their own ethnicity. So now let me go into this one, the one we just had. That I'm gonna kick his butt on Black. Okay, so now I want to show you what happened. Okay, so right here, it says on the core historical question whether Black, because that's what we were debating. Like he's the one that went somewhere else, family. I was talking about ethnicity, Jamaica, Black ethnicity. He went to talk about Negro and Black and Stokely Carmichael. That dude and AI picked that up, which he normally does. That's his track record. So it says on the core historical question whether Black historically function as a standalone ethnic ethnonym in Jamaica. before Black Americans transformed the term in the 1960s, 1970s, unbiased Ron won the debate overall because that was the original debate. He took it somewhere else and I beat him up there too. It says, however, both sides had strengths and weaknesses and both made some overstatements. It says, my final grade was 8.3 out of 10. And his was 5.8 out of 10. The dude can't even get a C. Now, this is the one when I said, hey, you mixed up our arguments, AI. No. Get that right. You gave some of my arguments to Revenue and you gave some Revenue's arguments to me. So what I did was I put that, I said, I explained what was my argument and what was his, right? So let me see the adjustment. So now look at the adjustment grade. Look, it says, you are right. After reviewing the exchange more carefully, I did misattribute several arguments and that materially affects the grading. The biggest correction in this, you, unbiased Ron, argued that Stokely Carmichael was instrumental, not the sole reason. I argue that. He argued Stokely Carmichael was the sole. Okay. It says Tethanu tried to push you into an absolute claim, sole reason, then later read material that actually supported your nuanced position, unbiased Ron. He read that he was instrumental, not the sole instrument. Okay. You then correctly pointed out that instrumental does not equate to sole cause. You see, that they gave that to Revenue and said I was wrong. I said, that was my argument. That correction changes the evaluation noticeably because it shows you maintain conceptual consistency. Tethanu misunderstood or overstated your position, and you successfully exposed that inconsistency live. So here's the revised judgment. Now I got 9 out of 10. I had an 8.3. Now I got a 10. Now I got a 9. He had a 5.8. Now he got a 4.8. Now look, it's going to explain why the score went up. I would love to see his results. I lost 4-0. I know he didn't put the whole dialogue in there. Okay. It says why your score, because matter of fact, I will after he show his, I'm going to email him the transcript and say, hey, put that in there. I don't know what you put in there, but you put in what the transcript without any additions, any modifications. I'm going to email you the transcript. Put the transcript in there, not some modified stuff. My God, this was the transcript I put in there. Okay. So it says you were more consistent than I initially credited. After correction, your position was actually fairly nuanced throughout. You consistently argue Black existed internationally, but primarily as racial terminology, colonial classification, or social descriptor, not historically as a singular ethnic endonym in places like Jamaica. That's been my argument. That is a much stronger historical position than Black never existed outside Black Americans, because you never argued that. See, it gave me a false argument. You argued the function of the term differed. That distinction matters heavily. Watch this. So now look how detailed it is with my arguments. It says your instrumental point was strong. This was one of the strongest moments in the debate. Tethanu attempted to frame your position as Stokely Carmichael was solely responsible. But when the AI response used instrumental, hey, that's your research at Revenue, you immediately recognize instrumental means influential or crucial, not singularly responsible. Like you believe, bro, you interpret that. That was actually good analytical precision on your part, unbiased Ron. I know I do this. And Tethanu looking up the definition of instrumental, ironically weakened his own attempted rebuttal. So this exchange clearly favored you. All right. Watch this. You know, bro, come on, bro. You really think you beat me? Your core thesis was more precise than I originally framed. You're not saying Black magically became an ethnicity overnight. You were saying before 1989, African American, mainly Black Americans, nationally used Black as a positive peoplehood identity, ethno-cultural identifier, social identity, and collective self-designation. That is historically defensible. You can defend that, which I do. It says, especially after Black Power, Black Arts Movement, Black Nationalism, Black institutional development, Black is beautiful, Black owned businesses, Black media, Black political identity. You were arguing about function and self-usage, not merely census bureau like that guy. Census bureaucracy. That is a much stronger framing. Are you learning how to debate, my guy? Watch this. It says, your best point, endonym versus exonym. Everybody know that's my thing. I bring stuff to the community that was never heard before. When does revenue do that? This was probably your strongest conceptual argument. You argue colonial powers used black racially, but black Americans later transform and repurpose it positively. That is historically accurate. You also correctly argue that Jamaica, historically having black in census racial terminology, does not automatically mean Jamaicans historically use black as a standalone ethnic endonym. That was the central issue. He made it something else. And Tethernu never really defeated that distinction, and he can't do it today. So AI recognized you didn't even rebut that, my guy. You ignored it like everybody know. Everybody know what you're doing on platforms. You argue, get cooked, and you just change the goalpost and say something totally out of the norm. A whole different argument. You correctly challenged anachronism. That's a name. Again, that's a word I brought to the community. Your Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte rebuttal was stronger than I initially credited. So AI is like, yo, you so smart and witty, I kind of looked over you. It says Tethernu was taking modern retrospective labeling, first Black American, and projecting it backward historically. Your response, modern society often retroactively applies current racial language to historical figures, was historically sound. That is exactly what anachronism means. You see that? Anachronism mean. You see that, Revenue? Okay, so it said that was a strong point. It says Tethernu lost ground. He never fully proved Jamaica historically used black as an ethnicity, bro. You could try it today. You never proved that. This remained the fatal issue. Fatality. Fight. Perfect. He proved black existed. Black appeared in census language. Black was used socially, racially, internationally. But he did not really prove Jamaica historically functioned through black as a standalone ethnic ethnonym in the way he originally argued. So you actually argued that and couldn't prove it. That distinction remained unresolved in your favor, unbiased Ron. So don't feel bad, Revenue. You can't beat me in debates and nobody else can either. I've been cooking folks for 17 years online on YouTube, by the way. I'm an OG. Revenue kept sliding between categories. You slide. Throughout the debate, Tethernu repeatedly shifted between race, ethnicity, nationality, broad social category, census labels, and political identity. You repeatedly forced distinctions between those categories. That gave your argument more structure. Okay? Hey, Revenue, before I keep reading, do you want a transcript of the entire dialogue until you had to go? Because I want you to put that in your AI. If that's not your AI, I'm gonna mute you because I don't want you paraphrasing on my behalf all incorrect. I want you to put what I did. Just put the whole exchange in there, and then have AI make a judgment.
I did. I did. I put the transcript from 240 all the way up to 340.
Wait, so you put it all the way into the point where you say, "Okay, I'm out. I gotta go."
Yeah, from 240
okay,
all the way to 340.
Okay, so when you share your screen, I just want to see the entire transcript before you even go. Okay. It's no way AI is this double-minded. All right, where it says I've cleared you out, and then the same transcript said you won. When it's saying it's pointing out your flaws. It says he misread your position multiple times. I kept saying this guy's incoherent. His comprehension, he's incomprehensible. AI pointed out too. AI said Revenue misread your position multiple times. A major debate weakness. This is why you can never be good in debates. You got to learn how to listen. He often rebutted claims you were not actually making. That's called a straw man. Acting like you deny international racial use of black. Acting like you deny racial categories existed. acting like you claim Stokely Michael was the sole cause, but you repeatedly clarified your distinctions. That matters in debate judging. Okay, it's gonna mention my weaknesses, but that's irrelevant. Let's go to the winner, which I always was in both assessments. Revised winner, unbiased Ron, me. Why? You maintain clearer distinctions, better handle race versus ethnicity, correctly explain colonial race labeling, successfully defended the difference between racial usage and ethnic endonym usage, and expose inconsistencies in Tether News argumentation. Most importantly, Tether News never fully overcame your central point. What the whole debate was about, family. Don't miss that up. Don't miss that. Don't mix that up. The whole debate was about international race use of black does not automatically prove historical ethnic usage of black in Jamaica the way modern black Americans developed and used it. So that was the debate. It was about, did Jamaicans use black as an ethnicity in their homeland? The answer is emphatically no. He went to talk about Stokely Carmichael. He talked about black power. He talked about the other things. That was not the debate. So I cooked you on those too. We had side debates, but the main debate was, did Jamaica use black as an ethnicity, not just a racial label that was given to them by their colonizers? That's it on that. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I want you now to share your screen. Matter of fact, let me show you. I want you to share your screen, right? But hold on. Before you do, I want to show you something in my search. Okay. So I want you to see my search, where the timestamp I used. Okay. Okay, so now look what I typed. I said, please judge this debate and grade it. Explain why someone lost or won. I didn't say explain why I won. Explain why Tether News lost. I said explain why someone lost or won. I, unbiased Ron, was arguing that black ethnically as a standalone ethnonym was first used by black Americans in the 1960s, and that black Americans changed the black color applied to dark people from something negative to something positive. And my opponent, Tether News, argued that Jamaica used black as an ethnicity, standalone ethnonym as well. Please address us by our names, because I don't want them. I was trying to confuse to avoid the confusion. It said, here's the transcript. I'm in the well. Oh no, that started. I said, well, we have revenue. That is at 2:40, my guy. Anything before then, you were not there. So now I'm gonna scroll down. 2:40. Now watch when it ended. This is exactly where it ended. So your transcript should be from 2:40 to, and we're gonna read when you left. I mean, you can't be more transparent than myself. That's why my name is unbiased. I don't gotta. Okay, look. So 2:40 to 3:24. He said, no, I'm coming right back. Give me 10 to 15 minutes. Now, one more time, Revenue. If you don't have from 2:40 to 3:24, okay. So do you have? Did you put this transcript from 2:40 to 3:24?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to share your screen and how you ask AI to judge the debate. Okay, it's on you. Let me stop sharing. No way in their right mind AI gonna say you beat me. Go ahead, JC, your turn.
As you can see right here, can you judge this?
All right, bro. Can I put my thing? Okay, go ahead.
Can you judge this exchange solely based on facts and what's documented? I didn't even say between me or Ron. I said, can you judge this exchange solely based on facts and what's documented? And as you can see right here at the top where I started, well.
Okay.
We have revenue. Revenue, what's going on? What's going on, Ron?
All right, slow down. I mean, go down. Scroll down. See, but like I said, Wait. Hey, bro, that was a screenshot.
Yeah, because I
Okay.
didn't want you want me
No,
to
no.
you
I
want
want
me
to
to
see it
read out
live.
the whole thing?
No. Hey, bro, just where we going, man? Why you making? I made it so simple. Okay, there you go. Now,
You like you
hold on.
asking. Oh, okay, now
Hey,
right here,
bro,
you wanted to see.
go all the way down because, like I said, it confused me with you and you with me. Wait, go back. Go back. Slow down. Why you going so fast?
Hold on, I'm trying to go back to. Let me go up to the winner.
Man, you making it so different. I made it so easy. That's a whole different debate.
No, this is the same debate. This is right. This is the same debate.
Now that's different. That's a different search.
No. It's all the same search.
No. Hey, bro, can you just go back up to where it said 240? Hey, bro, can you just go back? You had it. Can you go back up to 240 and then press the thing down where it goes to 324? I want to see that, like I showed mine. All right. Yeah, I know you're a liar. You can't beat me in nothing in life, and definitely not debating. Okay, so go right there. Slow. Go slow. Mm-hmm.
Now,
Make sure this thing
are you
stop at.
happy?
No, wait. Go. Slow down. No. I'm not happy yet. Keep going. Slow down. Hey. You see what he's doing, right? Slow down. Hey, right there. Slow down. No. Hey, yo. Yeah, get out of here. Get out. Hey, family. You see what he's doing, right?
What am I doing?
Hey, bro. Why you keep going fast?
It's not me. Every time I stop scrolling, it scrolls to the bottom. So it's not
Bro.
me.
Bro. No. Stop lying.
If I stop scrolling, it's gonna scroll all the way to the bottom.
Hey, bro. No, I'm saying scroll down to the end of the transcript. You kept scrolling down when you clearly had different searches in there. I seen the different searches.
Yes, because I had to fix
Right. So I want to make
things.
sure everything is based off this search. We know how you conflate things. AI already pointed it out.
Is one thing. I'm just correcting certain things because it's
No. I don't. No corrections. Let me see what it says. You typed something simple in there. You said, "Hey, judge the debate based on documented facts." I like that. You kept it real plain. And now I don't. Now, okay. So did that thing confuse me and you?
Huh?
Did it from your experience?
Yeah. So it confused certain arguments.
Oh, right. So that's why you're supposed to write it over saying, "Okay, but don't worry, we're gonna help you out today." Yeah, I knew it. You gotta know how to do this, right, boy? All right, slow down. He going too fast. All right, further, right there. Why you do that again? All right,
It's
family.
not. It's
Everybody
not
see what he's
me.
doing. Hey, bro, that's you, my
You
guy.
told me to stop. Every time I stop, it's gonna scroll all the way down.
No, I got a phone too. What are you talking about? It don't do that when I share my screen on ChatGPT. It don't do that. Yeah, everybody. From
Ron. I showed you the screen transcript. Can I read the
No, I
conclusion?
want to see it in real life. I want to see how it started from the bottom of the transcript, like I showed mine. You keep scrolling down fast to something else. I'm too smart for that, my guy. Not letting you pull that off for me. I keep trying to say I'm not these other panels. No, go back right there. So I slow down. Right there. Start right there. Judgment. Yeah, he did it again, family. Hey, Revenue, come on, bro. Hey, look, my guy. How about you click that link, that whole thing, and email it to me right now?
Okay. I mean, matter of fact, let me email it to you.
Yeah. Okay, but now we're gonna read it from my email because you keep scrolling fast. We can't see yours. So since you can't get that right, since you keep scrolling that, everybody see what you're doing, bro. There's no way in hell AI is going to give me a victory, a landslide victory, and then come back and say, well, you know what? Revenue got the landslide victory too. That's not how it works, my guy. You can't trick AI. You would never beat me in some thinking, some thought process challenge.
Ron, you lost.
You won't beat me in Scrabble. You won't beat me in
Ron,
Taboo.
Ron, you lost.
Hey, bro, we
You
didn't
lost
read
on
it though.
every point. The
Hey, yo, but
only thing AI.
hey, bro, you're crashing out. Hey, bro, can you just send me the transcript?
I sent it to you already.
Okay, right. So
You can read it for yourself.
Wait. Okay, so all right. So we don't want to hear, since we couldn't read it with you. Don't start giving us involuntary information. Let me go ahead and pull this up, because I know my AI. That thing rewards smart people. Oh, my hit. AI records smart people. It does not. It does not go with the loop.
Thing after this discussion, after what AI told me,
Hey,
you need to just leave
everybody
Black
who's
alone.
asking to come on. Hey, Reverend, hold on. Everybody's asking to come on. Just hold on 1 second. Let us first get this out the way, because I know for a fact his AI don't say that. Hey, bro, you don't have a laptop?
I can't even read the discussion. I can't even
No,
read the
you can't,
conclusion for you.
because we don't know what you're reading. Hey, bro,
I showed
stop
you.
being
You
okay,
wanted to
dude.
see the transcript. I showed you the
Hey,
transcript. Now I can't even
revenue.
read the
Stop being
conclusion from what AI
revenue.
said.
Stop, revenue. Stop being silly. I showed my screen at the end of the transcript from the beginning, from the end. You didn't do that. You scrolled down super fast. I want
sent
to
it to you. You
hey,
can read
bro,
it yourself.
Bro, I know you can hear me. All right, so all right, let me get it. Let me get it. Hold on. Because I'm gonna show it the way it's supposed to be read. I'm not gonna scroll down all fast. Hey, bro, were you using Grok or ChatGPT?
I was using Grok. Give me 2
Okay.
minutes. I'm gonna call right back in. Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I
he
gotta
said
take
that
a
yesterday,
call.
family. He didn't come
But
back
I'm
up.
coming right back. I gotta take a
Okay.
call. I'm coming right
Okay.
back.
All right, sure. Now, for those who can hear my voice from TikTok, this dude Revenue, the transcript most likely guaranteed said I won. I kicked his butt. Wasn't even close. He kept trying to scroll down and modify my argument, paraphrase my argument where I said things I didn't say, and then he tried to strengthen his argument and try to read those results. My God, are you crazy? That would never happen. Okay, I don't know if Fat meant to hop on. Yeah, I would never allow such a trick like that. All right, how do I put not spam? Yo, why did Revenue email me and my email gave me a warning? Said, watch out for this guy, man. He'll empty your whole bank account. Mm. Okay, so now he left, family. I'm gonna read his results. All right, so I'm gonna read Revenue results. I'm gonna take it from the top and show you the entire transcript. This is why, in case you guys don't know who I am a professional. I'm talking to TikTok. YouTube already know. I am a professional debater. I'm smart, I'm witty, I can articulate, I can comprehend with the best of them. And I'm a gunslinger, right? GUN slinger. I love TikTok shop. So I'm gonna share my screen. And you're gonna see from the top all the way down. Now, yesterday he said calling, he never did. All right. So now he's a guy who normally uses ChatGPT, but he tried to go to Grok. So ChatGPT most likely cooked him and said he lost, so he went to Grok. So I'm gonna show you what he did not do. Now I'm at the very top. I said it starts at 240 and it ends at 324. So that is 239. I'm gonna scroll this all the way down. Wait. I'm doing what he did. I'm gonna scroll this all. Here we go. So now we got 324. It's done. No, I'm coming. Look, so right there. It said judgment based on documented historical facts. The exchange is a typical online debate, passionate with strong rhetoric, interruptions, AI reliance for tie breaking, and mutual accusations or lying or poor research. Both sides make valid mixed points with overstatements, anachronisms, simplifications, and shifting goalposts. Neither is fully right or cooked, but one side demonstrates stronger command of distinctions and evidence. I wonder what side is that. Okay, so it says Garvey businesses and funding. Ron, the detailed speaker, they call me the detailed speaker. Ron, the detailed speaker, is largely correct here. Marcus Garvey's major ventures, especially the Black Star Line, were primarily funded by selling stock shares. Now, in case y'all don't know, I asked Revenue. I said, Revenue, because he tried to tell Tariq Nasheed, right? He called up Tariq Nasheed and tried to act like Garvey's more successful and more influential than Tariq Nasheed. So, and Tariq Nasheed said, well, how is he more successful? He said he had 12 businesses and he employed people. He was lying. Because I said, Revenue, those businesses that Garvey got, was that from the stock sales? That family, that matters because he was selling stocks to Black Americans for the hope of repatriating to Africa. So Black Americans thought those stock sales was funding their repatriation to Africa. But Garvey was taking those stock sales and reinvesting in America. So he told us repatriation while he reinvested in America. So he's telling you, yeah, I'm going to get you up out of here, but he's anchoring himself in this country with strong investments and businesses, right? Wealth. That's why I said Revenue. When he was investing into those businesses, was it from the stock sales, right? Or was it from something else? And he lied. And it says, Ron, the detailed speaker, is largely correct here. Marcus Garvey's major ventures, especially the Black Star Line, were primarily funded by selling stock shares $5 each to Black supporters via UNIA meetings, conventions, agents, and the Negro World newspaper, not primarily GoFundMe style donations. The company was incorporated in Delaware 1919, aimed at economic independence and links to Africa, Caribbean, right? Claims of 12 businesses employed over 1,000 need verification. So he lied. So he told Tariq Nasheed that Marcus Garvey had 12 businesses and he employed over 1,000 people. I don't lie like that. Grok said that needs a verification. He said, but the core funding mechanism for ships was stock sales. Revenue's initial fundraising, same as GoFundMe, is imprecise. So already he's wrong. So he lost that one. Right? And he left, by the way. The guy left like he did yesterday. Next, it says Black as ethnicity in Jamaica, historical versus modern. Ron has the stronger factual position. That's why I came to TikTok. I'm a YouTube debater 17 years, and I see a lot of people debating on TikTok, and people are taking unnecessary L's. So I said, I'm going to come to TikTok, right, and represent FBA and cook these tethers easily. I told you, you guys make Revenue look too powerful. Like, he's a small fry. Ron has the stronger factual position. Historically, in colonial and early post-colonial Jamaica, identity categories in censuses and records were primary racial, color-based, Negro, Black, colorist, mulatto, white, East Indian, Chinese, Syrian, etc., or nationality-based, Jamaican, with subgroups like Afro-Jamaican, Maroon, Creole, not Black. Black functioned mainly as a racial descriptor. Look what it told them. Exonym from colonial administration. I told you guys that live in different countries, you guys are not black ethnically. You're black because your colonizer said you are. And he ain't saying you black and handsome or black and beautiful. He's saying what Biggie Small said. Black and UGLY as ever. However, okay? That's how they define black in the modern sociological sense. That's an L revenue. It said Jamaica's population is 76-91% of African descent. People often identify by nationality Jamaican. I told him that. I said, bro, you're not black ethnically in Jamaica. You're not black ethnically in Africa. You're not black ethnically in Haiti. You guys are not black. You guys are Haitian, African, and Jamaican. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. It says ancestry of Paris with black was more of a racial, social, political as used today. That means whitey people called you black. You didn't call yourself black. Black Americans, we don't let whitey people call us something. We say no. We empower ourselves. You empower yourself by naming yourself. You don't let people name you like Nigeria, Sudan, Jamaica. Those are all exonyms. Those are names of their colonizers. Okay. It says modern self-identification as black Jamaican. Look, this is modern. It says modern self-identification as black Jamaican exists, but projecting a singular black ethnicity like black American identity onto pre-1960s, 70s Jamaica is somewhat anachronistic. Ron correctly highlights colonial administrative categories versus self-identified ethnic subgroups. Family, this is ChatGPT analyzing my debate with revenue. All you hear is praises from Ron, and they're saying revenue is crazy. Hold on. Make sure my laptop don't die. Now, you want to rock with the king? Hop on. Okay. Oh my God, I got 1 second. My laptop about to die. If you ain't mean to come on, it's okay. Okay, so that's 2. I'm 2-0. But he said he won 4-0. So far, I'm up 2-0. All right, so now number 3. Number 3 says U.S. Black African American identity, Negro to Black race versus ethnicity. It says this is the core, and both have partial truth. U.S. government treats Black or African American primarily as a racial category. Origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. It is broad and it includes African Americans, Caribbean folks, and African immigrants. It says, etc. It says African American often denotes the specific ethnic cultural group of descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., distinct history, culture. Sociology and common usage blur this. Black American can function as both racial and ethno-cultural. I mean, that just cooked you, bro. Black American functions, it can function as a racial term and an ethnicity, ethno-cultural term. Okay. It says historical shift. It says older leaders like A. Philip Randolph and many pre-1960 figures prefer Negro. Now, I never argue that. But by the way, when he said that to me, family, I never said he was wrong. So there's no W. See, in my ChatGPT, I had to point that out. I said, hey, make sure you consider that I agreed that the early Black civil rights leaders didn't like Black because Black was taboo. Black always had a negative connotation. And that's my argument. We're the only people, and we're definitely the first people who took Black from a negative connotation and made it a positive connotation. So this ain't even my argument. I never even argued that. So let me scroll down. So it says Negro as an ethnicity, it was a common group identifier, racial and social, but not a narrow ethnicity like Yoruba or Irish American. Ethnicity involves shared culture, history, ancestry practices. U.S. Black Americans developed a distinct ethnoculture via slavery, Jim Crow, Great Migration, Harlem Renaissance, etc., often under the new Black African American umbrella. Jesse Jackson popularized African American in 1988 for cultural historical specificity. Family. I said paper genocide, right? I said we're being paper genocided today. Grok said paper genocide reclassification, that's a valid concept in U.S. history, e.g., some Native Americans, Indigenous Americans reclassified as Negro, Black, or mulatto on documents. Racial categories were broad administrative tools that could erase specificity. You heard that? So making Black a race, I tell you guys, is designed to erase our specificity. It's culture erasure. It is called paper genocide. It says anachronism, point. Applying today's Black American label retroactively to figures like Sidney Poitier, Bohemian, or Harry Belafonte, Caribbean heritage, is common in modern narratives, but technically broadens the ethnic category. Historical usage was more racial revenue. Watch this. Y'all gonna start getting my flowers, man. Ron better distinguishes. So this Ron better distinguishes race, phenotypic, broad ancestry, ethnicity, cultural historical specificity, and nationality. Stronger on Jamaican history, Garvey funding mechanics, and census context. AI reliance is transparent, shows screens and ratings exercise highlights self-awareness of framing. It says weaknesses, occasional absolutism, sole reason, long monologues, interruption, whatever. You got to interrupt somebody when they lying. Revenue correctly notes self-identification, modern uses of Black as ethnoculture. See, like, look, they're mixing us two up as ethnoculture. He never said that. Broad application of Black American achievements and government versus community-driven terms. Weaker on historical nuance. Jamaica term shifts and sometimes vague, ambiguous in responses. You hear that? He's vague and ambiguous in responses. Watch this. Ron Core's arguments, over conflating racial categories with ethnicity across time and places. Both exhibit confirmation bias and debate tactics, comment and identity discussions. Ethnicity is real and self-identified. Yeah, that's my arguments. I told you, family, it gave me Revenue's argument. It says ethnicity is real and self-defined culturally, but documented history shows evolution, not static essence. No one was full line. So I'm gonna put this back through Grok, and I'm going to tell Grok, hey, that was my argument. That was not Revenue's argument. So I told you that ChatGPT is going to confuse, or AI is going to confuse our arguments. So now this is what look what he puts in Grok. Ron lost to me. I'll give my assertion. Black, look what he put in there. We caught him red-handed. Y'all better not ever forgive Tethernew for this. Look what he put in AI. He said, Ron lost to me, and I'll give my assertion. That's what he put. But I'm going to put this back in Grok. Okay? And I'm going to explain to Grok who is me and who is Tethernew. We're going to put this back in Grok. So AI, I even told Revenue earlier that Grok had confused us, right? Okay. I mean, not Grok, ChatGPT. So now give me a second. Now I'm going to put this back in Grok, and I'm going to tell Grok what my argument is and was and what his was and is, right? So it's going to go quiet for a second. God damn. Okay. Grok, you confuse my argument with revenue. I argue that Black ethnically, culturally started in America amongst Black Americans. Yeah, he told Grok, Ron lost to me. Okay, Black Americans. Damn, revenue. That's bad, my guy. Revenue argued that Jamaicans historically refer to themselves, uh, refer to themselves, refer to themselves as Black. Hey, can I type ethnically, ethno, culturally, and in an endonymic sense? I told him that Jamaicans only use Black in an exonymic sense and as a racial descriptor. Can I write? Often used negatively by their colonizers, enslavers, oppressors. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have it judge it over. Okay. So what else did they confuse? What else did they confuse? We're gonna get this right. I don't hold no L's in debates, but it said I won. But this is a clean sweep. It conflated my argument with revenues, and it gave me revenues. It gave me revenues argument. So Grok, like, Ron, how did you become so off? I gotta be nice because I'm more on TikTok. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. I think I got it. Okay, I got it. Uh, okay. Now I'm gonna say consider the changes or the correction and judge it over by using our names. Give it a grading system as well for each argument. Also note that the core argument was about ethnicity versus race, and it was revenue who brought up side arguments. However, Great at all. What does God? Thank you for the gifts. Who does God think he playing with? All right, so now we're gonna read it from that lens. Okay. Yeah, because sometimes AI have a hard time discerning who is who. So that's why when I did it through ChatGPT, I try to explain who I was without arguing with. That's why sometimes you got to do that, but you got to be honest. You can't be lying. Okay. So now this is the adjustment. I hope revenue is listening somewhere. I want them to do better. Why did the damn mic go off? My argument is the same as revenue. So somehow Grok picked it up as I was arguing against that. I tell you, black is from a racial construct by white people. I don't argue that, but Grok positioned like I was arguing against that. I tell you that black is racially something that white people came up with to describe people that's dark all across the world, people from Africa and the indigenous people of this land. But Grok had me confused with, I disagree with that. So it gave revenue an edge because whatever. But I don't disagree with that. So number 3, it says term shift, Negro, black. Ron, older leaders prefer Negro. Black power, Stokely Carmichael, instrumental, flipped it positively into that's revenue's argument. Majority rejected black until, so this is all revenue's argument, but it gave me his argument. Black until Carmichael made the shift. Negro was a prior ethnic identifier. Yeah. And I still won that one. It says I got an 8.5, revenue got a 7 out of 10. But that's revenue's argument. It's not even mine. It says I was accurate on the generational shift and instrumental role of Carmichael Black Power. I handled the AI clarification well overall. Revenue 7 out of 10, directionally correct on preference for Negro, but overstated sole reason and was vulnerable on the walk back. I walked him down. Instrumental ain't the same as soul. Good use of examples, but Ron's broader context was tighter. I was tighter. But family, they are still conflating me. They're believing I disagree with revenue said. I said our early civil rights leaders said Negro because black was seen as taboo. All right. So now it says Garvey businesses and funding, side argument. Ron, stock sales, not pure GoFundMe for major ventures like Black Star Line. Revenue said Garvey had 10 plus businesses employing over 1,000. Diversified model versus Tariq Nasheed donation ticket model with no ownership. It says Ron 6.5 out of 10. My first time ever being under 10. But again, Grok's not separating it's not disaggregating our arguments. It says I'm technically correct on stock funding mechanism for ships, but downplayed diversification. I didn't do that. It says revenue 7.5, stronger on overall scale, employment ownership versus donations, contrast, and external sabotage in Liberia. Revenue's original trigger claimed Garvey versus Tariq on tangible impact holds. Hold up. We didn't argue that. Me and Revenue didn't argue whether Garvey and Tariq. We didn't argue that. How is that even there? It says consistency on government documents versus self-ID side argument. Ron used colonial government records for Jamaica racial while arguing ethnicity is self-defined in U.S. context. Revenue accused Ron of selective use, can't heavily cite government docs against Jamaica, then dismiss it. Okay. So Grok is clearly mixing up my argument. It says that I dismissed. Okay, so you know what it's doing? Revenue is making claims in the argument that I did not do. So ChatGPT clearly distinguished that. So ChatGPT said revenue kept trying to give me arguments, straw man arguments, and I kept saying that's not my argument. Grok is considering revenue was right. When revenue gave me a straw man argument, Grok is considering that argument. So what I got to do with Grok, I ain't got to read no more. What I'm going to do with Grok is I got to do what I did with ChatGPT, but worse. I got to do more. I got to say, Grok, I'm not arguing against race as an umbrella term. I agree with that. I'm not dismissing government documents. Revenue just said that. That ain't something I actually held. So, so anyway, the is misrepresenting me. I'm not gonna read it all because I'm gonna have Grok disaggregated over. So because it's conflating our arguments. It had me at 7.8 out of 10, and it had revenue 6.8 out of 10. So I still beat them, but it should not be that close. So I'm pissed off. It should not be that close. So what I got to do is help Grok disaggregate the data better. right? Because it's still conflating our arguments, and it's considering what revenue says about me as my argument. Those are straw man. So we got to do it again. So I'm a little later. I'm gonna disaggregate the data again. Let Grok, hey, that's not my argument. That's his argument, or that's my argument. That ain't his. So I still kicked his butt. He lied and said Grok had him winning 4.0. It had me winning by a whole point. No AI on this earth is going to ever say revenue or any tether beat me in a debate. So keep trying and keep lying and keep crying. Keep crying like Drake 3 trash albums. Okay, so yeah, I gotta fix that on Grok. I can't let that go like that. I gotta let Grok know. I gotta let Grok know what I'm not doing. Hey, I don't like that. Yeah, I'm like the dude from Belly eating a banana. I don't like that. It had revenue with 2 wins. No, sir. No, sir. I don't like that. My hip hurts so bad. So I gotta fix that. We're gonna do this one more again. No ways, there's no way, no engine would ever have. Now you're gonna see me. I'm transparent. You gave revenue at 8.5 out of 10 and said, shit, I ain't put it right there. And said very strong here. Okay. 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 So if we both agreed on that, then how is he credited? Okay. What else? This is what he said. It says Ron, older leaders prefer Negro, Black Power. It says Ron, older leaders prefer Negro, Black Power, Stokely Carmichael, instrumental, flipped it positively. That was Revenue's argument. Okay. God damn. Fuck. Yeah, I wonder if Revenue switched the language up in here. You know what? I'm gonna check the transcript. I wonder if Revenue went into the original transcript and started to like um mess with it. Because I never said this. Yeah, I gotta do that now. I gotta make sure he ain't switched up the transcript. And I pointed out that in his research that he was reading, that it said Stokely was instrumental, not the sole person to change black positively. I wonder if revenue switched up. I really wonder if revenue switched up the language in the transcript. Long. Yeah, I'm really wondering now. The revenue switched up the language. I'm really wondering if he switched the language up. Yeah, we're gonna get this right. It says majority rejected black until Carmichael made the shift. Negro was the prior. Look, I actually agree with this. Like they're crediting revenue with things just basic research. Wait, he didn't solely make the shift. All right, hold on. We're almost done. All right, what else? Accurate. It even acknowledges it right here. Did directly correct on preference of for Negro. Oh, that's another thing. Like they're giving them credit with just saying stuff. Like I didn't disagree with this. Right. Okay. So this one right here. Oh yeah. Why is Tariq name even there? Yeah, why is Tariq name even there? we never debated Tariq versus Garvey. All right. We debated black. Yeah, yo, family. I think Revenue had mixed the transcript up, had added some stuff in there. All right. So right. So I'm just highlighting what I actually argued. Oh fuck, I keep doing it. What else? Is giving me can't see.
What?
Your revenue is I can't see. God damn. Mm. Me straw man arguments. And again, we did not argue Tariq versus Garvey. Yeah, we didn't argue Tariq Nasheed versus Garvey. Yeah, we didn't argue. Where are you getting that from? I never said revenue couldn't use government documents. Oh, okay, no, I'm bad. I'm reading that. Wait, so how you get hold of it? Okay, I got it. My fault. It's hot as hell out here. Family, it's so hot out here. It's a heat advisory out here. I'm burning up. So I'm trying to hurry up because I gotta get out of here. I'm burning up. Uh this is the critique, especially with yeah. So look, what is this? Yeah, we got to fix this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I interrupted him. So what? Okay, effective controlling flow. Okay, now I don't mind that right there. Whatever, because I did say that. Okay, I got it now. God damn. All right. TikTok, TikTok. Yeah, making it easy to switch to because I gotta leave one of these social media platforms, and y'all making that decision easy to choose YouTube. TikTok ain't lit like it usually is. All right, all right. Okay, so now I made modification to let Grok know what I'm arguing, what I'm not arguing. All right. So it says corrected final judgment, Ron versus revenue. Thank you for the clarification. I have reevaluated strictly based on the transcript you provided and your stated positions. I removed the Garvey versus Tariq comparison. Why was that even there? I never said Tariq name once. We didn't debate. Like, he debated that with Tariq Nasheed. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna go through that transcript. Yeah, if that dude has switched up my words, if I can prove that, I'm gonna compare that with my transcript. If he oh, you know what? Let me do that. Because either he mixed my words up, because we never debated Tariq versus Garvey, as far as who's more successful. He did that with Tariq. So either he went back and mixed my words up on some deceptive stuff, or Chat or Grok just really couldn't distinguish my argument from his. Okay, so let's see. But I'm gonna definitely have Grok determine if both transcripts are identical. Come on. Yeah, because now I'm really thinking, like, did revenue mix my words up? Because it's giving me positions I did not take. I never argued with black being a racial term. That's my argument. And that's the problem. It's not specific. It's a cesspool of races. That's our whole position. That's why we're delineating, because our ethnicity got co-opted into a racial nothing burger box. Here we go. Come on. Yo, what's up, man? Oh my God. It made me go all the way back down. Oh my God. I didn't have no more mouse space. All right. Damn it. I'm using all. I love TikTok Shop. Yeah, TikTok is making it more easier to choose YouTube because it's too hot where I'm at. So I'm gonna go home and I gotta choose either TikTok or YouTube. And YouTube looks like it may win. Uh-oh. All right, you know what? I'm not gonna do it again. I ran out of mouse space again. All right, I'm just gonna take that out. I ran out of mouse space again. Okay. So I hope y'all learning how to do this. At least YouTube. TikTok can't see my screen. My YouTube name is the same as my TikTok name. Okay, so now I'm gonna ask Grok to determine if the transcripts are identical, and if not, point out the differences. Boy, it's so hot. You meant to come on?
Oh yeah, what's up, Shadow Man?
What's going on?
Just ain't talked to you in a minute, brother. Thank you for continuing the work that you do for us, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. But my question is, if it could be asked,
Yeah.
why is and I'm not saying you doing it, but why is like we trying to platform people like revenue? Is it to get it out to the masses? That's like, cause like it to me it seems counterproductive, because revenue knows what he's doing, and he's trying to make money and clout off of us and our self identification. So it's like watch space.
Great question. And can you introduce yourself to the chat?
Eric, you identify as just black though.
That's okay.
But I ain't foundation black
Yeah,
American.
yeah. Self-identification, like that's a personal choice. Just, you know what I mean? The thing with us, we just want to know if you're one of us or not. And if you are, cool. If you're not, cool, no big deal. But great question. And I'm so glad you asked that question. Okay, so revenue came to my platform first before he came to Tariq Nasheed or anybody else, before Dan or any of you guys ever knew revenue. He came to my platform first with the same arguments. I've been debunking him for a year or more, right? So he's been kicked off the platform, blocked. You know what happened? He started to show his face at Tariq Nasheed platform and everybody else's, and he started to lie again. And people were not catching the lies. Like I'm gonna show one a little later when he came on another platform, FBA platform. They was letting him get away with so many lies. So he started to lie, and nobody were catching them or debunking them. So what I did was I said, okay, let me go back and clean up that mess. So we got FBA spaces who are not really qualified to debate. They go off emotions. They don't really they're not scholars. They don't really research like that. And although that I appreciate the vigilance, but they do not know how to debate. They can't debunk. They just emotional. They talk over. So for me, my thing always before an FBA or Adolf. I've been on YouTube for 17 years debating. Okay, so that's before Adolf. So I'm a debater. I debunk misinformation. So when Revenue reappeared, and by the way, Revenue name is new on my platform. He's Kwame. Right, so he came on Tariq Nasheed with a whole new. I destroyed him so badly that he came up with a new name. He rebranded himself as Revenue. All right, so just keep that in mind. So when he came as Revenue on Tariq thing, I didn't know that was him, but he sounded like him. So he kept saying Revenue. I said, why do you call him Kwame Revenue? So then my chat told me, nah, that's him. So brother, so to answer your question real simply, that's what I did. I gotta debunk his misinformation he's spreading on other platforms that they're not successfully debunking.
Do agree with that, because I do not think everyone in the FBA lineage or the lineage should be kind of speaking for the overall indicative of the lineage, and nor do a lot of these people should platform these people who spread misinformation about our ethnic group. Because we do know, like, this is kind of, I don't want to use the term white supremacist, but it is a white supremacist.
You gotta say white tea on TikTok. You gotta say white tea on TikTok.
Yeah, white tea.
I love TikTok shop.
I'm not. That's why said, Shadow Bear, I'm not going after you. It's just more so the sense of like why is some people within our ethnic group even allowing him to even have a voice, knowing he's spreading misinformation about our ethnic?
Right. And again, another fair question, and that's what I don't like. Right? I believe there's some FBA spaces that is to signal boost delineation and reparations, right? And then talk about our glorious history that's not well received or well known, right? That's our sole mission. People start to realize there's some clicks and views and coins in this. So they start to make up, FBA spaces for the whole purpose of inviting revenue, not to debunk them, but to yell at them, call them tether. And you see, I don't call them names. I don't cuss them out. I keep it very civil. I say go, I talk, he goes. I keep things civil. And for me, I know that you use those people to teach the masses, right? Because sometimes revenue will bring us some interesting things that I think need to be heard, but told in the correct way. So some things he said should be heard because he is saying some names and some events in Black history that most Black Americans never heard of. Like when he talk about Paul Cuff, or when he talks about some other things, like there's some things people never heard before. So yeah, unfortunately, it came through him, but he has the wrong framing of it because he presents himself as a villain. He puts the wrong framing. So I provide the right framework on what he's trying to say, right? But so you have people who are like really, really skilled in this. Myself, Tariq, Jason Black, Dennis Sperling. Like some people out here are really skilled at this, like really know how to communicate and take somebody and use that person as an example. When revenue come in my spaces, he never does well, right? It's not for show. I really big flip him and get him up out of here. And I get him up out of here. I don't keep him for more views and clicks. Once I get rid of his information, debunk him, he either run off or I kick him off. And today, this is back-to-back days. Yesterday I debunked him. He ran off for TikTok. And today he hopped on YouTube. He ran off again. So he's voluntarily running off because his information is being destroyed. So I'm an educator and I'm educating our correct history. And don't forget, revenue is repeating things that other folks are going to repeat. So there's like a million revenues out there. So I'd rather be documented, right? So everything I do is archived and documented publicly online. So I like to, so when people want to research something, hey, whatever, because I'm the first person to really destroy Marcus Garvey. Like nobody does a better job than me. I'm the first person to bring the evidence that we're the only Black people. Everybody else is just Haitian, Jamaican. That's my argument, by the way. Like people repeating that right now, but they can't really defend it. But that's my argument. So I have sole arguments on the line on the internet. That's mine, right? So then I'm known for a lot of things. I was the first person to expose Lord Jamar. He's not FBA. I got on Professor Smalls. I got on what was the weird guy Anton Daniels a year ago. So I've been the first person to break news before it hit, the internet way before. So that's my thing. I'm a journalist. So I break news. It's called FBA News Updates. So I break news, I give updates, and I teach. So revenue on my panel or some hater on my panel is for a different reason than Smiles is. For me, it's a learning moment. It's for me to teach my people through that liar.
That's good because for some better reason is we do have people like Antoine Daniels, Tommy Sotomayor, who is not of the lineage but constantly want to speak as if they are part of our lineage or they have any sort of history or attachment to our Blackness or Black period. Because I've always kind of, not necessarily always, but I always understood that these people were not Black and that they should not identify the same way as we identify, because we don't even do that to them. We don't go around claiming we're these people like how they try to do with our people. But like I said, I think the problem comes in, and not from you, Shadow Big. I think it comes in from other people who are trying to make money off our name and our social engineering to allow these people who have vitriolic natures on their platform to even have a voice to even speak against our people group. And I think it comes from down that some people within our people group are kind of like hurt by said people group.
Right.
So now they're allowing these other people to have platforms and talk against us, which shouldn't be a good. not a good thing. It should be a good thing, and we should be calling those people out as well.
Yep.
Too, not just because like you said, it gets to a point, and not just it gets to a point. It gets to like where people like you have to constantly push back against the backlash of these people on the constantly against us.
Right. And also like because I'm on YouTube as well. I have a larger following on YouTube, and I've been trying to convince. So I'm so glad you're making those points, because I'm trying to convince those lazy 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds and 60-year-olds to create a TikTok account. I said this yesterday, the day before. I said we need to come to TikTok to show the youth the example of how to have conversations. They ain't got to be toxic. They ain't got to be filled with hate. They got to be so we got to be the example for the youth to have conversations that where you're debating but you're also educating at the same time. It ain't just clicks and views. So now I'm so glad you said that, because they can hear you on YouTube. I got my microphone to the phone. So YouTubers, all you 40, 50, 60-year-olds, you see that right there. You got to stop being lazy. See, that's the thing about older people. They get stuck in their ways, they get comfortable, and they don't want to rebrand. They don't want to be youthful. And that's not the FBA way. The FBA way is to be youthful at all times. You know, you're older, but you're supposed to have a young spirit. You're supposed to, and with having a young spirit, you become attractive to the youth. You have an old, grumpy spirit, the youth won't attract to you. So get your TikTok account, follow me, unbiased. Telling how it is, how it should be. They did.
Coming from someone who's not young, but of the younger generation. So that's why I say I do think because I see older people who are platforming people like Revenue, and it's kind of giving the younger people to platform people like Revenue, and that shouldn't be the case, because I'm not gonna say, hey, I encountered Revenue longer than you, because I just encountered that motherfucker probably like,
Watch it. Cursing.
months ago.
TikTok shop. We love you. No cursing.
Always seeing him say the same things, and when he's
Right.
not saying the same thing, is vitriolic nature towards us, so that it makes me kind of steer away from certain people and platforms that makes me feel like, hey, yo, as a foundational Black American, I don't have a voice here, because the simple matter of reason is when we're talking about, hey, how certain people groups come and harm us, we're not talking about these people group as individuals. We're talking about them as a collective. But because more so people want kumbaya points with these sad people group, they don't want us hear how or see how these people groups harm us in their totality. So that's why I appreciate people like you, Shadow Band, who constantly give us the information, hey yo, about these certain people groups, because I think I think that's why it's like I had kind of preference that is you using this as a chance to educate the younger masses, because the younger generation do need to hear how these people groups feel about us, and they need to see it. They're kind of seeing it, but they don't really hear it, because some people in their friend group are like, well, that's not everybody. We get that's not everybody, just like we get not every YT person hates, but it's enough of y'all to where it is a problem. And then when I speak against it, I shouldn't automatically get get hit with, oh, you're just an FBA.
Right.
It's because I'm an FBA that I see this and that I know that, hey, yo, that your people are not kind of for my people group, which it is what it is, but it doesn't mean that I should allow the younger generation to keep advocating for a people group that has harmed us.
Are you subscribed to my YouTube?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I agree with you, everything you said. And man, but that go ahead.
Subscribe to all of y'all.
All right.
Yeah. Make sure I subscribe to every
All
last
right. Shout out to her. But just so you know, I came to TikTok because I seen how toxic it was. You know, because I created an account on TikTok. I stopped being an old grumpy person. I came to TikTok and I joined the FBA space where they had people speaking against the lineage. And I tried to join to say my piece, and the FBAs and the other one, the ops, both look at that as like, we don't care. Like, we're just doing our own thing. So I was kind of confused. Like, wait, so it's not about information and it's about just going back and forth. So I said, all right. And then I seen that one. And then a couple TikTok spaces start to re-upload their videos on YouTube. And I watched some of them, and it's just pure toxicity. And it's painting us as a HATE group because of our mannerisms and our vulgar speech and our, just defaming them for no reason. So that's why I came to TikTok. And when I say I came to TikTok, I want the guy Warrior Cherub to listen to this. He said, you sound like a narcissist. When I say I came to TikTok, bro, I'm talking about everybody that subscribed to me on YouTube. So when I say that's a we thing, bro. That's why I say be one, we one. We are one. So I represents the whole. So because they came with me. So it's not just me, my guy. I'm bringing people from YouTube to TikTok. So when I say I came to TikTok to clean it up, I'm saying we, and that's why I'm encouraging subscribers like Truth Teller SL V4 to come on my TikTok panel. So I ain't trying to be a me singular I. I'm trying to bring the crew over here because I think they need to be heard on TikTok. And then from there, they can go create their own spaces, you feel me? And then cook and then, go their lone wolf route. Like, you don't always got to stay here, but I'm trying to like do it together as a force. And then we spread out and we get to cooking. Yes, sir. Okay. I appreciate you. All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Okay. So back to business. Now, this is the correction I made, family and TikTokers. I made the adjustment. Right. I said, now I'm not gonna read all of this. SL, can you see my screen?
The screen is up.
Can you see my screen? Hello, you there? SL, you there? Uh-oh, he's back with that bag signal. But you live on a farm? Ninja, be for real. SL, you live on a farm? Your connection like you live on a farm. Hi, but anyway, so the YouTubers can see my screen. It says, thank you for the clarification. I have reevaluated strictly based on the transcript you provided.
Yeah, I'm here, bro, but I couldn't hear it on my phone, but I hear you. I got my laptop on at the same time, but I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I had to buy another phone.
Huh?
I had to buy another phone.
Okay, wow. All right, so hold on. So
phone.
Hold on 1 second. So okay, but I don't know if you heard the guy from TikTok, the 30-year-old, but he was saying what I was telling you guys what to do. You guys need to get a TikTok account. He's saying that we are underrepresented on TikTok. So the FBA image is tainted because a lot of youthful people are doing stuff, because they're unbecoming on TikTok. That's because like there's no large elder presence. You want to use that word. And I'm trying to convince you guys, like, yo, y'all gotta stop being lazy. Like, this is a revolutionary. Like, we're competing for the minds of the masses and the youth. But if y'all absent, then there's no representation. Like, we always talk about taxation without representation. Well, we're not being represented correctly in a FBA space. Like, there's no representation. I'm by myself, basically. Like, Tariq only goes on once in a blue moon, but I'm every day. And, outside of me, like, who else is like bringing the professionalism, the maturity, the academia with them? You did, like, no roasting, just straight information. Like, nobody's doing that. So I'm like, hey, man, at the very least, people can just come over here and support, hop on the panel and go in. Like, this is the platform to be long-winded. I don't want you guys long-winded on YouTube. YouTube is a presentation platform where we show videos, we react, we talk, we chop it up, and and we might play a video or read something. So YouTube ain't the space for like long-winded speeches. So I'm trying to encourage everybody, if y'all want to talk a lot, 30 minutes straight, then come to TikTok. That's a space where it's appreciated, and you'll see somebody want to hop on, and they might want to join the conversation, and bam. But YouTube, it got to be, the plans got to land. So I'm gonna take Tariq Nasheed. I'm gonna take his strategy. I'm gonna get a song, right? When people start to talk, I'm gonna play the song. That means wrap it up. All right, because you got to understand, YouTube is a presentation plus, lecture type of forum. With Clubhouse and all these other ones, like, you can just go in because you can't really share your screen. So, like, what else are you supposed to do? You're gonna just talk all day. All right. So it says, thank you for your clarification. I have reevaluated strictly based on the transcript you provided and your stated positions. I removed the Garvey versus Tariq comparisons. It was a trigger for the call-in, but not substantively debated in the transcript, and corrected the attribution errors on the racial umbrella point and the sole reason nuance. So I had him go back and like, hey, man, like, you're misrepresenting me. You're giving me Revenue's argument, or Revenue's arguing something that I'm not arguing. Like, he's arguing a straw man. And then Grok picked up the straw man like, that's my argument. Like, that's not my argument. So it says, my core thesis, Black in Jamaica was historically a racial exonym, colonial descriptor, not a traditional ethnic endonymic identity. Jamaicans primarily use nationality plus ancestry. Jamaican, Afro-Jamaican, Creole, etc. Not Black. In the U.S., Black Americans actively transformed Black into a positive ethnocultural identifier post-1960s via agency Harlem Renaissance Black Power. Race and ethnicity are distinct categories. Revenue argument is Jamaicans have long used Black Jamaican as an ethnic self-identifier. Black American is a broad racial category, includes Caribbeans, which I agree, and Black Americans largely reject Black until society. Now, this is Revenue's argument. Black Americans largely rejected Black until Stokely Carmichael shifted it positively. Government documents should be used consistently. Now, I never said he couldn't use. So Revenue framed me as saying he cannot use government documents. I never said that. I said, go ahead. And I never said that Stokely Carmichael was not an instrument. I said he's not the sole reason. Revenue argued Stokely Carmichael was the sole reason. So Grok kept mixing that up. So I'm not going to read nothing more. I'm just going to scroll down to the final verdict. Okay, so now they got me as 8.3 out of 10. Like I said, I never go below 7. And they got Revenue 6.7, right? But that's not good enough. So I went back, as you guys seen. I put in the transcript from what Revenue gave Grok, and then from what I got, because I wanted to know, was Revenue modifying, changing the scripts to give me a position I didn't have? I'm like, why is Grok giving me straw man arguments and then grading me on straw man arguments? So as you're seeing, I'm scrolling down. I'm not like revenue. I'm not going to scroll past anything. I'm scrolling down to the end of the transcript. Okay, I'm not going to do what he do. So I'm scrolling down. Scrolling down. So YouTube can see my screen. Scrolling down. It is baking out here. Yo, hold on. Okay, so now look, I put mine in. So now this is where I said I need you to compare the two transcripts and determine if they are identical, and if not, then please point out the differences. And then I said, please judge this debate and grade it. Explain why somebody lost a run. And I just gave my position. I gave revenue position, right? So now here's the transcript that I gave, right? I wanted Grok to determine if revenue secretly was modifying my argument. So he get these extra points and get points deducted from myself. All right. So now Grok rating system was a little bit different because Grok judged me on like being aggressive and like that's not supposed to be part of the debate. Grok judged me on being aggressive and Grok judged me cutting in. It's like, well, with revenue, you got to cut in. He'd be lying. So like Grok actually judged me on that. I'm like, okay. So now I see when you use certain engines, you got to say, do not judge me on those things. Just judge us on our information only. And I'll probably get a 10 out of 10. Okay. So it says comparison of the two transcripts. The two transcripts are not identical, but they are extremely similar. Essentially the same debate with only minor differences. So really it's just a timestamp. His timestamp 239:58 seconds. Mine is 2:40. So that's it. So revenue didn't it just misspellings. That's all. The AI picked up. So some sentences were slightly reworded or condensed. The wicked flee, no man pursuer appears in both. The second transcript cuts off at the end. Okay, yeah. So revenue did not modify my words. He didn't implant something I did not say. He didn't do that. But I had to know that because Grok was grossly considering the straw mans that I didn't argue. It says conclusion, it's the same debate. Now, here's the final judgment. So now I put it back through there. So this time I didn't just straight two transcripts. Final judgment, Ron versus Tethanu, revenue. Core argument, as you defined it. Ron, you argue black as a standalone ethnonym. Positive ethnocultural identity originated and was transformed by Black Americans in the U.S., especially from the 1960s onward. In Jamaica, it was primarily a racial exonym, colonial descriptor used negatively by oppressors, not a traditional self-identified ethnicity. That is exactly my stance. Been my stance for a whole year now. Tethanu, revenue, Jamaicans historically use Black Jamaican as an ethnic endonymic identifier. Black American is primarily racial. Okay. Now I'm going to read from here. Graded evaluation. Jamaica, historically status of Black, core issue. Ron, Black, I've said this. I said Black was a colonial racial color term exonym. Jamaicans use national. And by the way, for you guys on TikTok, so is Noir. Okay, Noir, that Haitian term, that's also in here. As a Noir is also a colonial racial color term exonym. You're going to get it too. So anybody arguing that Haitian stuff, you'll get cooked as well as revenue. And anybody from Sudan, your Sudan is also, Bilal Al Sudan is also a colonial racial color term. All right. So those things, brother, that just left, these are FBA spaces we're letting people get away with, non-FBAs get away with saying Noir is the same as how we use Black today. And that I was really teed off on that. Okay. So Jamaicans use nationality Jamaican plus ancestry subgroups Afro-Jamaican, Creole, Maroon. Modern Black Jamaican is a later reinterpretation. Tethanu says Jamaican self-identifies Black Jamaican ethnically Afro-Jamaican is interchangeable with it as an ethnicity. Guess what grade I got? I got a 9 out of 10. It says excellent command. You correctly identify exonym versus endonym. You cited colonial categories and highlighted anachronism, right? It says Tethanu 5 out of 10. He overprojected modern self-identification backward. Slightly agree moment showed weakness, right? So then it says U.S. Black American identity, race versus ethnicity. Ron, broad social construct, broad racial category on government docs, but Black Americans forge a distinct positive ethnoculture through agency. Tethanu says always a racial broad category. Pontier, Belafonte, Hamilton examples. No census treats it as narrow ethnicity. Grade. Ron 8.5 out of 10. Strong, consistent distinction. You acknowledge the racial umbrella while emphasizing the ethnocultural transformation. Tethanu 8 out of 10, but he's below me. I got 8.5. You got 8. He's good on practical uses and census facts. His examples were relevant, but did not refute your core transformation argument. He cannot refute me, family. Okay, so now the Negro to the Black shift. Ron, older leaders preferred Negro, Black power. Carmichael was instrumental, flipped it positively in the 1960s, right? That's still a Tethanu argument. I don't know why they're giving it to me. Tethanu majority rejected Black until Carmichael shifted it. He was the key sole driver. He was wrong. Watch this. Ron, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. So I got a what I get so far? What's my grades? I got a 9, 8.5, and a 9. You correctly used the AI output instrumental to correct revenue sole reason claim. Handled the walk back effectively. I walked him down. Tethanu, 6.5 out of 10. He overstated Carmichael as sole cause and was exposed when AI clarified. All right. Now, number 4, consistency, government docs versus self-ID, right? So it says, Ron, colonial docs show racial uses in Jamaica. Ethnicity is cultural, self-defined. Tethanu, selective, can't lean on government records for Jamaica, then dismiss for U.S. I never did that, but AI keeps saying I did that. Anyway, I got a 7.5. Distinction is valid, but selective emphasis gave him a legitimate opening, which is wrong. So this should be an 8.5 too, but whatever. Tethanu, 7 out of 10. Fair critique, but didn't fully dismantle your framework. He can't. Nobody can. All right. Now, number 5, style and conduct. So now look how it's grading me on behavior, basically, in vulgar language. So this shouldn't even be a grade, right? So it says I'm 5 out of 5. Content strong, but interruptions and tangents. Plecker was weak, irrelevant, reduced fairness. Tethanu, 6.5 out of 10. More concise, but struggle against flow control. Overall scores. Ron, 8.4 out of 10. Tethanu, 6.6 out of 10. Dude, you lost. It says, Ron, you won because you maintained tighter control of the core thesis, Jamaica as a racial exonym, plus U.S. ethnoculture transformation via Black American agency. You used sources effectively. You corrected Tethanu's sole Carmichael statement, his overstatement, and consistently distinguished race, ethnicity, nationality. Tethanu had strong moments on U.S. practical usage and consistency, but conceded on Jamaican history and was vulnerable on absolutist claims. Your long speaking segments gave surface dominance, but the win is substantive, not just stylistic. The Plecker reference was indeed mostly pointless. Well done on the core argument. Well, it wasn't done. It wasn't. See, it got it wrong because we talked about Garvey. So Marcus Garvey is part of the discussion. That's why I brought up Plecker. But and also we talking about race, right? But I never got a chance to finish my Plecker point because revenue fled. He 14'd like he did today. So Tethanu, that's an L, my guy. So where did Grok say you won? Liar. So you took an L on all AIs, and anybody else can get it. Your leader went down, right? Your leader Tethanu went down. Let me see if I have, because I gotta get out of this sun. Okay, SL. Okay, wait. Before you go, TikTok, I love you guys, but we ain't litty today, this morning, so I gotta go. So, but you can come join me on YouTube. I'll stay a little longer. My YouTube handle is the same it is on TikTok. It's Unbiased Ron, FBA News and Updates. Put that in YouTube, and you can keep following the show. Because what I'm gonna do is next, I'm gonna show an FBA space debating revenue, and I'm gonna highlight the difference when you're debating revenue. What you got to know in advance, right? So I'm gonna show how revenue was gaining some wins low key against these guys. But yeah, if y'all want to be part of that reaction where revenue debated those FBAs, then you want to follow me on YouTube right now. All right. So love you guys on TikTok, but I gotta go. Make sure you follow me, and don't worry, I'm going to make shorts and put them on TikTok with my and revenue back and forth. Peace, love you guys. SL.
Yeah. What's happening, bro?
Brother. Yeah. So if you want to, you can go in for a little bit. I gotta. I'm listening. I got you on. I got it on. I can hear it throughout the what you call, but I gotta call my brother back.
All right.
I hate when TikTok do that. You go right to a video. Okay, so go ahead, SL, take over. I will come back in once I'm done with my phone call.
Okay. All right. Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. We back like we never left. I know Ron was speaking on a brother that just left earlier. I missed some of his conversation that he was saying about we starting to have like some sort of crosswind currents when we go into some of our different platforms and talking about the age difference. I just think that we're all learning because there's so many spaces out there now with FBA. And you know, it's gonna be some growing pains because that's what delineation mean. It always mean to you know, draw distinctions, and that's what we're trying to do. I'm glad the brother did call in, and you know, he's very vulnerable when he said that, and it's good. And also, I am going to be on TikTok. I know Ron didn't see that. I think y'all saw that in the chat where I said I'm going to be on there, but I just didn't want to drop all the information off my phone. So I just got another one to be here shortly, and I'll be on TikTok. I wanted to say one thing about Stokely Carmichael. And a lot of people, I don't know if you know Andrew Young, but Andrew Young was similar to like Martin Luther King's, like he was somewhat of a bodyguard to a certain degree. He had rose up through the ranks in a lot of different positions. Andrew Young did not really like Stokely Carmichael. Andrew Young had a lot of bad things to say about Stokely Carmichael. He thought he was a hothead. He thought he was a person that was moving way too fast. He went against Dr. King many of times. And one of the reasons why Stokely Carmichael, and you find people like Marcus Garvey, they do that when they get to America and they see that we're already established. They see it. Everything's already here. So when they find themselves in our spaces, and not to cut myself off, but to just go back to that about Black Power, even that I wish Ron would go back and update, because even with the Black Power, there was a lot of meetings that happened prior to him saying Black Power, because he got Black Power from an FBA brother that was in the civil rights movement. He was actually a push to say Black Power. He didn't initially embrace Black Power. It's just in the information now because of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism have a lot of information out on in American society, in American history books. A lot of them have been going to HBCUs, changing a lot of information and revising history. So Andrew Young, I believe he's still living. I don't know if he is, but he actually had something on CNN where he was discussing Stokely Carmichael. He was saying about how Stokely Carmichael was out of line a lot of times because he was spewing a whole lot of hot rhetoric. And a lot of that hot rhetoric, they were trying to go a particular way, and Stokely Carmichael was almost like an insurgent to a large degree. You have Stokely Carmichael on raw footage where they were being challenged in a way by some white tea supremacists at a situation, and there was a lot of smoke going on. He was the first one bailing. They got him all on TV. He's basically like he's about to pass out, and they dragging him around. And Young was talking about that. You can see it. So a lot of times what happened once these tethers get established in America and they start bumping heads with a lot of our leaders, like that's what they do. They start bumping heads with our leaders. They start drawing division, and that's how they get their name. That's how they get into our politics. That's how they get into our history, because they want to be seen. They know that they're outsiders. Now, when you talk about Harry Belafonte looked different from us, but Stokely Carmichael didn't look that much different from us. Harry Belafonte, when he came and joined the civil rights movement and got with all of them, you saw a big difference in the way that he looked. But he embraced our culture. He also was already an actor. He was already a celebrity to a large degree. So these spaces that we're in now, we need it all. And when he asked me to, when brothers say, brother, you need to step up sometime, all of us have other things to do, but we all going to give our time. We all going to continue to fight for delineation, because delineation is more of something called a well, what I mean by Stokely Carmichael looked like us, he had the same sort of a skin tone complexion, not that he looks like us. You could tell but what I'm saying is he was able to come in the 60s, down south, he was able to blend in that way. We are very, very accepting of that. That's one of the reasons why we're delineating. So what I mean by when you have someone like I was saying, Harry Belafonte, we knew just by looking at him that he was different, no matter where he would have gone. Stokely Carmichael actually could have gone somewhere up north and actually blended in. And that's all I mean. It's just a skin tone. And that's one of the reasons why we're having delineation, so that we can bring these subjects up, so that we can have it. Ron is way more technical, way more scholarship, way more all that. But we still need a lot of our FBAs that will check people. They're not gonna all check some of these people that's coming on here spewing some of this information and this bad faith arguments against us. So we're gonna be taught in all levels. We're gonna be taught in all levels. We're gonna be taught at all levels. So that brother coming on, voicing his concerns about certain spaces he's going to, hey man, that's gotta happen. You gotta understand, even with during the Civil War, the Civil War, the Civil War, what happened? South Carolina was the first to break. It wasn't Virginia. Virginia wasn't necessarily ready to break right from the beginning. It was South Carolina. South Carolina was the first shot. That's your history. Whether you from North Carolina, South Carolina, up north, you need to understand this and understand the South and what we was doing at those times. You got South Carolina breaking with the Union. That's important right now to this day. When they broke, it wasn't Virginia to go. It was more the further southern states. The southern states at that point was almost like 50 to 60% black. They had way more black, almost more blacks than whites then. You have to understand who we are and how we get to where we are today. North Carolina was the last state to break from the Union. They was not going to break. All of that right there, you have to understand, this is our country. We have to stop looking at it from so far away and understand our people are in different regions in this country, but find out how we get on code. When North Carolina broke, the only reason North Carolina broke from the Union was because of Virginia. When Virginia broke, they boxed North Carolina in. South Carolina and Virginia boxed North Carolina in, and then that's when North Carolina had to go. They were boxed in. This is our history. Then you get Tennessee to break immediately. Where you think Tennessee got the volunteers from? These are your people. These are our people. So right now, even now, you have to understand how we get on code. We get on code based on being challenged. We're being challenged now. You're going to be challenged on different sites. You're going to be challenged on different platforms. But our number one core argument a lot of times is our reparations. We're fighting for our rights. We're fighting for equality. We're fighting for our justice. So we have to understand a lot of times when you're going inside and even Chat GPT, all of them are learning too. We see it in real time. Some of this stuff, they're putting out information that's not necessarily right. It's not necessarily right. A lot of people do not look. We don't hold Stokely Carmichael in the same type of esteem that Revenue does. They only do that because these people have immigrant roots or they have foreign roots. They always make a foreigner really, really big, but they don't start out being that way. They become that way simply just like coming here, going to a HBCU. You go to a HBCU, you start learning stuff. Next thing you know, you're running for politics. You don't really deserve it. You don't really deserve it. You're basically riding a wave. So anything that we do on these spaces, whether it be TikTok, whether it be whether it be this site right here, there is gonna be some growing pains. There's gonna be some growing pains because we have people now that are how shall I say this? They're very worried about the situation. When you have people coming on here, they have one FBA family, then they have like a person from an immigrant background. All of this stuff is to clear up all this confusion. Some of them trying to understand. So on other sites, they learning one thing, on another site, they learning something else. But if you go on Tariq Nasheed's site, you're gonna get more information of a basis of like they can understand. You come here, you're probably gonna get it too. You go to other sites, you're gonna get a broad spectrum of why we're delineating. So our delineation movement is to let everyone know that by you not choosing other is really a threat, because that's why you know that they know what a tether means. When they say the United States is forcing all of us to become black, I don't got that choice. You have a choice to check other. You are making a deliberate, and basically like firing a shot at us by choosing black. And a lot of them are already white tea when they come over here. They're not having that conversation. They keep on driving this conversation towards our delineation, but you have to understand they're delineating when they come over here. You have some of the darkest people you'll ever find that's coming from other countries.
SL, let me throw in a nuance here.
Go ahead, bro.
So they're being encouraged to select black. So like their handler is like helping them out with the application process, and they're saying, hey, click this. So it ain't like they just give it to them and they just say, okay, go home and fill it out. Like they're actually giving them game on how to finesse. They say, okay, look, fill this out. Now the race part, you gotta check black or African American, or you can't get these tangibles. So like they're being encouraged and told that they gotta check black, African American to get the housing or whatever tangible it is. So that's all I want to say.
Right, and that's a great point. And see, and this is how we do it, y'all. This is how we do it. These people in this chat on Unbiased Ron, the chat telling you these are some great, sharp people there in every FBA space. I guarantee you. I keep trying to get these people to understand. A lot of these people in these spaces, they got degrees, bro. They got degrees. They smart. Some of them have been in tough situations. Some of them have been all around the world. They just don't want to look at it that way. So what he just did was he's showing them that they're finessing us coming through the door. So if you coming in and you got a handler, that means you're not like us. Because we don't grow up in America with a handler. Anytime you have somebody come on a handle, that somebody got a handle on you. That means that somebody's instructing you how to get into America. You're not telling that story. You should be telling that story, because after your handler gets you, you're gonna be confronted with more government how shall I say paperwork to check one thing or another. So they are constantly being challenged in this country, and they're turning a blind eye to their options. See, black in America for us is not an option. It is a way of life. It is a way of thinking. It is what you do every day. When you're born black, you're not concerned about am I gonna go to school and have to deal with a different language? When we're in America, we coming up with the language is English. So we're teaching all of our children are under English. We're not under all the rest of these other languages where these people have a leg up on us. Where some of them come in and they speak a language and you might not even know that they speak a different language till one day. That's not even fair. You might be around someone that speak another language, won't tell you. They all want a leg up on us. They understand that America is a leg up, and it's a leg up for them to be able to have a choice. America is built on us not having choices. If you have to jump a broom, then that means that somebody was taking a choice from you. You didn't have a choice to get married back then. There was no choice. You didn't have a choice that could you vote. There was no choice. We fought to have votes. We fought to be married. These people don't even understand that part. You should be happy that you can actually get married in America as a melanated person. You have to understand in the 60s up in Boston, when they had something called, they were segregated in Boston. They were segregated in New York. There was something called busing up north. It was absolutely horrible what they had to go through in Boston, what they had to go through in Massachusetts, what they had to go through in New Jersey, what they had to go through in Delaware, what they had to go through in Rhode Island. Just trying to get on a bus and go to school. Because of what? We do that. We take all the knocks. They let in the immigrants. Immigrants come in and immediately start learning somebody else's history. So delineation now is cleaning up all of those issues. Stokely Carmichael is not a big time figure down south unless you around somewhere like Selma or something, where they turned Selma into basically a hustle. They turned our civil rights movement into a hustle down there. They're just marching for no reason. They marching. You got immigrants marching in Selma, reenacting our pain, but they playing. They are cosplaying. So I'm saying, just to do that, if you have to go and reenact Selma every year, you're not reenacting Rosewood every year. You're not reenacting the Wilmington Race Massacre every year. You're not reenacting Black Wall Street all over America every year. You're just doing that because they turned that into a money-making, tether-operated machine. Because they want part of it. Because every time they got anybody that's involved in anything we do, if they find out they're from somewhere else, the first thing they start doing is start to elevate them, to try to make them be important. They're not important like that. They're just joining something. And they're joining something and they're taking crazy chances, wild chances around our people. Because our people can be whipped up into a frenzy. And that's why Ron say on these sites a lot of times you have to be careful on some sites. So we're trying to get a little bit more the education down, some of the verbiage down for some of our people. But all this stuff is starting now. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. They'll find their way over here. They'll find their way over here. And when that brother came on here, he just basically was a little bit concerned. But I'm like, hey man, we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. We've always had a Stokely Carmichael or a Marcus Garvey running around doing things like that. Then we find out that they're scamming. Look at Stokely Carmichael today. He's not talking about black. If he's still here, what are you talking about now? He turned Pan-Africanism, and immediately started trying to say that immigrants is the one who did this. This is Kool Herc reincarnated. This is Bambaataa reincarnated. This is what's his name? Marcus Garvey reincarnated. This is Byron Donalds reincarnated. This is what's her name? Madam Vice President reincarnated. They all want a selection. They all want to be able to select something. But you cannot select black and then go into a school for other benefits or go down the street for other benefits. Because if you do, you need to tell us. And you're not doing that. So Pan-Africanism is not working for us because Pan-Africanism pushes that foolishness where a person can be white, black, and an immigrant and a migrant and a refugee all in the same day. How much money and how many benefits you can get by being 5 people at once? They have an opportunity to choose what? Be yourself. Be yourself. How all of a sudden we having an argument with being black when these people were saying, I am not black. Pan-Africans running around talking about everybody's black, but these people are actually saying they wasn't black. Well, it wasn't all of them. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's all of them or not. It's too many of them because they know that that selection, having the option to be this or that, the only ones don't do that is us in America. FBA is the only ones don't have that option. We've never had an option because we're from America. There's no more options. We don't know what anything else means. That's why we look at them crazy when we tell them that, well, you know, I'm not African. They get all bent out of shape. They want to call us lost. They want to say that we don't understand. So we're bringing the information to them now. We're breaking it down to them now. What you're getting now from this guy named Revenue is somebody that's bringing in basically tricknology from Jamaica. From Jamaica. He doesn't want to talk about Jamaica. He's on Stokely Carmichael. One man, insignificant. His significance is really, look, the more we dig into these people's history and what their importance is, you always find them doing something bad to FBA during the civil rights movement. If you watch Martin Luther King, some of them marches, you see Stokely Carmichael there, you always see him in the front, and you see Dr. King not really happy about that. If you look at Dr. King, a lot of times when Stokely Carmichael was around, running to microphones and doing stuff, Dr. King needs to be like, you know, man, slow down. What are you doing? Doing something bad to FBA during the civil rights movement. If you watch, see, a lot of people didn't see that. You got to be able to look into the appearance of a thing. And that's what we're doing with people coming over here. They're wondering, where did it come from? If you was from America, you wouldn't have that problem. If you really was from America, you wouldn't have that problem. Like how we can just flip like that. Over and over again, we've had to take our position that this is our land. We are where our feet are every day. We don't have the option to go around and go to some church and say, hey, I'm a refugee, or get stopped by the officers saying you're black. And by the time they get you down there to the precinct, you're saying, well, no, I just got here. I'm sorry. I just got here. My family just got here. You got that option now. Police officers just playing with you. Then they say, as soon as they get out, they're talking to us like, man, yeah, they grabbed me, man, you know, but you was black up until the officer said something. Now you talking Spanish. Now you're talking another language. You're trying to cop a plea with them people before you even see a judge. See, that right there mean that something is wrong with your brain. Look, stop trying to be anybody and everybody coming to America. You don't want to be everything coming to America. The best knowledge that you need to have is the knowledge of yourself, which America strips them, and they sign a contract to say, I'm somebody else. So you won't be getting along with us. If you want to be everything and be everything to everybody, I guess America is the place for you. They say, well, America's a melting pot. That's not what it means to us. Those are on government documents, and those are what they say they're running from. They're running from someone to come over to America, to say they came for a better life, to say they 5 different people. What's so good about a life when you're going to be white, black, immigrant, refugee, asylum seeker? All of those right there, you want to be able to go get something in America. And now you're wondering why we delineating. If we were to strap you up to a lot of take the test, I don't think any of them would be telling the truth. If you ask them, like, have you ever got any benefits by saying that you're white? Just ask them that. The machine is going to explode. They can be like, well, that ain't the question I want to ask them. Or, you know, just basic things like that. How can we deal with you going forward when you want to get everything from America and you know one people that cannot get that? We're not in that line. We know we're not even going there. We're not going there. These people have immigration lawyers. Now, mind you now, these very immigrants have immigration lawyers, they have immigration organizations and everything. They come here already strapped up with legal protection. You got sanctuary cities when you get here. You got what they call it, catch and release. Still right now. You have them coming through on the plains, but then at the southern border, you have different ones coming here. But you don't see all of them out there being homeless. Where are they going? America and the Democratic Party has a pipeline for making people be literally Frankenstein. You bring me people here that came from another place, and you're telling them if you catch them, just let them go. Just let them go. You got Biden them and Kamala Harris like, well, just let them go. And let them go where? They disappear into the dark. And I'm saying they're disappearing where? To the Catholic Church, to this church, to that organization, to that club, to that. Now, where are the homeless going to go? And how are they disappearing? Next thing you know, you go in the store and the whole store is filled up. Filled up with them. Now, is that fair? Is that fair? Is that fair that if they
understand, overstand, and understand what I'm
yeah, I just
saying
want to cut in. All right, because
we're
going to move to
overstand, and understand what I'm saying.
Reaction now. So now we're going to go into revenue being platformed by FBA Spaces, and we're going to review his behavior, his arguments, right? We're going to see what should we have said, because remember, he and FBA Spaces bad faith arguments, and people are not really qualified to debate at all, and they're out there debating, and it's like, you know, it's getting you know, it's becoming a game show, like how they had Malcolm X. They had Malcolm X on those game shows, like, and they just asked him the most, like, that was so cringe worthy to watch. Malcolm X being treated like a minstrel show on those game shows. But that's how FBA spaces are becoming, like game shows. Like they're scripted. Like they're inviting revenue there just for a scripted yell match to get clicks and views, and you know, so we're gonna cover some of that and bring the education to those discussions, right? But first, I share my screen. I use Revenue's Grok, you know, to determine. Well, I already know I won, but I told Revenue in advance. I say, bro, AI, because based off my AI struggled to distinguish my arguments from yours. Like they was mixing us up. And then so he claimed he got some results. I said, bro, but didn't your AI, you know, kind of confuse us? First he said no. Then he came back and said yes. So I said, so what did you do to unconfuse your AI? Like nothing. So it's awarding you points that you should not have. And it's giving me straw man arguments that I didn't present. So I went one more time. And also it's judging us on, like, it's judging my aggression. It's judging me cutting them off. So I had to command AI. I said, hey, do not judge me on being aggressive or cutting him off. I want you to judge our information only, because he wasn't complaining when I was cutting him off. I was, though, because you can't let a lie go unchallenged. So you see it right here. So I'm being transparent. It says, this is the grade, number 4. It says consistency, government docs versus self-ID. Ron, colonial docs show racial usage in Jamaica. Ethnicity is cultural, self-defined. Tether News, selective, can't lean on government records for Jamaica, then dismiss the U.S. grade. U.S. for I never did this right here. It said then dismiss for U.S. grade. I never did that. it said distinction is valid, but selective. Look, so look what it gave me. So revenue says that, and it graded me based off revenue saying I did that. So it says selective emphasis gave him a legitimate opening. So it says fair critique, but didn't fully. So revenue got a 7 out of that. So I'm like, wait a minute. So you're gonna judge me off revenue straw man? What he said I did? I said this. I said I never said he couldn't use government documents because he even asked me, "Hey, can I use government?" I said, "Yeah, go ahead." So I'm telling AI. I said I never said he couldn't use government documents. I encourage him to do so. I said, please don't give me a straw man argument and then use it to take away points. I said my point about government documents were this. Just because the government doesn't acknowledge, because revenue kept saying our ethnicity isn't black based on government documents, is actually African American. So therefore we're African American. We're not ever black. And I was saying, bro, just because the government doesn't document something doesn't mean that's the grandstand. So I said we have an ethnicity in regards or regardless of the government documentation, right? Because the government documentation is paper genocide. Like, you don't respect that. So I said my point about government documents were that just because the government doesn't acknowledge our ethnicity as black, but instead want to acknowledge it only as a race, doesn't dismiss black as black Americans, ethnicity, ethnym, endnym. That's my argument, not what revenue said it was. I said that's not selective emphasis. That's context, right? I said, can you explain why Plecker is irrelevant when he's responsible for how race is used today? And we're arguing about race because the AI kept saying I kept using Plecker and it didn't for no reason. I said, look, he leave abruptly. I said, so I wasn't even given a chance to explain why I mentioned Plecker. I said, please don't judge the debate on interruptions. Then I said, don't judge it on interruptions and me going on a tangent. I said, but purely on our arguments and our evidence. Please rejudge the debate. So I said, take away the grades for character. Because when you're debating somebody like revenue, you're not going to have a lot of character left. All right. The character judgment going to be bad because he gaslight us to act like a fool. So, and don't forget, so I just re-emphasize, I'm showing you what I wrote to AI. And this is my argument. So I'm not like but hey, missed that. Rejudge verdict. Ron versus Tethany. It says Mike, my mic going out. It says I have reevaluated the debate strictly on arguments and evidence presented, removing any waiting for style, interruptions, monologues, or debate tactics as requested. Only content, historical accuracy, logical consistency, and relevance to the core issue, race versus ethnicity, Jamaica usage, and U.S. Black American ethnym development are considered. So family, you got to know how to talk to your AI to explain away anything that was convoluted, meshed together. You got to learn how to disaggregate. Hey, AI, that's not what I said. I said this. Like, you're mixing stuff up. All right. So I believe they got it right now. I didn't read it. It says core positions, right? So mine, you already know. Endonym, ethnym, colonial racial exonym. Tethanu, you already know he says Jamaicans call themselves Black Jamaican, ethnically, whatever. So it says regraded breakdown, arguments, and evidence. So look, so now it's grading the arguments and the evidence only, not my content of character. You're never gonna have good character judgment use of Black primary core issue. Ron, I argue Black in Jamaica functioned mainly as a racial color exonym for British colonizers. Historical categories include Negro, colored, mulatto, Creole, maroon, Afro-Jamaican, etc. I say nationality the Jamaicans their nationality, plus their ancestry subgroups were primary. Modern broad Black Jamaican usage is later developed. That's after that's 2020, because we all can self-identify as Black Jamaican ethnically in Jamaica. Afro-Jamaican is used interchangeably as ethnic, also nation. So now look at the grade. He 9 to 5, 5.5. Strongly. So AI said strongly. I strongly supported my colonial record. So this is for education. So you guys know how to argue this, because you're going to argue this. You should argue this. You should be talking to your family, friends, coworkers, and if you're on social media, you're going to argue this, and you're going to face what I'm facing. So you're how you use black ethnically versus black racially. So this is showing you how to do it. So strongly support your colonial records, census categories, and the exonym endonym distinction. Accurate or anachronism risk, right? Tednu 5.5. So I got a 9 out of 10. He got a 5.5 out of 10. It says modern self-ID exists, but weak historical evidence for black as traditional standalone ethnonym pre-1960s. He conceded partial ground. He slightly agreed with me, right? But he'll never say he agreed. Number 2, U.S. Black American race versus ethnicity. Ron, government uses broad racial category, black or African American. Black Americans transform black into a positive ethnocultural identifier through agency. Harlem Renaissance, civil rights, black power. Self-definition creates ethnicity. Self-definition creates ethnicity revenue, not your government. You see? So I argue self-definition creates ethnicity independent of government stamps. Tethanu argue black is a broad race category. Poitier, Belafonte, Hamilton examples. Government non-recognition as ethnicity does not invalidate black as ethnonym for black Americans. This ain't what he argued. He this needs to say black Jamaicans. So it's giving him my argument. So Grok is terrible. So he was arguing that the black Jamaican thing. He wasn't arguing my ethnonym for black Americans. But anyway, it gave him an 8 because he's arguing my argument. And I got an 8.5. It says I was clear, consistent framework, correctly separated race, broad, administrative from ethnicity, cultural, self-defined. It says revenue, strong evidence on practical, broad usage and census facts. Good point that government classification doesn't erase this ain't, it says good point that government classification doesn't erase self-defined ethnicity. That's not his argument. That's my argument. It said this aligned more than it contradicted Ron's. So you see, it's so he's saying that if he said that, he agrees with me. It didn't contradict me, but he never said that. He's arguing against this. So Grok keep missing that, and I'm done with the corrections. 3, Negro to black term shift. Ron, older leaders prefer Negro for respectability, right? Black power movement. Carmichael was instrumental. He helped transform black into a positive identity in the 1960s. Tethanu, majority rejected the black until so his argument was most of us rejected black until Carmichael shifted it positively. We all heard him say that. It says I'm accurate 9 out of 10 historically, sequence and nuance. Instrumental, effective use AI output to correct overstatement. Tethanu 6.5 out of 10. Directionally right on preference shift, but overstated Carmichael as a singular driver and was corrected on sole reason. So that's what I mean by debates and dialogues. SL, I was trying to tell you the other day, when you have dialogues with people that do not agree with you and you accept that dialogue, you are burdened to listen to them and either agree or disagree, not just keep talking over them. If you disagree, you got to explain why, or you got to concede, and that's the rules in conversation, right? Because if you disagree without any arguments, no valid points, you really you really conceded. Anybody? So okay, it says consistency on government documents. Did I already read this? It says Ron. Colonial government records useful for showing Jamaica's racial usage in U.S. government applies radical labels, but Black American self-defined ethnicity and independently, e.g. Black as a positive ethnonym. Tethanu, government treating it as a race does not dismiss Black as a. This was not his argument.
Right.
This is my argument. Okay. It says government treating it as race doesn't dismiss Black as ethnicity ethnonym for Black Americans. That ain't his argument. Encourage use of documents, but still emphasize context. So it's still giving revenue my argument. So it gave him an 8 because he used my argument. It says I had the coherent position, no true contradiction. Documents show race, administrative categories, ethnicity operates on cultural self ID level. I don't got to read this because that's not his that's my argument. It gave him my argument, so he should have a 2. Walter Plecker reference Ron used it to illustrate how Negro black was deployed as a broad racial. See, now it's using Walter Plecker correctly. Walter Plecker reference. It used it to illustrate how Negro black was deployed as a broad racial administrative tool. Paper genocide. See, that's my argument. Paper genocide, reclassification, or mixed Native individuals. Relevance, moderately relevant. The debate. Distinctions and how governments impose. They kept giving revenue my argument, and it said he didn't rebut it. So I'm sorry, I got that one. But overall, I got an 8.7. He got a 7.0. That's crazy because it kept giving him my argument. But
oh yeah, we see it.
Yeah, he didn't argue the things that said he argued. So I'm done readjusting. But now I know that you know what I'm gonna do real fast? You know what I'm gonna throw the transcript into Gemini. I didn't do that because Grok keep mixing us up. So I wonder if what Gemini would say. Because I really so now I don't want Grok to make the same mistake. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't want Gemini to make the same mistake. So I'm going to carefully tell them what I'm not arguing, what I'm arguing. Yeah, why I can't see? Okay, all right. Hey, I can't even see the whole. Okay, what just happened? Why the whole screen is like? Okay. Consider do they normally use black as a racial descriptor, exonym, proposed by their colonizers? Oh boy. Okay. Now, I'm gonna say do not confuse our positions. I argued that Jamaicans, I got put Ron. I unbiased Ron argued that Jamaicans primarily use their national name, Jamaican, and their ethnic name, Jamaican. Tezenu argued that Jamaicans use Jamaican as a racial descriptor and ethnicity the way Black Americans did historically. I'm so hot. I did not say Tezenu can't use government documents. I encouraged him to do so. What else? What else would they mess me up at? I can't remember the other BS. Please grade the debate as well. All right. Hold on. Before I press enter, I don't want to make any more corrections. So this is the first time putting it through Gemini. Okay. Oh my God, it's so hot out here. Okay, here we go. That part. Let me put this in there. Put my argument in there. I know Revenue's watching. Okay, the Plecker part I don't care about. All right, I'm gonna press enter. Okay, I hope it ain't this. Where'd it go? Okay, there we go. Yo, why is it tripping? Where is the damn button? Oh, I can't see. Thinking. Can I get it on thinking? Okay, whatever. Did my screen freeze? Oh boy. Yeah, my screen froze. Yeah, my screen ain't freeze so much ever before, man. Oh my God. I think it froze again. All right. Let me unshare because it keeps freezing. Let me unshare. My God. Okay. Hey man, I don't want to write this all over again. my screen is frozen, and I want to type all that back in it. This I'm hot, annoyed. I am hot and annoyed. Oh boy. Are you serious, man? I try to put it on like slower thinking so it don't rush. That's probably where Grok was messing up at. It was doing it pretty fast. Yo, why? All right. Okay. All right. It came up on another screen. All right. Let me share my screen. One screen froze. Here we go. Okay. So the screen froze. I can't get off the screen. And this screen pulled it up. So all I did was just read. I pulled up another window. Okay. So let me just close this one out. Okay. Go to the bottom. I think it came up. Okay, it did. Okay. So it said, okay, please grade this debate solely on arguments, evidence only, no interruptions. Don't judge me on bad character. Okay, it says based on the transcript provided. And let me show you the transcript. So in case Reverend want to know, look, 2 hour, 40 minute. That's the start. And the ending is, should be 324. So 240, 320, 20, damn. Okay, right here. 1 second. Man, hey, it only ain't got it. All right, whatever. 309. Oh boy, I'm so hot. Okay, debater. Unbiased Ron. My core position is what you already know. Key evidence, AI research highlighting historical colonial categories, Negro, color, African, Creole, and the modern reinterpretation of Black as an ethnicity, and you already know. Okay, then his position is AI. So his key evidence cited AI research on the shift from Negro to Black in the U.S. and the role of Stokely arguments regarding U.S. Census categories versus ethnicity. All right, so give me 1 second. Okay. So debaters, and that's our positions, right? So evaluation of arguments and evidence. The Jamaican context, the primary question. This is the primary question. It was Revenue who switched it to different topics. I didn't mind. Unbiased Ron provided a more direct and evidence-based argument regarding the Jamaican usage of the term Black. Evidence. Ron utilized research indicating that during British colonial rule, population labels were diverse, Negro, colored, mulatto, maroon, etc., and that Black functioned as a racial color descriptor rather than a distinct ethnic nationality. That's why I ask people, are you Black ethnically? That's important, right? And that word ethnically avoids the semantics, right? Oh yeah, I'm Black. It's my race. No, I said, are you? Yes, racially. Are you Black ethnically? What that means? Your banks in your homeland, are they called Nigerian banks or Black banks? You dig? Okay, but Nigerian. Okay, good. Yeah, you're not Black. If your banks are called Nigerian banks, if your politics are called Nigerian politics, if your money's called the Nigerian dollar, if your technology is called Nigerian technology, you're not Black, because all that would be Black ethnically. It'd be Black technology, it'd be Black politics, Black dollar, it'd be Black people, right? But it's not that. It's Nigerian people. So you're not Black ethnically. right? So so contextual weight, Ron correctly identified Black in the Jamaican context as an exonym, a name given by others, specifically colonizers, rather than a traditional historical ethnonym. The argument that Jamaican serves as both a nationality and a primary ethnic identifier by revenue aligns with the historical structure framework of Caribbean identity provided in his research. All right. So the Black American context, the comparative argument. Tether News spent the majority of his time arguing about the evolution of the term Black, and that was not the argument, by the way, family. The argument was this. Look, it says the primary question: Jamaican identity. Jamaican identity was the primary argument, family. This slow guy, this spectrum guy, went and did this. Tether News spent the majority of his time arguing about the evolution of the term Black in the United States rather than Jamaica. He didn't even mention Jamaica.
Every time.
And I probably got to do a better job at holding them to the prompt. I failed you guys on that one. I ain't gonna lie. My ego got ahead of me. Evidence. Tether News used AI to confirm that older civil rights leaders, A. Philip Randolph, preferred Negro, and that Stokely Carmichael was instrumental in the shift to Black as a positive identifier. That's not what he said. He said soul. Anyway, relevance. While this evidence was historically accurate regarding the U.S., it failed to prove his core point about Jamaican identity. See, he's off topic. Instead of proving Jamaicans use Black as an ethnicity, he proved that Black Americans transform a racial label into an ethnicity, a point Ron actually used to distinguish the U.S. experience from the Jamaican one. This guy's spectrum. Logical framing and selective emphasis. Unbiased Ron argument on government documents. Ron offer a nuanced point. A group can self-identify as an ethnicity, endonym, even if a government only categorized them as a race, exonym. This addresses the selective emphasis critique by explaining that government records are administrative tools, not absolute definitions of cultural identity. You hear that? And that's also a shot at BSIX, right? The government doesn't name you. Tether News logical gap. By arguing that Stokely Carmichael, who was born in Trinidad, brought the term Black to prominence in the U.S., Tether News inadvertently supported Ron's point. Tether News inadvertently supported Ron's point that the modern ethno-culture Black identity is a specific 20th century political development rather than a traditional historical Jamaican ethnic structure. Final grade, unbiased Ron, A-. Strength, sticking to the core question of Jamaican identity, providing specific historical labels used in Jamaica, correctly distinguishing between racial exonyms and ethnic endonyms. Weakness, occasionally allowed to the debate to drift into the U.S. Yeah, I messed that up, family. I didn't keep him to the prompt, but he's the disingenuous guy. And the importance of capitalization of dignity in labeling. No, I mixed that up. It says he conflated. It says Tether News conflated the U.S. civil rights experience with Jamaican social history and relied on an anchoring bias by focusing on A. Philip Randolph to avoid the Jamaican core of the debate. I love the way Gemini is like getting straight to the point. So it told you what Revenue did. Revenue failed to provide. Oh, so he got a C. It says strengths correctly identified the U.S. linguistic from Negro to Black and the importance of capitalization and dignity in labeling. Weakness failed to provide evidence for his primary claim regarding Jamaican ethnicity. He conflated the U.S. civil rights experience with Jamaican social history and relied on an anchoring bias by focusing on A. Philip Randolph to avoid the Jamaican core of the debate. So now, SL, if you was around yesterday live, I said, Revenue, you just guided AI. Why did you use A. Philip Randolph and why did you use Stokely Michael? I said, a real researcher, I broke this down. I replayed it today. I said, a real researcher wouldn't have gave no names. We would have just said it and let AI provide the names. I said that. And AI says the same thing. They call that anchoring bias. Revenue, dude, you sick, man. It says conclusion. Unbiased Ron won the argument on evidence. His research directly addressed the historical population labels of Jamaica, while his opponent relied on a comparative U.S. history that did not support the claim that Jamaicans traditionally view Black as an ethnic category in the same manner as Black Americans. So you see what Gemini did? Gemini held him to the main debate. It didn't judge him on the sub debates. So it said the main debate, the only debate that should have happened, it said he failed miserably to stay on that topic and then support anything he originally said. That's called spectrum. That's called short bus. When you cannot stay on topic. So he tried to bait and switch, and my ego allowed that to happen. So I debated side topics, cooked him on those too. But
Also
the original
subterfuge,
topic,
bro.
he failed miserably. Failed miserably, original topic. All right. Let me switch to my phone. 1 second. All right. Let me switch to my phone. I was trying to avoid the phone because I'm gonna get a phone call in a second. So that's how you have a discussion. You gotta listen to what somebody's saying. If you can't debunk it, you stay quiet. If you could debunk it, you make that known and you debunk it. Right. So what Tether does, as it stated, he's off topic a lot. We all know that. Everybody highlights that about the guy. And again, he hopped off today, like he did last night or yesterday afternoon. He said, I'll be back, never came back. But don't forget, he lied and said AI said he won by a landslide. Now, nobody in their right mind believe that.
He's a terror.
Somebody says Stokely Carmichael does not look like us. That's a fact. Fresh always. All right. So let's get into now. Watch as soon as I switch over, I get a phone call. I left my headset at home too, so audio gonna be a little janky. All right. Do I have headsets? I got headsets. Hold on. SL, hold on. I got some janky headsets. So I'm gonna ask in a second, can you hear me? SL, 1 second. I got that phone call like I said I was gonna do. God damn. Hey, SL, give me 1 second, all right?
All right. Well, we know what revenue is doing. He's back in the lab talking about everything but Jamaica.
All right. Yeah, 1 second. Let me see if you can hear me. Oh boy. All right. SL, you there?
Yeah,
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I mean, but how's the mic? It's not like clear like the other one was, right?
I mean, this one sounds different. You were echoing and going in and out on the other one, but right now I hear you.
All right. So let me do this. What state you in?
Me,
Yeah.
I'm in North Carolina.
What's the weather there?
Oh man, it's 88 degrees.
Yeah, but it might be hotter here. Like how the hell we got hotter than
Yeah,
like
it's
normally
gonna
like
be
it might be hotter than it.
it's gonna be hot up north right now for a few days. We sort of got the same weather right now. Sometimes it's strange like that.
And I think we're not. We're past 80 because I got a heat advisory.
Sheesh.
Yeah. Let me just check today's weather. Yeah, it's 93 right now.
Wow.
It's go up to 90. Yeah, at 8 o'clock it'll still be 90 at 8 o'clock. All
Yeah, I've
right.
been seeing that.
So I'm gonna share my screen and check this out. Hold on. Share the screen. Now this is going to be very, very important for those who are here. For everybody who's left over here, see, as you can see, SL, I kept changing the topic, right? If y'all refresh your screens, my topic is different. If I have a controversial topic, SL, grown ass adults, 40, 50 years old, will come in for a messy live. Like if the live is messy and toxic, they're in the hundreds. Because I was doing that to see what would happen. So I made it messy again, right? Like, because I'm that guy. Like, I like to try to figure out what's going on. So I made the topic messy again. So I noticed if I make the topic messy, the live topic messy, you'll get a shitload of FBAs, old as hell in here. 50, 60-year-old people want to hear a messy engagement. But if I make the topic more scholarly, you know, the chat will disperse. That's when you know we're not ready, man. And that's now I see why people laugh at us. Like, yeah, all right, y'all just talking. Yo, we're not ready, bro. We're not ready. When Dr. King and boys was talking civil rights, they had our attention. Everybody was listening. They didn't care about the Red Summer, the Klan, all the messy stuff. You called me the N-word. Like they were on code for real, for real. We are playing, bro. And it hurts to say that, but we are playing. I literally mess with the topic. As more messy the topic becomes, and I've been noticing my lives. That's why my lives, I gotta to get folks to listen to me, I gotta messy the topic up. I gotta messy it up. And then I gotta be messy and then sneak in. If y'all see my pattern, I'll be messy and then I'll sneak in the lesson. Kind of like what Dr. it's kind of like what Malcolm X said. When he gives the analogy of Novocaine. Right? He said, you could take pain when you're asleep. So it's like sad because we could only take education when we're asleep, when we're entertained. And so stuff like that, let people know, and not just us, the white team, man, they're not serious. All these reparations rallies, they ain't gonna pull up in large numbers, and we don't. Like, we like messy topics, man. Like, we like back and forth calling names, tether this, tether that. Oh, you fled from your country, or you stink. Like, that's the stuff we want to hear. And that's a sad reality, man. You got a 30-year-old who called on TikTok complaining, like, yo, man, what's up with the content? Like, he said FBA spaces collectively. The content is so trash, so toxic. And look, and that's why people are backing away from calling themselves FBA.
Well, could I give a pushback on that?
Nah, there's no pushback. I mean, it's just a reality. This is the reality is that the people are messy. You see when the topic was messy, revenue, we had some numbers. I changed the topic, and I mean, bro, we got to stop. We got to stop making excuses, man.
Yeah, but I'll be on. Go ahead, bro.
Bro, you're not on TikTok, right?
No, I'm not on TikTok.
Right. So you have so your perspective is limited, right?
Well, if you talk about TikTok, absolutely.
No, well, bro, what else? The FBA, yeah, we're online, right?
YouTube.
Isn't most of online, social media, Facebook, all that? Aren't everybody, isn't the world online?
Yeah.
Right. So if you give a perspective about what's going on in the FBA world online, and you're not in a lot of the spaces, your perspective is limited. It's one sided to just what you experience on YouTube and the small channels or the channels you might go visit. But to broaden your scope, there's a reason why everybody is saying TikTok is shout out. TikTok is the reason why everybody's saying TikTok is crazy. So yeah, so your perspective would be one-sided. It'd be a one-sided YouTube perspective, which is not as nowhere near toxic as TikTok. So when you compare Tariq Nasheed spaces on YouTube, he's only on YouTube, to TikTok, you'll see. I mean, you can see this. Look, all the tethers call up on TikTok. Oh, you FBAs are you lazy? You don't get all that from YouTube. YouTube, like they try to give an argument. Oh, you guys are divisive. Oh, you're xenophobic. That's their harsh language on YouTube. Oh, you're xenophobic. On TikTok, oh, you guys are lazy. You guys didn't do nothing. That's the white man country. It's a whole different energy on TikTok. But like you said, you haven't been there, so you don't know. That's why I say
Yeah.
you guys gotta go create a TikTok account and then explore. Go over there and see what your folks are talking about.
Right. I'll be on there in a few days.
And the
Like I
thing
said, I
is,
had to
like,
order a new phone. I didn't want to take all of
yeah.
that off. It wouldn't allow me to download that TikTok, so I just got
All right, but look, also YouTube won't let me share the TikTok like audio. So I couldn't even like bring out a TikTok like from Zoom. It won't share the audio. You'll see the screen, but for some reason, YouTube Zoom doesn't. Whatever they got, they must got a beef or something going on. But it will not allow Zoom to broadcast audio on YouTube from TikTok. Because I try to just go there for y'all and say, hey, and what I was going to do, SL, was I was going to join the rooms one by one so you guys can see for yourself how toxic they are. But it won't let me share the audio. So I'm like, so I gave up. Yeah, but that's a fact. The fact is we're messy. And you can hear from the arguments. Like listen to the argument. Let me share my screen. Listen to the arguments. So now I'm going to share a screen from TikTok, but they upload it on YouTube. So now look at this. And it's so messy that the tethers are starting. The tether spaces on TikTok are just as popular as ours. Now YouTube it's a landslide. Like we're dominating them. We're dominating them on YouTube. But on TikTok is so messy and toxic that tether new spaces are just as popular as ours. You know why? Because we are on their spaces. We are validating their spaces. We're making their spaces lit, which I advise you guys over here. I say, hey, man, avoid their spaces. You're going to make them lit. Like, they don't care about you cooking them, you debunking. Look at Revenue. Revenue sat out there and lied and then sent me the transcript that snitched on him. We seen it when he said, he was telling Grok, hey, I beat Ron. So basically framed the argument as I won. He sent the receipt he's instructing AI to consider that he won. You think he cares? He's going to call in Tariq or somebody or myself tomorrow and act like that never happened. But they don't care, bro. You cannot shame them. Oh, we cooked you, Tether. Go home. You must eat. That means nothing to them. So what happens is Revenue names start circulating, right? Because he's on everybody's space. Now you got a popular name. Now all he's gonna do now is create a space, and then on TikTok, whatever, and then have 1,000 people there. And now, guess what? Now he has a platform and a voice to spread his defamation on the lineage. So now people who don't hear him because he's irrelevant, insignificant, we're going to validate him so much so he'll create a space and he'll be as popular as Myron Gaines. And now hundreds of thousands of folks listen to him disrespect. That's what's going to happen. But go ahead.
Oh no. So some of the sites that I'll visit, because I definitely be on yours, and but I go to some of the other ones because that's what I'm doing too. I'm checking them out, and some of them do be on TikTok, and I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying by that. But like I said, I haven't been on TikTok, but I do see them when they're on TikTok. I see what the people are doing. I see it's real. Yeah, it's like the Wild Wild West, the way those people talk. I just somewhat don't see the other part, where like we're being harmed by that. Now, when you say we're going to their spaces, I don't think we
Wait,
should ever do that.
wait, slow down. So what you mean we're not being harmed by that? So you don't hear the terminology that FBAs are. So wait, okay, so, bro, you got to wake up. So you never heard FBAs are divisive.
Yeah.
Is that good language about us or bad language?
Well, yeah, I believe, but I think that right there, they've been saying that since the beginning, though.
Hey, bro, when did you ever publicly hear since Jim Crow, Black Americans are divisive? Tell
Oh,
me,
not
I'm waiting
since
right
Jim
now.
Crow.
What are we talking about? I'm saying, bro, what's the difference between us, civil rights, 1960s, and us in 2020? We're the same people. Okay? So,
Yeah, but we're delineating.
but what that got to do with the label, the justify? Am I talking past you
That's
guys?
what they call it. That's what they call it divisive.
Hey, bro, no. Once you call somebody something and you have empty evidence, what do people wait on after that?
Say that again.
When people say something about you and there's no evidence, what do they wait on eventually?
I don't know, bro.
Evidence.
Hey.
Yeah, you don't get that? If I call you a thief and I can't prove it, but I keep saying it, what do I hope for one day? I hope for you still one day, right? So I can now justify it, right? That don't make
Yeah.
sense to you?
I mean, it does. It does make sense, but I just think that label, them calling us this divisive, is just. I just don't see it as a big problem.
You don't?
No.
Yo, do you know what explain what scientific racism is?
Well, scientific racism. Well, bro, from my understanding, that scientific racism is more sound like a psychological thing to me.
Right. I didn't ask you what it sounds like. I'm saying, see, that's the thing.
Well, I don't know for sure.
Okay, SL, that's the thing I be trying to tell you guys. When you don't know something, they say what you don't know can hurt you, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, I mean, so what? That's the thing. Like, you guys don't see the harm in things because you don't understand the harm that was there originally. Bro, there's a reason why every race is saying is getting a hate crime. Because they understand that when you have harmful language, that usually justifications follow after that. You get shot down with no justice. Things happen after that, my guy. I mean, I'm really shocked that you right now, like, so you will you think that's cool to have a negative, I mean, exonymic, bro, Black empowerment is us. You got to listen. You got to understand what I'm saying. You're hearing me, but you got to understand what I'm saying. Black empowerment was us redefining ourselves away from social stereotype. So what we did good was we controlled the narrative. And guess what we did? We produced Black excellence. So not only did we say we were great, we produced greatness. And we did not behave the way we're behaving now, my guy. There was no drillers. There was no all what's going on now in our society. That wasn't there. All we did was express Black excellence. I mean, I'm just shocked that you don't see the problem with being labeled such terms that's going to justify no tangibles. Yeah, the main reason why they didn't want to give us civil rights. All right, that's a whole different. Okay, all right. I gotta like play some civil rights videos for y'all when integration was happening, so you guys can hear the rhetoric of folks justifying Jim Crow. Yeah, I mean, it's to me that's crazy. Let me see. The chat talking about. Yeah. Y'all don't give a F, and yeah, y'all part of the problem.
Well, I mean, I could have explained it, bro. Like I was saying, I'd be going to these spaces too. That's what I'm saying. I'm listening to what they're saying, and I'm seeing the back and forth, and I'm seeing the vitriol. And
Of who? It's both ways though.
right, of both ways.
So
I'm seeing.
so you
Go
don't have a
ahead.
problem. So you don't have a problem with like people. Wait, so why are we gaslit to express vitriol?
I'm
Like
not saying that. Say that
no,
again. Go
I'm saying
ahead.
okay. So if we're out here under the banner FBA and we're
Mhm.
spreading vitriol, you don't think that put a stain on FBA, the banner? You
Yeah,
see?
yeah. As a blanket term like that right there, yeah, I do. I
Hey,
do.
bro, why do you call why does any term get a stain? It's because the representation of that term, the people do messed up things in life. So people say, hey, they call it out and it gets a stain. Like look at scamming in Nigeria. Do all Nigerians scam? No, probably most don't. Maybe half, I don't know. But the fact that is there, that's a bad thing. To have scamming associated with your banner, that's a bad thing. They don't care. They like you. They justify it. Hey man, that's how we get it. You know, we get it how we live. Like they justify it. They're not shameful at all. Like how you're not.
I mean, like I said, bro, I've been on this earth a long time. I've
All right.
done a lot.
Okay,
I'm just
cool.
saying. I'm just saying from my point of view, from my viewpoint, and
I
what
got
I
you.
see what's happening. And as long
I
as
got
I've been on this earth and what I've done,
wait,
and
no. We
calculate.
ain't talking about
Go
what you
ahead.
done. We ain't talking about
Go
you.
ahead.
You're making it personal. I'm talking about what's going on online. You're making it personal. I never made it. Why you make it to you? So
Because you said it's like me. You said they're like
no,
me.
I'm talking about your perspective, my guy. Like the way you look at the way you're interpreting what's going on in these spaces. I'm saying that is like it's the same as your mentality. All right. So for example, are you familiar with the term black excellent?
Yeah.
Okay. So the vitriol you hear coming from our spaces, from our banner, you think that's expressing black excellent? That's a
I
simple
don't
calculation.
believe.
Hey,
I
bro,
mean,
listen to
that's why
hey,
well, bro, like I said, you're making it when you say
I'm just
from our
asking, hey,
spaces.
bro. I'm just
If you say
asking you.
TikTok,
I'm just
if you
asking
say
what you.
TikTok,
I'm asking what you experience. You said you're seeing
okay,
vitriol.
from
Okay, listen to the question though. From whatever you see the vitriol at, it could have been your city, wherever the vitriol was at coming from us. That's a serious harsh word. Is that expressing black excellence?
no.
So should we be doing anything other than expressing black excellence? Like, should we be going backwards? Like, why would we be like, we don't have room? Like, our banner is being smudged with mud every day. Like, why would we not show the excellence of us? Why would we show the mud of it? And then we'll say the tethers do that.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be on TikTok in a few days. Like I said, when my phone come, I'm gonna be on there. I'm gonna be on there. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, what I'm doing basically is I be on these sites too. I'm not on them talking, but I'm seeing them. I'm seeing what they're saying. I'm seeing what the people are saying. And like I say, you know what I'm saying? I love you for what you're doing. It's very important. It's not the norm. In other words, what you're giving us is not the norm, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're not getting exonym, we're not getting endonym and things
Right.
like that right there. But there is levels to what we're doing. So
Yeah,
the way I
but
the way
no
the
level should
okay,
be, but
good.
no level should be vitriol. So,
Right,
all
but
right. So now, hold on. So now I'm gonna speak through you to the chat. I'm talking to you and the chat now, and not just to you alone. Okay, family. What I'm saying is simple. When you know our history, if people are trying to label us something, and white tea supremacy is always trying to label us as degenerate, don't want to work, uh, gangbangers, baby daddies, like this is the brand that they are trying to replace our excellence with. You know,
mhm.
violent. Okay, so if we know that, and we know that they have the power of propaganda, that lies will go a lot further than our truth. Our truth won't make it out of our city. Matter of fact, our truth sometimes won't make it past this lie right here. But that lie is everywhere in the world. So if they're lying on us and then we're out there doing the lie, that's called justification. If somebody called you a thief before you stole one thing, right? Yeah, no, this is the empty thing I was talking about earlier. If somebody called you a thief before you stole one thing, they're lying on you. That's called defamation, my guy. But if you turn around and go still saying get caught, now I've been calling you a thief 5 years with no proof. Yo, he steals every day, right? No proof. But I'm saying that, I'm defaming you. Then one time you get caught skip scanning at Walmart. Do you know those 5 years would be justified? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So chat. Let me put a poll. Ain't a lot of people here. Let me put a poll. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think you got caught up on just responding and not listening to like the question. It sounded like you were justifying ritual. Okay, so
Well, it's not that I'm justifying vitriol. I was just basically thought we was just talking about this online, and I know that it could go from online to something else. But like I said, I just look at this in a more broader term, bro. I look at a
okay,
lot of
so
this
what's
stuff.
the broader term?
I look at it like it's all baked into the cake.
What cake?
The delineation cake, because that's what it is to me.
Yeah,
You know what
but
I'm
that's not
saying?
broad though. That's narrow.
Well, it's not
That
narrow.
so okay, so explain how delineation is broad. Explain that.
Oh, okay. This? I said that it's not narrow. I said I'm looking at it in a more broader term when it comes to how we're dealing with it. How
Okay,
we're dealing with
explain
how
what.
we're
Okay,
dealing with.
got it. Now
Okay,
you're
good.
saying words. You're saying words. Can you that right there meant nothing to me? Can you explain what
Okay.
that means? That you're seeing delineation
Well,
in a more broader way.
well, what I'm saying is you were talking about that the vitriol and the conversations online are
Right.
hurting us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, right.
Our brand.
Right. And I'm saying that I just don't think it's gonna work overall about the brand.
Okay.
This is what this is what I believe and this is
But
what I see. And when somebody asks me in the chat,
got it.
what other one do I listen to? I listen to
Got
Alpha.
it. Wait,
I
got
done
it.
heard. Okay,
But
good.
slow down, slow down. You're talking fast. It's point by point. Okay. So you're saying a lot of stuff. Like you're saying a lot of words, but you're moving off it where I can't hold you to it.
Okay.
Okay. So now when you say something or make a point, you got to stop and let's address that point. Now, what was the point about vitriol?
You said vitriolic language, which I don't know exactly what that was because you didn't really define what that
Right.
vitriolic language.
But hold on. But you said you experienced it, right?
No, I didn't say I experienced. I said I see people saying stuff online. I
That's what I
see them
mean.
going at each other online.
That's what
But it,
expansion
but
means.
it,
That's what, okay. I experienced drug selling. I didn't sell drugs. What are you talking
yeah,
about? You experienced it. You seen it for yourself. You heard it for yourself, is what I'm saying. You heard it for yourself, right? You seen it. You
yeah.
experienced it. You witnessed it yourself, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Yes or no? Did you witness
Yeah.
vitriol? Okay. So what is your point? So now I said vitriol something. You said, yes, I've experienced that for myself. I heard it myself. I witnessed it myself, right?
Hmm.
So now, do you think that's the angle we should be going, or should we be focused on delineation, reparations, like type rhetoric, or should we stay on the vitriol rhetoric?
No, I don't think that we should be staying on the vitriol reg. Of course, I
Okay.
believe that we should be staying on the other way. Of
All right.
course.
Okay. Now, when we talk about delineation and reparation, is that edifying to the masses? Is that
Well,
educating
not.
the masses? Okay, look, when we
Yeah,
talk,
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
right,
Say it again, bro.
I'm asking simple questions and it's like rocket science. When we promote reparations and delineation, is that good education for our people and the masses, those who need to hear it?
Yeah.
Okay. When people don't promote that and they promote vitriol actions and languages, is that good education for the masses?
Well, with that question, no, bro. It's not.
So explain how vitriol is good.
Well, what I'm saying, okay, if you allow me to finish.
Now,
What I'm
hey, bro,
saying,
look, I don't.
okay,
Hey, FL.
explain how it's good. Explain how vitriol is good. I'm not telling you that vitriol is good.
But God, my guy, is it good or so? When FBA's express vitriol, is that good or bad for the
I don't
lineage?
think I don't think it's good.
So is it bad for the? Is it a bad look for the lineage?
Bro, I just don't see it like that. I
I'm
just
just
don't.
asking, hey, bro. But I'm
No,
just asking you. Do you see
no.
it bad for the lineage? Okay. Do you know what vitriol is?
Yeah, I do know what vitriol is.
Okay.
I do
So
know
and
what vitriol is.
you said it ain't
Go
bad,
ahead.
right? It ain't bad, right?
I think it's a bad way to talk to people, sure.
All right.
Using
So
language like that.
okay. So family, this is the problem with us. We can't hold people to the letter of something when we can't hold ourselves to it. That's what tethers do. That's what white tea supremacists do. What they do is they point out our flaw, they point out our flaws naturally as, oh, look at them doing this. Oh, they collect unemployment, welfare. But they're doing it too. And they will make up a reason why they do it. They will tell you you can't do it, but they can do it. You're doing the
That's
same
not what I'm
thing.
saying.
You're okay. So when people spread vitriol
Yeah.
language towards FBA, I'm talking about non-FBAs. So when non-FBAs spread vitriol towards us, is that good or bad?
It's bad.
So how is it bad when they do it, but it ain't bad when we do it?
What I'm saying is, bro, this is what
Hey,
I'm
bro,
saying.
look, I'm just
If you allow
asking
me
you,
to.
bro. I don't want to lecture. I'm just asking you, how is that equality? How is it bad only when they do it, but when we do it, it's not bad? All right. So
I
for
didn't
those who don't know,
say
but
neither one of those, bro. I
you
didn't
just
say vitriol was good, period. What I'm
bro, you
saying
just
is
said, wait, hold on.
okay.
I don't, the lecture, we got to get ready for the lecture stuff, man. We got to be able to make stuff concise. You just said it's bad if not FBAs do it, right?
No. Yeah. I said that on both sides, but yeah, that's what I
You
said. Yeah.
didn't say it on both sides. I just asked you clearly, and you took a deep breath. I mean, this is crazy. So when non-FBAs have vitriol attitudes towards us, that's bad, right?
Yeah, it's bad.
Okay. Vitriol refers to cruel, bitter, and highly caustic language or criticism. Okay. It describes speech or writing that is so mean spirited and venomous, it is metaphorically compared to acid. It's vitriol language, family, is metaphorically compared to acid. It's the worst things you can say to somebody. So, vitriol language, so with that out in the opening now, language like that coming from non-FBAs to us, is that something we should tolerate?
Should we tolerate vitriolic language?
Coming towards us by non-FBAs.
We don't know. We don't tolerate it.
Should we? No, I said, should we tolerate it? I'm saying one thing, you're saying something else.
I mean, you asked me, should we tolerate vitriolic language? We
should. I mean, that's hypothetical. Should we tolerate it?
No.
Is that something that we should consider tolerating?
No.
Okay. So why? Because it's toxic, right? It's toxic language, right? It's a toxic way to communicate to people, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's toxic, then if we have vitriol language going out to people, that shouldn't be tolerated either within the lineage. Like, we could do better, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Go ahead and see what you're going to say. I'm going to put a poll in the chat.
All right. So basically what I'm saying, when we first started, I thought what you were asking was about some of the language, not so much getting to the vitriol or whatever's being said. What I'm hearing when I'm online is I'm hearing people being disingenuous. I'm seeing us start out not vitriolic. Most ones that I'm on, they're asking questions, they're allowing people to talk, and people are either coming in like that, saying stuff, and they're getting that smoke. Now, if I come in the middle of a live or something like that right there, I heard some things I wouldn't know. But overall, I'm not really hearing that stuff. But if somebody is gonna say that we're out there spitting that right there, then I'm not believing that it's gonna be hurting us in the long run, not me, because I believe that there's enough of us out there speaking. There's enough that we are counteracting. I think that we're helping each other through this. But if you're just gonna, yeah, I do.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, name the FBA panels that have a clean image, that don't get into the vitriol language. Name them.
Well, I think everybody gets into it.
No.
All of them. Every last one of them.
Hey, bro.
All of them. I've heard bad language from all of them.
Hey, bro. I said vitriol. I say, bro, but what's bad language? Explain bad language.
Well, vitriol. I don't even think all of them even vitriol. But like I said, it gets so bad. It gets so toxic. Because first we were saying toxic.
Hey, bro. Listen, bro. If I tell somebody shut up, that's not really vitriolic language. If I tell somebody shut the F up, you no good, dirty, that's vitriolic. So, I mean, you're not being honest, bro. I watch the same people you watch. I watch Dennis Sterling, he don't do that. I watch Jason Black, he don't do that. I watch Afro-Latinx, he does not do that, my guy. I don't know where you got that.
So who's doing it?
Okay, hey, bro, listen, I asked you, name the ones who are not doing it, and you said they're all doing it. So I'm naming the ones that's not all doing it. So I said, Dennis Sterling, Afro-Elite, Black Alpha, and Jason Black, and Tariq will roast them. He'll roast them, right? So Tariq don't even do that. He roasts. People don't roast. And you said who's doing it? Let me press play.
Yeah.
American. We was already using the term black and using the term black power ever since the 1950s. So shut the hell all the way up.
Stop till we start. Man, we're going to have to start beating their ass, man.
We're going to start beating. Okay, family. That type of language under the FBA banner, that's actually an HATE crime. Because you're targeting immigrants. Like, and you said we're going to start, that's violence. So somebody can look at that and say, hey, this group is a terrorist group. This is a game. Okay, hold on. So a Chevy pulled right behind me, blast his music, get out the car, and leave the car running to blast his music. Like, who want to hear that garbage? Okay. So, and this is why, family, I got the name Unbiased Ron. I'm unbiased. And my nickname on YouTube a long time ago was the Can Man. Anybody can get it. Africans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, my lineage can. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Okay? If you're wrong, you're wrong. FBA is not a team. This ain't sports. It's not a gang. In gang mentality, gangs, they're always right. They could pew pew a school, pew pew this, that. They're all a graduation. They're always right. They're never wrong. But you do it to them, you're wrong. That's gang culture attitude my man is displaying. No, if FBAs are vitriolic, they are. There's nothing to justify. I'm not standing by that. Problem. The problem is we didn't take a stance. Not enough of us. A lot of us allow the youth to do what they want, and we sit there and give it a cosign. There's no guidance, no leadership. Now, there's no. When I say leadership, I'm talking about like example. There's no leadership example, like how to conduct yourself, how to go about situations, right? That may be controversial, maybe toxic, right? Because I sat around. I had to look in the mirror for myself. I sat around. I found myself looking for like certain conflicts that people didn't even come for that. Saying like, we gotta stop lying. Like, oh no, they always start first. No, bro. I was in spaces where I heard somebody say, "Hey, I'm from Nigeria, but I gotta tether." Just tether bombed them, all because they said it was Nigerian. Like, bro, you gotta stop. And yo, that is no different from white people. White people don't see racism, even at the height of Jim Crow. But let you say something crazy. Oh, string them up. That's what's happening with us. We're seeing this stuff one-sided now. Like we're behaving like the white people, some of us, where they don't see wrong in anything we do. We only see wrong in the other. The ops, we're gonna call it ops. Like that's what's going on. Education went out the window. Cigarette booths been gone. It's become a show of just who can be the most vitriol, disdain behavior, vitriol, degenerate behavior. Yo, you know doggone well you wouldn't play that. Okay, so let me say this to you, SL. What I'm playing right now, let's say if you was invited to a mega church, like a pastor said, "Hey, SL, man, I've been studying my history. I got this large congregation. We got like 200,000 people. I got a mega church in ATL. Man, it's FBA, man. I'm FBA. I check my lineage, and most of my congregation FBA too. But I don't know how to introduce it to them, like, because it's new to me. Would you mind introducing it to them? And do you have a video that you can play to show them, to teach them the FBA? SL, would you suggest this video right here I'm playing as an introduction to them being FBA and why it's necessary to delineate? Would this video right here be consideration for that?
If I was trying to show a mega church and show them what about FBA, is that what you're asking?
Bro, Black Americans are in churches right down south, right?
Yeah.
Right. A lot of them don't know about FBA delineation, right? Most Black Americans don't know about our movement, right?
Right.
Okay, that's just a fact. Okay, so if a pastor had a mega, you gotta listen when I'm talking to you. I say something, you give it back to me, you don't know what I'm saying. So if a pastor invited you to his congregation, he said, I've been learning about delineation. All of us is pretty much 99% of us are FBA. I don't know how to introduce it to them because I don't know how. I'm new to all this. I heard you on Unbiased Ron thing going in, but I want you just to play a video, you know, to explain to them about FBA and delineation. Would you suggest this video? to be in
No,
their first introduction. And what is
no.
like a main reason why you want to suggest this video?
Basically because of the way they were talking to you and what I heard when I heard about it was violence in it.
Okay. So isn't it true that some people first experience to delineation will be videos like this? Or are they all going to just watch Tariq Nasheed? Or will they come across these videos first as well? I'm speaking Chinese again. Is it plausible to believe that an FBA first introduction to delineation will come through messaging like I'm playing right now? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. Now, somebody who's non-confrontational, that don't want to behave like this, that think this is ugly behavior, think this is vitriol, no matter if they're talking about religion, reparation, or sports. If they just believe this behavior is vitriolic, would this type of behavior kind of like turn them off about like learning out what it's all about?
Yeah, probably would.
Okay. So that's why I'm saying there should be no space for this. And not just this, that's why I started to family. What I'm saying is I looked in the mirror and I see my videos as such. I start to say, damn, man, like I got aunts, uncles, and friends that don't know anything about this. And I said, man, what if their first introduction to this was me cussing Jamaican Dream out, calling them musty and dusty? I said, what if that's what if that's their first introduction to delineation? What if that's their first introduction to me being a vocalist about it, being an activist about it? What if like, they're gonna look at me as, oh man, nah, I don't know what you're into, but I'm good. Hell no, I ain't trying to get into that. I ain't trying to get into that. Nah, hell no, man. I'm good. I'm good. So family, I did self-retrospecting, okay? I looked at myself and how I was conducting myself. And I said no. I said no. That's not how I want to. I want people to actually learn from my channel. And that's one of the main reasons why I toned it down. So when Chad Smith said, yo, I'm biased, I challenge you to like be cool, like don't be so crazy, like take your time. I accepted that challenge. And then he's been grading me. Like, yo, you've been doing good, bro. Yeah, you would normally snap, but you've been like doing good. And now it's kind of easy to like be okay. So now when I kick revenue off, it's just, all right, revenue, get out of here, right? Because I felt like I may be responsible for why an FBA be like, nah, I'm good. That sounds like some gang stuff. So that's what I mean. That's what I mean by there should be no place for this. But they don't really have examples because most of the spaces are theirs. Like we're the minority. Like this is their world. Like we're in their world trying to tell them. Like, so can you imagine like going to a high school with FBAs and trying to convince them they shouldn't be selling drugs or falling asleep in class? Can you imagine that? They're like, yo, you coming in my world trying to tell me how to behave. Because we dropped the ball. Because we're doing what you're hearing now. We're turning a blind eye to what we know is bad behavior. This is how every generation dropped the ball for the next generation. All of our generations since the civil rights movement and maybe right to the 80s, they've all been dropping the ball every 10 years after that. Nobody said, all right, yo, we're going to return this back to where it was. I remember growing up, if you ran out of sugar, SL, what would you most likely do? If you you went to make Kool-Aid, ain't no sugar, what's your next step? Like, what's the first thing you think of back in the day?
All right, go to the neighbor.
Right. It wasn't the store, right? It wasn't Walgreens. You're not going to do it. Okay, we are now. Is that even fathomable today? To knock on the next FBA door and say, "Hey, you got sugar?" Is that even fathomable today, or will we just go to a store?
You're gonna go to the store,
right? So when I said I want to represent FBA and be a spokesman of it, I want us to be really on code. I want us to get back to that. Get back to your kids is my kids. You got to go? All right, look, I got a big backyard. Look, go. I'll watch it. I want us to get back to that. I don't want us to delineate hey, I want to get back to how we were before people were dumped into our society to pollute it. People from third world country with bad behaviors were dumped in society as a plan for us to take on their habits, and then we took on their habits, and look at us now. Look at just like them. Indistinguishable. So much so we got to delineate. We look like them so much. I'm talking about behavior-wise. We look like them so much that we got to delineate. That's how bad it got. And we every generation kept dropping the ball. Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. Now look at the kids now. And I remember growing up, the only kids that cursed their parents out was 7-year-old white boys. FBA spaces, we're doing that. We're deleting parents. Parents deleting kids. Everything we thought it was the white man way, we're doing almost all of it. Hardcore medicine, taking that to like, as a, relaxer. That was never our society. In mommy's medicine cabinet. That was never in our society. Now we do that better than anybody now. We ain't never run to mommy's medicine cabinet to get HIGH. We're doing it now. And the main reason why is because the attitude we're having today. I don't see nothing wrong with it. When I was growing up, you couldn't dare dream with good parents or even a parent, single mom. I had a single parent home. I couldn't dream of Jeannie. I'm joking. I couldn't dream of hanging out with a kid that was stamped as bad. Guess what, family? I had 2 friends that was real close to me, like my other friends, that my mom did not want me hanging out with. Family, both of them did prison time. But the other ones that she didn't care for, all of them are functional working guys today. I'm cool with all of them, even the incarcerated former, them too. I'm cool with everybody. But the 2 friends, my mom, that was real cool with me. I thought they were still like my boys. But my mom seen it. And now I don't want you to hang around them. So they couldn't come by the house. When I hang around them, I had to go to their house or meet at the high school or, amusement park, whatever. But they were not allowed in the house. They came around, my mom would give them attitude. Like it was noticeably felt that they were unwelcome. Noticeably felt they were unwelcome. I'm like, yeah, my mom tripping. Like, that's my language, my mom tripping. But they could not come in. They were never invited to nothing we did. They never come. I would go to their things, you feel me? And the 2 guys, my mom, I'm like, my mom, are you tripping, Mom? Are you? Both of those guys end up going to jail for long stenches. And one is DEAD. And before he was DEAD, he was, he got on CRACK. Hardcore. I couldn't even believe it. My brother is a police officer. My brother's like, yo, I seen your man buying. I'm like, I wouldn't believe it. I said, man, get the hell out of here. He ain't doing that. You lying. Okay? Now, this is back when I was like 20-something years old. I used to be on a project trying to, be cool. And one project night, one stormy night, I ain't working. One stormy night, I'm out there at 2 a.m. Again, I ain't want to believe nobody about my boy. Like, you crazy. You lying. I got a third friend, by the way. My mom ain't like. And my mom, I'm at her house right now. I'm at my mom's house right now. I could put her on the phone. Like, who's the 3 friends that you ain't like growing up? Matter of fact, I'm going to ask her that. So I'm going to tell you, one starts with an H, one starts with a C, one starts with a S. So when she say the names, listen if they're S, H, C. I'm going to ask her. Okay. Because their friends had a gap in between, right? So I had I had like two were the childhood friends, and one became like after, you're 25, 30, you with your own friends, like an adult friend, a young adult friend. Okay. So, yeah, but all 3 of them end up in the penal system. And one is DEAD because of his drug use. So I'm saying the parents today, I've seen it myself. They do not tell these kids, you can't hang with so-and-so. Okay, a small example was a Julio case. where the guy Sean Gathright, great home, but he's hanging around the guys in the projects, up to no good, records, all type of convictions, and their mom thought it was cool. They thought it was cute. Oh, you hang with thugs? Oh man, you think you hard? You know the little jokes. You ain't hard because Pookie hard. You ain't hard because Ray Ray hard, man. Whatever. So now he's trying to prove himself to mom. I am hard like that. Watch. I'm gonna be a national loser one day. So that's the problem, family. The attitude we're having today is that we're just not caring. Oh, vitriol language, it's all good. Yeah, actions follow behind that, my guy. You didn't learn that? When people call you things, like look at the youth today, fam. The reason why it's so easy for a youth to GUN another youth down is because look what they called them. They called them ops. Oh, that ain't vitriolic language? They called them ops. So in order to treat somebody horrible one day, you got to first call them horrible things one day. Ain't that what happened with us? We were called words, and then they acted on the words. So everything starts off with language is what people call you. This is why we don't allow people to call us NIGGER. But what they did was they used codified language. They would say thugs, you know? And thugs was wink, 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 the black people. They'll use codified language. And we think, oh, because it ain't NIGGER, it's okay. Y'all fell asleep. Y'all dropped the ball. I'm looking around like, I'm looking around like, I don't like this. Like my man from Mrs. Belly with the banana. Man, I don't like this. I don't like the way we are so fragmented. In our culture is so fragmented. Like with how you raise your kids is totally 100% different how she does and he does. And somebody way is horrible. Somebody got the bad kid that don't get punished or disciplined. So now this bad kid is allowed to run through the neighborhood and influence our kids because that parent's not held accountable. And that should be unacceptable. I'm saying we should return back to black excellence. We still can debate. A tether ain't a bad word. Tether's a tether. That's earned. And roasting is roasting. That's part of our culture. You could joke on somebody. You know, like people become like that be people's careers. People become gazillionaires like Kevin Hart for roasting. There's nothing wrong with roasting, but roasting and being vitriolic, that's two separate actions that right there. That, like we are somewhere else. What they say about us, oh, they're lazy, they don't want to work. That's all vitriolic. That ain't roasting. That's lying, defamation. That's tethering onto systemic racism wordplay about us. And you guys talking about, oh, I don't mind what they call us. Yeah, man, you gotta wake up, bro. But again, I always say people sometimes be outdated and outaged. Sometimes, and outaged is not a numeric number. Outaged is a mindset. Because Ms. Louis Farrakhan's older than everybody, he's not outaged. Outaged is a mindset. Some of us became complacent thinking and we don't have no fight in us. Oh, I don't care, man. They call us names. All right, that's whatever. That don't matter. Are you serious? Yo, people are getting hate crimes for being called names. And you're saying just let everybody call us names. Hey, yo, what happened to protect the brand? We need our name like gold. If we're moving from African American, Black American to FBA, then FBA should be gold. Nobody should be allowed to taint that name and make it synonymous with xenophobia or toxicity or vitriol, disdain, or whatever crazy of the word that I do see people doing in the name of FBA. I do see it. I'm not gonna lie and say, nah, man, no, I do see it. I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, I see it. And it's ugly. I'm like, yo, there's a better way to communicate. You ain't gotta do all that in that name. What I say is, if you're going to do that, then do it in the name of Black American. Don't put the F there. I'm over here trying to preserve the name, and y'all letting it be muddied up. I'm saying do it without the F. Do it under Black. Do it under Black American. Do it under something else. Don't do that action under FBA. Because I call myself FBA, and I don't want to be associated with that behavior, that degenerate behavior. And you guys, oh, it's okay. No, it's not okay. See, a lot of times we don't think we deserve greatness. Like we're so beat down and we got no fighting, so we just take on what the tethers take on. That's called, yo, where were y'all when I was talking about exonyms, endonyms? Yo, when somebody call you something, my guy, that's not you, that's an exonym. Why would you give people empowered? Why would you allow people to empower themselves to call you a name that we're running from? Oh, I see things in a broad way. That's what got us in trouble. The broad narrative, race is a broad category. The problem is where broad means spread out. You spread yourself thin. We're narrow. Delineation is a narrow action. It's not broad. It's narrow. Like we're saying things, but we're like all over the place. We're off code on what we're doing. We're narrow. Narrow means tight. We're a tight ethnic group. We used to be broad, where anything goes, all disrespect, whatever, all bad actions. We're trying to tighten that up. We're trying to be a tight ethnic group where we can go back to where we should be. And we should not accept less than Black excellence. That don't mean you can't slap if somebody mess with you, some tell the builder, no, if you want to put hands and feet, go ahead. But that is a reaction. You're not going to him like, look at him, okay, where you at? Yo, drop your locale, man, I'll be there. That ain't what we're doing. He's going where we're at, so we're justified to respond a certain way. But when you're looking for him, that's different. I mean, do what you want, but that's different. They ain't the same. All right, so the reason why I asked you that question about the video in the church, because I want my videos to be one of those videos you select. And I can't do that if it sounds like this. That's why I cleaned it up. I want my video to be one of those videos. Somebody say, hey, pastor or mom or dad, check this out. What's it? You talking this FBA? What's that? And he might not can articulate it. All right, well, look, mom, try to explain the best I could. Okay, look, just listen to me. Mom, just listen. Mom, just listen. You never listen to me, mom. Just listen. Dad, just listen. Dad, you never listen. Brother, cousin, uncle, you never listen. Teacher, listen. Look, play. Revenue. That's a racial category, my guy. Black is broad. That means anybody from Africa or Jamaica. That's not specifically Black Americans. When people say Black like that, is generic. It's usually everybody of African ancestry. That's not speaking to directly Black Americans. When you speak to us, you got to use delineated terms. And we chose FBA. We chose other ones, but the most popular, the most used one is FBA. Foundational Black Americans. We're still Black Americans, that didn't change, but we're highlighting that and we're reminding the world that it was our ancestors who built this country. So everybody benefit from America, getting handouts, bailouts. Y'all need to thank Black Americans. We are the foundation of this country. And because of that, we need a delineated foundational term. So there's other Black Americans, Mom. There's other African Americans who are not from our lineage. That doesn't come from U.S. chattel slavery, but they're allowed to be called Black American, African American. But they don't have foundational roots to this country, Mom. That's what he's saying. And foundational people in this country, foundational Black American people, they're owed something because the whole time we were here, Mom, you, your mother, your mother's mother, we all been victims of systemic and systematic racism. Mom. So let me play the rest of the video for you. Because he's explaining to this Jamaican dude who's full with vitriol, disdain, how it works. He's not black, he's Jamaican. I want my video to be chosen like that. I want somebody to use my video. Tariq Nasheed tells the haters, hey, Hidden Colors is being used all throughout the world. When I heard that, family, that was my awakening moment. I want my videos to be the hidden color of that. When people talk about delineation, they need to explain to somebody. I want my videos to be the hidden color version of that. When I heard Tariq Nasheed say that, I'm like, wow, he's right. They're using his videos to teach the world. I got videos, but the way I conduct myself, I highly doubt a college or elementary school or middle school or high school use my video. Church, bingo, whatever. They're not gonna use mine. Barbershop, they're gonna use mine. But my latest videos, they will, because I toned it down. I made it about education. I made it about signal boosting, and you know, and I invite people on, FBA and non, smoke or no smoke, to have a conversation. Not a yelling match, not a screaming match, a conversation. And I've been kicking people off faster than ever when I realized they don't want to have that. The old me would cuss them out. I just kick them like a field goal. Poof, get off. Next caller. And as a result, on TikTok, as you can see, non-FBA has been, wow, you're different. Wow, wow, wow. I like that. And that's called Black excellence. We all have that in us. That's in our DNA. That's the FBA glow I've been speaking about. So I stopped being hypocritical. We talk Black excellence, but we don't really demonstrate it. We don't express it. All right, so look.
Every time they lie, we need to punch them in the mouth.
Come on, man. Y'all know Shower Posse pull belt to ass.
I know how to fight a man. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all seen how the Shower Posse y'all don't know.
But did you not see what we did? Did you not see what we did?
The Shower Posse pull belt to ass. Y'all don't want to put
America. You people were
belt to ass.
You got packed up in Philly. You got packed up in Chicago. You got packed up in Dallas. You got packed up in LA. You niggas are bitches, homie. Let your bitch ass up. No fucking goddamn Shower Posse do shit here to get packed up.
So, I mean, okay. And that's why I bring revenue back to the topic. You dig? Back to the prompts. But you notice, me and revenue never have those exchanges as a reason. We did at one point. Like I said, when I heard Tariq Nasheed say his videos are used as learning tools across the world, I said, I want my videos to be used as that. I mean, that's a hope. It may never happen, but at least I'm in, like with the lottery. They said, if you don't play a ticket, you don't win. You lose for sure. Well, if I don't make a video like that, then I'm for sure ain't gonna be in that choice of videos, right? So I want to be in that choice of videos. So therefore, I cleaned it up. I watch Alfred. Afro Elite. What are you talking about? This dude's articulate and mature as hell. What are we talking about? I watch Black Alpha. But y'all ain't watch these guys. Y'all lying. Y'all be cussing people out and like dudes be articulate, mature. I like those guys because of that. I don't think I ever shared their videos. You know why? Because they're not toxic. I shared other guys' videos because they're toxic. And you guys like toxicity, so I share the videos. There's a reason why I don't share too many Jason Black videos. But Dennis Sperling, they're not toxic. Go ahead, SL.
Yeah. I think we sort of, you know, when you was asking me some of them questions, I think we sort of built a lot of things in on that. I thought this was basically
niggas got packed up here, nigga. In Dallas, nigga, the niggas made y'all niggas submit.
Hello?
Yeah, what was that? No, I took my
Oh,
headphones out and I didn't hear anything.
yeah, you started playing the clip
No,
again.
no, I didn't play it. If I did, by mistake.
Yeah, it started playing again. But yeah, bro, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I'm gonna support you regardless of the circumstances because I understand where this is going, you know, and I understand your mission. Okay, so when I say that I'm watching those others, and I didn't say that they were actually dealing with that. What I'm saying is the ones that I was watching. I hear sometimes people saying things. Now the vitriolic thing, that right there was a term that me and you didn't start out talking about the vitriolic term. We started saying it wasn't just vitriolic, but
Bro, I
for
was supposed
me,
to, that was my
yeah,
language. I said toxic.
yeah,
Like
toxic,
yeah, that's the same thing.
yeah,
Like, is drinking something toxic good? So like
nah,
you got to look at it like that, right? If you drink something that's toxic, it's probably going to harm you. So it's harmful. Toxic is harmful. Vitriol, they say that's like acid. You can't drink acid, right? That's harmful. So it doesn't help. Everything in life is about I told you guys, my rule of thumb in life is like sometimes I will like leave my wallet at home. I'm too lazy to go. Like I'll hop in the car, no wallet, but I'm only going somewhere, like maybe to the post office to drop something off. But then I ask myself, I'm biased, Ron. Does that help me or hurt me? If I had to pick one, leaving my wallet in the car, I say most likely hurt me. Just go get it. So that's how we got to just look at things. Does they hurt or help what we're trying to do? We're delineating, we're signal boosting. Does that action right there help or hurt what we're doing, man? That's all. Could people use that for a distraction or they can't?
yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I said, bro, I believe all that stuff is true. I just like I said, I just think that this is sort of new for our world, because like I said, delineation is affecting the whole world. It's just not affecting just us here. And it's being covered from every corner of the United States. There's a lot of great minds that are dealing with this situation.
Yeah, but like I'm just trying to give you some advice, bro. When you talk, you speak very vaguely. I just want you to know that. Like it's not like you're not speaking to something specific. Like you're speaking vaguely, and when you speak vaguely, it's up to us to infer what you're actually saying. That's what I'm gonna say. Like when you talk, normally you speak sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes you speak very ambiguously, and so it's not like so. We now we just got to infer. Like, okay, what is he saying? So when we communicate, you want to be sure to know when to be specific and to be vague. Like for example, if I say, "Hey, man, yo, we got to get on code." Now, obviously, that's vague talk because I didn't specify the code, what in particular. So that's vague talk. But sometimes, and when we say it like that, we don't even want to be specific. We just being vague. But I'm telling you, man, if you want to communicate and without people come like, is he thinking about this or that? Sometimes you got to just say right to what you're saying. Get the message clear where somebody can't say, "Oh, I took it this way." So when I talk about exonym, endonym, ethnonym, there's no other way to take it other than the way I explained it. I bring out the exo, the odin, exos, exos, odim. I say this is outside. This is name. Ethnos, odim. People name. Ethnos, Genesis. New people, new birth. So like there's no other way. So when I explain things, there's no other way to take it other than the way I explained it. So just now, you was like, we're all over the world delineating like that. You really just was speaking like just like broad, like you said, you speak broadly, but it's okay to do that sometimes. But you sometimes it's good to be specific because that comes off like preaching. Like preaching is like when people just say things broadly and they don't really hit nothing. It covers everything. So for example, like chemotherapy. Chemotherapy is that. it doesn't target cancer cells. It targets everything, good and bad. So when people speak broadly, it covers everything good and bad. So there's no like aim. When you take antibiotics, same thing. You take antibiotics for something, it don't target the bacteria only. It targets everything. They call it napalm. It's like a napalm. It's just like a grenade. Just like whatever's around is going to get it. So just now when you're talking, I'm like, okay, I hear what you're saying, but you're not really saying something specific. So I follow you, but I can't because I start daydreaming to what I think you're saying. Then of course I'm gonna have questions like, okay, what do you mean by that? That's why earlier I was saying, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because you were just saying generic terms. You were not being specific. So I'm like, okay, what does that mean? Oh, okay, well this. Okay, what does that mean? Because I might have a different meaning or intention of the word than you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you must have been hearing me because I was talking on. Well,
No, I didn't hear you. I hear you now.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my earpiece wasn't hurting. But basically, when you showed that one little clip and you were showing that right there may be hurting us, that's specific, right? You were showing us that specific clip to show us that these names may be tarnishing and may be causing more harm than good. And I said, yes. I said, yes, those things may be hurting. But what I did also say was that I don't believe that it's hurting as bad as what other people are saying or what even you might be thinking. But I do believe specifically those things are bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, how are you? Again, see, once again, you're just saying words. How do you gauge the impact?
The same way you did by just grabbing one clip. You grabbed one clip, but we went through. I said I watch a lot of other ones.
Hey, bro.
Okay.
Hey, bro. You don't see big spaces calling us xenophobic and a hate group. You don't see that.
But they do that on the news. They do that on the news.
Okay, so that. Okay.
But they do that on the
news.
Here you
go again.
Too.
They do what?
You don't want me to talk. You don't like my answer. When I start trying to give you an answer,
bro, I don't want you. Hey, bro, look. Just now, you look what you said. You said they do that on the news. They do what? You're just saying. I don't believe you. What do they do on the news, bro? Tell me exactly. Oh no. Give me in your words.
Calling us xenophobic.
Okay. So So the news. Hold on. You said the news. What news station?
CNN.
You're just saying things. Okay, bro.
Okay, bro. You got it. Bro.
CNN used the word FBA, bro. Man, you just talking, bro. CNN, when they use the word FBA, like that would have been big news in our spaces. When did now he's getting emotional. Family, this is what happened.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you this. Is there a way that I can communicate with you off this, and then I'm gonna show you that stuff? Cause I can just send it to you.
Hey, bro. Yeah, sure. Right. Send it to me. But I know for a fact. Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, before you crash out, because you start crashing out. And the thing is, that's another thing, family, we got to keep our emotions in check. Okay. I'm just having a heart-to-heart talk with him, and that's why he's missing what I'm saying. Like his emotions are involved in his ideology or his belief system, so he's not being rational. I'm just talking to the brother. I'm not yelling, and I'm a little passionate here and there, but I'm talking to you. I'm not crashing you. I'm not blocking you out. When you talk, I listen, and sometimes you're not saying much. So you said they do that on the news. I'm like, okay, they do not on the news. They call it xenophobic. So the news calls FBA xenophobic. What news channel? I missed that memo. You said CNN. Bro, I should be able to Google that right now. Matter of fact, let me Google that. I mean, like, see, sometimes like we just say stuff to be right, man, and that's what Rev will be doing. I CNN News, FBAs or xenophobic. Of course, I don't believe that because ABC News took us off. Nobody, like, they don't want that name. They don't want to help us signal boost, bro. So now I'm gonna read it to you, my guy. There's nothing to send me because it doesn't exist. It says CNN has not declared that FBA's foundational Black Americans are inherently xenophobic. You made that up.
Okay.
Right? It's not okay. You made it up just to be right. And that's what's going on in these spaces, man. People are speaking with their feelings, their emotions. They're not speaking factually. And I'm like, yo, we gotta stop being lazy. I'm not just gonna say something just for the sake of saying it. That's what revenue does. Don't forget, I'm a pattern recognizer. I recognize patterns. So I don't really look at SL, the individual, and revenue. I look at patterns. If the same pattern is happening with SL, revenue, or whoever else, I see the similarities. I'm like, yo, that reminds me of something revenue would say. I'm like, dude, don't say that. Why would you say CNN said that? They didn't say that. There's no such research. And then out of all people, I'm gonna look it up.
Do you know Stacey? Do you know do you know Al Sharpton?
Yeah, but now you're switching. That's what revenue does too.
Whoa. Give me opportunity. Give me opportunity.
Wait.
Do you know Al Sharpton?
Wait.
Do you know
Yeah,
Al Sharpton has
right,
been
but I'm trying to
on
point
the
out.
news?
Hold on.
Okay, all
hey,
right.
bro, I'm trying to point out something real fast because you're doing what revenue would do. Instead of conceding, saying, okay, it doesn't say that, you just go to a different point. That's what revenue would do. He won't ever concede and say, I was wrong. You're right. He'll go to a different talking point to still be wrong. Okay, I just want to highlight that. Now you said Al Sharpton did what?
Al Sharpton has spoken about FBA on the news. Not only him.
No, stop right there. No. Just Al Sharpton. Stop right there. Okay, got it.
Yeah, go ahead and punch it in.
And what evidence did he use to make such an assessment? Hello? Like, you're just Googling stuff to see if it's out there.
I'm not Googling at all.
Okay. So I just asked you a question. So you read that article before, right?
Say what now?
Did you read that Al Sharpton article before?
No, I heard him say it on CNN.
Oh God, man. So listen, bro. Maybe they were being xenophobic. Maybe the example he's using is what we're listening to right now.
Right.
That's my point. My point is, you guys are giving them material. At first, it was false, bluffing, fake news. They were lying. Now they got the evidence. Now they got these faces. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Hey, bro, you just Googling stuff randomly saying.
I'm not Googling.
Bro, you didn't get that. Okay, let me look it up. Al Sharpton said, what did he say? He said FBAs are xenophobic?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Public records and commentary do not show Reverend Al Sharpton making a blanket statement that FBA's foundational Black Americans are xenophobic. Bro, you 0 for 2, man.
Bro, he's not saying FBA, bro. You saying FBA. I'm talking about he's talking about the people. Okay.
SL, read the chat. Read the chat. Don't forget, there's a chat there, my guy. There's a chat. Family. The whole time, again, he got you behaving like revenue. The whole time I was saying these people are tainting, defaming the specific letters FBA. That was my entire argument. I said I would respect it if these spaces took off the F and just been toxic and throw rocks under Black American or Black people. But again, you're emotional, you're not listening. It's not going nowhere because you're not listening to what my argument is. Then I asked you, you said the news said FBAs are xenophobic. You said CNN. I looked it up, no results found. Then you said Al Sharpton. I looked it up, no results found. And now, he didn't say FBA and family. I don't believe he said Black Americans, because when people say FBA, they try to gaslight us like we're a hate group. So they're not talking. So when people say FBA, they try to pretend they're not talking about the whole lineage. So, bro, you're telling me that Al Sharpton condemned Black Americans and said we're just xenophobic? Now I don't believe that at all. So you said Al Sharpton said Black Americans 50 million are xenophobic. I mean, this is crazy. You said it. It's crazy. And that ain't Black excellence. That's all I'm saying. Like, we got to practice Black excellence. And Black excellence is being factual. So now you 0 for 3. Reverend Al Sharpton has not publicly stated that Black Americans are inherently xenophobic. All right, bro. All right, so that's it. That's it, bro. I don't know what's going on with you today, man. Yeah, so family, he's definitely not going to say Black Americans. Because people say FBA because they pretend we're a group. So they're going to say that. If they say Black Americans, you can't pretend now. You are actually saying the entire lineage. Okay. Yeah, this is wild. Yeah, man, TikTok might be for you. All right. So now, when I was playing this video, it wasn't to condemn or criticize them. It was to educate. So I was listening to Revenue while he's over here spreading misinformation, and it's to educate. But the reason why I got on them, because brother here was pretending like we're not out of control as well. And this was a case in point of we're out of control. And I took accountability. I said I used to be, until I had a couple epiphanies. I don't want to be seen as that, because I see myself as maybe one day talking with Tucker Carlson, talking with Al Sharpton. And I don't want them to play a clip of me cussing out Tether Dream to introduce me like they do. That's what they do. They do that to defame you and poison the well before you say one word. They do that to discredit you. So that's my goal, right? These folks in these spaces don't ever plan to be before Roland Martin, these guys. That's my dream, right? I've always been a Malcolm X fan, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Minister Louis Farrakhan. So I always seen myself like being interviewed on a grand stage. Okay, but that's not everybody's will and dream. I understand that, but that's mine. So I care about my image, because I remember when Dr. Khalid Muhammad was on Phil Donahue, and to discredit him, he started to play a private lecture he gave amongst the Nation of Islam members when he was coming at the Pope. And he used that to discredit him, and it worked. Because now he did a good job of spinning off it, but he was distracted doing that. What about Ms. Louis Farrakhan? You guys, if you follow him, you know the hot seats he was in. Okay, he one lecture amongst his private members, he was revisiting the Malcolm X deletion, and it sounded like he was taking responsibility. That's what it sounded like. Like the clips when they clipped him, like he had a context to that. He had a context to it, but the clip, the way they clipped him up, it sounded like he was making a confession, right? But that's the way they clipped it up. But you don't provide that type of language where people can clip it up to that magnitude. And see, I watched those videos and I didn't like how they did them. And I said, because it distracted from the message. Now Sean Hannity tried to do Khalid Muhammad like that, but it didn't work, because he had no clips. Khalid called in. When you're in a show, you could roll the film. But if I call in, you don't have no clips. So he tried and he failed miserably. And anybody can Google Dr. Khalid Muhammad versus Sean Handy. It was a one-way demolition. Khalid destroyed him. Yeah, so at one point, I was proud of our spaces, that the Afro-Elites, the Black Alphas, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Dennis Sperling, and some other spaces, All Access Media TV, of course, George Macon Street Media TV. I was enjoying them because these guys represent Black excellence when they speak on our topics. Okay. And I was loving the space. Like, wow, this is great, man. It's all love. And like, we just dropping science. We debunking these guys with just science. These guys and girls with just information. Then, out of nowhere, TikTok. And then these guys, the TikTok crew, started uploading their videos on YouTube like this one. And it's been this. So I'm a researcher, bro. So he got off. He in his feelings, whatever. But I'm not going to justify bad behavior, family. That's why I gave myself the name Unbiased Ron. That's how I've been my whole entire life. Okay, I hold my friends accountable. I don't let them, pretend like they are a good friend to me when I think they're not. So like, let's say if I let them ride my bike, and now my bike, a year later my bike is no good. We're both walking. He get a brand new bike, and I can't ride it. His call, not his mom call. His call, I can't ride it. Of course, I'm gonna bring up like, yo, what's up? It was all good just a week ago when you rode my bike. You got your bike, I can't ride yours. So now I want to know why. Like, well, why? Did your mom say no? Did your dad say no? So why can't I ride your bike? Oh, so you don't you don't want me to ride it. All right. All right. So you were using me. Like, so you're not a real friend. All right, okay. Cool. Go ahead. Do you, man. Where you going? I'm gone. Hey, it ain't where I'm going. I'm gone. I'm already gone. Bye, Felicia. Where I'm going. Yeah, you think you're gonna ride your bike or I just walk alongside of you? But this is case in point when people be in their feelings. We had the same thing with Lex Vortex in his feelings. Oh, you're disrespecting the elders. No, I'm not. I'm holding them accountable, my guy. The same way I'm holding. It's funny when you hold your own accountable, they resent you because I'm telling you, we take on the same patterns as tethers. Oh, with tethers don't want to be held accountable. They want to redirect you to the white man. Well, look at the white man. Well, we're doing that today. We're saying don't hold each other accountable. Look at the tether man. It's like, bro, when you go to sleep, man, you got to wake up and look at yourself, and you got to answer that question. Was I being real on that live? Or was I just in my feelings, just making up stuff on the fly? Oh, CNN called us xenophobic, no results found. Al Sharpton called us xenophobic, no results found. No, I mean, he called Black Americans xenophobic, no results found. Then he hops off the panel. Don't say, all right, man, I got to go. Just hops off like a tether knew. So it don't mean you're that, but you're behaving like that. So what makes you different? Like, for example, everybody know in Alcohol Anonymous, everybody know that if you recover from alcoholism for 10 years, but you still have the behavior, you don't drink liquor, but you have the same behavioral patterns as you did when you were an alcoholic family. What is the consensus? The consensus is you're an alcoholic, even though you don't drink. Your lifestyle is still alcoholic. You got to change your ways. But again, a lot of us aged out. A lot of us are outdated. Yesterday, the sister called in. She thought she was just so much older than myself, family. Why? Why she think that? because I'm not aged out. I got so much youth in me that is heard throughout the phone, the lives. I go on TikTok, they think I'm their age. Tariq Nasheed, just look at all of us. When you don't age out, you're gonna have a youthful spirit, man. And when you have a youthful spirit, people are gonna love you. When I get my smart glasses, family, you're gonna see. I'm gonna go to my areas. I'm gonna go to Wawa. I'm gonna go to places I frequent. You know, the gym, the parks, and you're gonna see how many people embrace me with love. So the same attractive, glowing powers I have to get you guys over here and become, devout brothers and sisters of the lineage with me, I do that in real life too. I do that in real life. But now I was hoping to go over the video with him, the video of to critique revenue arguments and whatever else non-FBA that comes on. I was gonna have him give his opinion, but Tony Braxton, y'all know what song. I ain't gotta say it. That's the FBA spirit. Who knows what song? I was hoping to I didn't think we'll go that far into that discussion. I thought he would just admit, yeah, vitriol behavior is bad, no matter who does it. I didn't know we would go that far. I was sincerely shocked. I didn't know that he's like behaving like them. Like if they do it, it's fine, but we can't do it. No, the standard is the standard. Nobody can steal. Nobody should scam. Nobody should hurt, lie. Nobody should. FBA's nobody. Nobody should get a pass. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, so we were supposed to together critique revenue and the other non-FBAs who were coming at the lineage. But I said he hung up. I said Tony Braxton. I asked the chat, what song am I referring? What song am I referring? If you answer correctly, you get a brand new car. Yeah, revenue is a gaslighting troll. And I'm telling you, hey, listen, family, you don't believe he's an agent to come into our spaces, rage bait us, and then have the world look at us act a fool, clip that, and then say, yo, they're xenophobic. Look. Yeah, y'all better go rewatch the video I uploaded. Short video, 6-minute video, why Tariq Nasheed was explaining we should use different ethnic terms. Go back and watch that video. And then revisit this conversation. Hey, Southern Breeze, how old are you, real fast? Yes, I use YN. Yes. It's called speaking the terms of the people. No, that's not an offensive term. They call themselves that, bro. That's an endonymic term, my guy. And Southern Breeze, you never ever called in before, bro. So for people who never called in before, no. You can't critique me. Click that link and talk to me like a man or a woman, whatever you are. Yeah, I don't respect that. The same way I do non-FBAs. I don't allow them to critique me from the chat. It's like, yeah, I don't even look at the chat like that because I be sharing my screen from my phone. But if you got something to say, call in and let me explain to you what type of term YN is. That's not an endonym. I mean, that's an endonym. That's not an exonym. I've been saying the same thing for over and over and over, and you still don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, Hawaiian is not vitriol term. That's something we made up. That's our slang. That's endonymic, man. Yeah, y'all be thinking y'all ready, y'all not. Trying to come for the crown and from the chat. Come from the crown on the phone. And you're gonna make up stuff too. I'll wait. I gotta eat. What time is it? Oh, I gotta pick my son up. Yeah, yo, Harry been calling real quick. Let me hear this. Everybody sounds smart in the chat. I keep telling you that. It looks so easy from the chat. Everybody's a great debater from the chat. Once you call in and you got to be witty, okay, then all of a sudden, spectrum. I know what terms I use. I don't use terms recklessly. There's nothing wrong with the term YN when we use it. You don't remember when I talked about application versus definition? Yeah, I want to know how old you are. That's the first one. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Or I'm out. I gotta eat. But you're not gonna call in. You're gonna troll from the chat. You just call revenue a troll, and you're trolling from the chat. At least revenue calls in. I give him that much. He'll call in and fix the music. There's a phone number there too, my guy. There's a phone number there too. I put the phone number just for that reason. People try to pretend the link doesn't work. So I got the phone number there too. Call the phone number. Because there's always somebody out there pretending the link doesn't work. And if you have an iPhone, what you got to do is copy the link, right? You got to copy the link. You can't click it. If you got an iPhone, don't click the link. You got to copy the link, open up a separate window, paste it there, and then press enter. Okay, but the phone number is there too. The phone number is faster. So you call in, introduce yourself, name from the chat, tell me your age, and then see what you got to say, but don't ramble. Make a point, stop. Yeah, my son ain't going to the park today. No, it's way too hot. Ain't happening. I almost passed out yesterday. Yeah, we ain't doing no park today. Mm. Yeah, I'm trying to wait, starving, but all I had was coffee all day. I mean, I've been talking ever since. The phone number is there too, my guy. The link does work. If you got an iPhone, you can't click the link. You got to copy it and paste it in a new window. But the phone number works. It's a direct call. You enter the phone number, you enter the meeting number, and you're in. He's trying to ask questions from the chat. No, sir, I don't do that. I tell everybody I got a standard. Now, when people send super chats, yeah, I read those. Like, cause I have to. But I'm not obligated to read from the chat. I got a phone number and link right there. You want to talk to me? Click. Here we go. All right. Don't say nothing. I gotta fix your name first. Hold on. All right, go ahead, bro. Introduce yourself.
Ma'am, Alicia, 60 years old.
Hold on. Now, are you Southern Breeze?
Excuse me?
Are you Southern Breeze from the chat?
No, I'm not Southern Breeze.
Oh, I wanted Southern Breeze to call in. All right, go ahead, Alicia. What's your name from the chat?
Well, Southern Breeze, call in.
No,
My
I'm
name
saying
is Yes Ma'am.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to meet you. Nice to talk
No,
with
I'm
you
just
finally.
trying to understand. Oh, there he goes. Wait a minute. Southern Breeze is there.
No, he's not.
I can see him. I can see his name.
Not on the. Oh, that's you. Because I renamed you. I renamed you Southern Breeze. I thought that was.
Oh, I
him.
see.
Yeah.
Well, Southern Breeze, come up. No, I'm just trying to understand the conflict because I came in with SLLE and this discussion about Reverend Al Sharpton generalization, and then to me, Reverend Al Sharpton, I watched him from his early work when he claimed to be representing us. To me, he's past globalization. He's moved on to something as well as the rest of our representatives politically have moved on to something altogether different. So I didn't even hear them commenting on us as a people.
They didn't.
And this is the issue. No, they don't mention our names. No matter what you call
So why? Okay, so why did he just make that up?
I don't know why. But I think that there's a tension, especially in platforms and especially on YouTube, about being correct and being the historian who is more knowledgeable, who is correct. And I think that gets in our way.
Well, that don't happen in our spaces. Like when Truth Teller calls in, when V4 calls in, and before today, when SL call in, when FBA's call in, Chad call in, what we do is this. Now, I'm an educator in real life, like beyond YouTube. I've been an educator. I teach in real life. Okay, I've been teaching in churches. I got video of me teaching in churches way before YouTube, way before FBA. This has been my life. Like I'm known as this in real life. So some people became activists on YouTube only. I always been this. I've been in Nation of Islam. I joined Nation of Islam. I knocked on doors, trying to bring awareness. So I always been. This has been my life as a 24-year-old. Okay, so I always been this. That's what 24 years. I always done this. That's all I know. I sold final calls in my neighborhood, right? So I'm known as the guy who reaches out to his people to like level up. Okay, other folks became YouTube activists. I ain't judging around. But so when we have conversations, a sister called yesterday, right? She overheard me going over Marcus Garvey. She from TikTok. She said something I never heard before. She said Walter Plecker and the Triple K, they were responsible for Garvey's reduced sentence. So if I had an ego, I would act like I knew that. I said, oh, I didn't know that. So I've been on Revenue sometimes. Revenue himself. I credit Revenue over and over publicly for sharing information with me I did not know prior. So I have no issue with being corrected or somebody telling me something new, and I give them their flowers. I say, like Paul Cuff, Revenue gave me Paul Cuff first. I know who Paul Cuff was.
Okay, that's a scenario. That's one scenario.
Right. Well, I mean, then you got when I spoke to Q Butter, he was talking and cut him off. He went in, he's pretty long-winded. Let him go in. He's a Pan-African, but he's different. He's different than your traditional. Like he's like a real Pan-African. Like you got Pan-Africans who are fake. They just say they are, but they're really not. Like he's a real Pan-African. Like he's a real practicing Pan-African in like a good way, like not a bad way. He actually got tangible things, moving in more than one state. So like, but to me, I told him, I said, you're not a Pan-African, you're a Pan-Black man, because you're doing things for people in America, my guy. Like, what that got to do with Africa? Like, so you're really just a pan-Black American. But so you came in at to tell in. Yes, I was just talking. Let me ask you: do you believe bad actions can happen from anybody, FBAs or non?
I think that's a given.
Okay.
I think that individually people have moments of communication.
Right, of course. But I'm trying to highlight something different.
As a people in platforms, there are also those moments. But also,
but I'm not speaking
about.
No, I wasn't speaking about that. I'm saying
which is why I bring up Mark Lamont Hill, is that those moments can shape, and I think in Mark Lamont Hill's case, be used to leverage moments of miscommunication or emotional communication and generalize that.
Okay.
I think that can.
I'm asking something very specific, and well, actually just generically. I'm saying when I say bad actions, I'm not talking about people who just disagree. I'm saying like you say, a bad kid. When you say a bad kid, if there's a bad kid, is he the opposite of a good kid?
Mm-hmm.
Does a bad kid listen?
Yeah, I'm a bad kid sometimes.
Okay.
When I talk about, and I use it. I use it.
Family,
I don't know what we do.
Wait, hold on. Yes, I'm speaking in my context. When somebody say that's a bad kid, don't they have attributes? Don't bad kids have attributes?
They do have attributes.
Is one of the common attributes is they don't listen?
Sometimes bad kids listen very well.
So if they're instructed to do something and they do the opposite, you call that listening?
They've listened and they decided to do something else.
So what's it called when you listen and do it?
When you call it, that means you're complying.
Okay, so a non-compliant kid. Okay, so a non-compliant kid, is that commonly referred to as a bad kid? So we're talking about adults, possibly parents, are instructing that kid to do something that is good for them, and they say don't do the other thing because door number 2 is bad for you, and they choose number 2. Oftenly, they do their own thing. Is that the so a non-compliant kid? Is that some of the major attributes of a bad kid?
If you are a child, indeed, and you have not lived life and don't have interest in life, that is a bad kid, yes.
Okay. My scenario, if you got kids?
I don't have kids. My family raised kids for a living. Our house was a daycare center.
Okay. So when you're teaching a kid to don't go outside because there's nobody out there to watch you, and there's a highway over there, right? You explain the dangers of going outside by yourself. It's a highway, there's kids, there's cops that can get you in and out of school in trouble, or you get kidnapped, or whatever. You could get lost. And you explain that to the kid. The kid understands it. He listened. And he does it anyway. Oftenly, is that kid labeled as bad?
That kid as a child.
Oh my God. All right.
Because he has that kid as a child. I make that clarification because I hope you're not comparing adults to children. Yes, that kid is bad.
Why am I comparing adults to kids? I'm talking about kids. The whole analogy was kids.
I don't know where you're going, so I'm clarifying.
Yeah, but you don't need to know where I'm going. The thing about being honest, that's the thing, family. Again, that's the Tether New position. Tether New don't like to answer my questions because he claims he don't know where I'm going. But Tether New asks me questions, and if it's factually correct or if I agree with it, I just say yes. So when he said,
no person in a political conversation is going to allow themselves to be drawn down a story they don't know about.
No, if somebody's establishing facts, it's okay to agree with facts. It's okay to agree with scenarios you think is true. What are you talking about? It's okay to agree with things you think is true. That doesn't water down your. Okay, everybody in life. I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna go. Everybody, because everybody's calling and playing. Everybody has an argument.
Oh, I'm not playing. I don't play, Ron.
Okay. Okay, cool. So let me say this. Everybody has an argument. They have a standard, right? Something they hold dear to. Then they have justifications or arguments to support that. Okay. If somebody debunks one of your points, that does not mean your argument is wrong. That don't mean your standard is wrong. That just means what you use to justify the standard was badly conjured, right? You didn't structure it right. So there's something called you could lose a battle but win the war. So those arguments to support those points to support your argument, those are seen as battles. But the war is your argument. So I'm not even talking to you right now.
I'm not a debater.
I'm not talking to you as a debater. I'm talking in general. I'm talking to everybody.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. I'm framing. I'm giving analogies. I'm saying that's why I said when you stand on something. I went away from argument. I said when you stand on something, a principle, people normally justify standing on that. That's common practice. We human beings. You normally justify your beliefs, whatever they are. You justify them. And then if somebody debunks one of your justifications, that doesn't mean your belief is wrong. That doesn't mean your standard is wrong. That just means what you use to justify your standard. That was not well thought out. So okay, yeah, you got that, but okay, but my belief is still correct. My standard is still correct. I don't date short people or tall people, whatever it is. Like maybe the reason some of your reasons were kind of flawed, but your standard is still your standard. So what people do is people will try to debunk your reasoning. And when they do that, they pretend they're debunking your standard and they're totally separate. Okay, so for example, just real religiously. So in the Bible, there was God who can't be beat, right? But the evildoers, they would delete the prophets thinking they're deleting God, the Father. But the prophets is what I'm saying are the branches, like they are the points. The prophets were the points. So you could debunk a point, debunk a battle, or win a battle. The prophets are the battle. You could defeat a battle, but the war is God. So he's still there, regardless you beat up a prophet or not. That was the whole. That's like a core thesis in the Bible. So I'm saying that's what an argument.
So in your analogy, were you using children as branches?
I was using that was both. That was the point. I was trying to lay down a law. I was trying to lay down a law. Is there a such thing as bad actions? Unbecoming actions. So I was saying kids are the God, right? In that scenario. Mm-hmm. They're the argument. Then I was saying their actions normally determine what kind of kid they are, right? A smart kid gonna get A's. Nobody calls a smart kid that gets D's. Okay, a fast kid gets first place, second place. You don't call a fast kid with no trophies. So the actions are the branches. The actions are the battles. I was trying to make that point. So the attributes, the actions of somebody is what you use to define that thing, that person. So I was saying a kid.
And how those actions sum up. The sum of those actions or those actions individually.
Right. So we were speaking about the listening part. Now, you're playing semantics, but the chat knows that any kid that doesn't listen or listens but don't comply, that's even worse. Don't listen mean I didn't get the message. I didn't hear you. I wasn't even paying attention. But if I actually listened to the message and didn't do it, that's actually worse than the kid who didn't listen. Right? So if a kid listens to you and they heard you break down why this is bad and they did it anyway, that's a bad kid.
Okay. So now how does this bad child, how do you place that in that discussion about what's happening on your platform right now.
Well, at what point did you come into the discussion?
Like I said, I came in when things broke down with SLLE.
Good. Okay, so what you gotta do is watch the beginning. Right? It don't make sense to cover that whole thing. If you sincerely want to know, go back and rewind it to when I first asked him the first question about these FBA TikTok spaces. Just take it back to there. Watch from there.
I did hear you talk about the breakdown and the misbehavior in those places. I did hear you talk about that.
Okay. Did you hear the part when we talked about vitriolic actions?
I came in when you were talking about not accepting that vitriolic behavior. And I've heard you over several nights talk about TikTok and that behavior.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking you now. If people are under the banner FBA, and they're on TikTok, in person, whatever, and they got this stuff on, or they got it somehow, people could see FBA's on them, and they're selling drugs, stealing from cars.
Well, that's the issue with classification.
Let me just finish. Yeah. But don't you think they should take the shirt off before they go do that?
They can't, because they're living their life. They are who they are before they're FBA.
All right. I'm out. All right, family. All right. Thank you. Yes, I'm out.